Okay, we'll start. Pa. So in our previous session, we discussed section 22, 23 and 24, which is related to when a person is required to get registered and exempted from registration and compulsory registration. And in that, one notable point is that section 23 will override section 24. So if a person is exempted from registration, they are completely exempted from registration, even though they are covered under section 24, but they are exempted only. For example, if I am making outward supplies which are covered under RCM, so I am exempted from registration, correct? Whenever I am making outward supplies which is covered under RCM, I don't make any FCM supplies, so then I am exempted from registration. Example, an advocate who is making outward supply to a business entity will always be covered under RCM, so advocate is not required to get registered as per section 23. Now advocate is importing some services. So in case when advocate is importing the services, he need to pay GST under RCM, because if he is importing services for his profession, okay, so then he need to pay GST under RCM as per 9(3). So whether that advocate is required to get registered or not, no, even though as per section 24, that advocate is required to get registered because he is required to pay GST under RCM, but section 23 says he is exempted from registration. So therefore section 23 overrides section 24 and a person is not required to get registered. Then next we have section 25, 26 and 27, which talks about procedure for registration, deemed registration and special provisions for CTP and NRTP. You can see the basic provisions related to registration procedure in page number 181. Have a look into page number 181. You can see this few points. Usually every registered person will get one number. What is that number? GSTIN. GSTIN is a dash digit number, 15 digit number. In this 15 digits, first 2 digits is what? State code. Next 10 digits is what? Permanent account number. And next will be entity code, 1, 2, 3, 4 like that. And thereafter alphabet Z, which is a constant. And last a checksum digit, okay. So suppose if I make an application for registration, I got a registration and I cancel that registration. Either I cancelled or department cancelled that registration. Can I again make application for registration? Yes. So there is no disqualification like once you cancel your registration or department cancel your registration, again you should not make application for registration like that. We don't have any restriction. So we can definitely make application for registration. Now we will not get the same registration number. Then what will happen, sir? First 2 digits will be same. Next 10 digits also same. Permanent account number will not change. It will be same forever. Till the time that person is dead, the permanent account number will not change. But what changes here is the entity code 2. So far he was having entity code 1. Now the entity code will become 2. And like that it will change. Also within the same state, whether I have to go for separate registration or I can have a single registration as well. I can have a single registration. Also I can have a separate registration. It is optional for me. For example, within the state, if I am having 10 place of business, with respect to each place of business, can I go for separate registration? Yes. Alternatively, I can get a single registration by showing one place as my principal place of business and other places as my additional place of business. I can do that also. Suppose if I go for single registration, then only one registration number will be there. But if I go for multiple registration, first 2 digits will be same. I am talking about within the state. First 2 will be same. Next 10 digits also will be same. But what changes here is the entity code that will change. So that is this. GSTIN is a 15 digit number. First 2 is a state code. Next 10 is permanent account number. Next one is an entity code. And next is alphabet Z. And last is the checksum digit. A person shall obtain registration in every state from where he makes taxable supplies. Within the state, registration is required only in case of different place of business. That is optional. and alternatively a single place also can be shown as principal place and other places as additional place, and they can get a single registration. What about businesses in different states? Can I have a single registration? For example, if I am having business in 4 states, can I have a single registration? No. Each state from where I am making taxable supplies, I need to get a separate registration. That's mandatory. And then next you can see the procedure for registration, section 25. Total 6 forms we have. So look into this in page number 184. Page 184. Procedure for registration. Total we have 6 forms. REG 1, that is application for registration. REG 2 is acknowledgement. The moment we make application for registration, we get an acknowledgement. That acknowledgement is in REG 2. And once we get the acknowledgement, we need to that is a confirmation that we made an application. But when we will get the acknowledgement, immediately we will get the acknowledgement. Just write down REG 1 to REG 2 immediate. So once we make application for registration, immediately we will be getting the acknowledgement. And then notice for discrepancy, REG 3. Why notice for discrepancy? Whenever we make application, in that application, suppose if there are certain details not properly given, address proof not properly given, or proof of identity, PAN card we scanned, but in that face got pixelated, any reason, then in that case they will be giving us a notice for rectifying the discrepancy. So that notice is in REG 3. What is the time limit within which the notice to be given? The notice to be given within 7 working days. Okay. So therefore REG 1 to REG 3. What is the time limit? REG 1 to REG 3? 7 working days. 7 working days. REG 1 to REG 3, 7 working days. Thereafter, once we get the notice, we need to give reply to the notice. What is the time limit within which we need to give reply to the notice? Again, within 7 working days, we need to give reply to the notice. Once we give reply to the notice, rectifying the defect, then within 7 working days, either we get application for registration or they will reject the application. So from 7 working days from the date of reply, either we will get rejection of application or certification of registration. Again it is 7 working days. Okay. So REG 1 is application for registration, REG 2 acknowledgement, REG 3 notice for discrepancy, REG 4 reply to notice, REG 5 rejection of application, REG 6 certificate of registration. So these are the 6 forms that we have. Okay. And you need to remember the time limit. Almost every place the time limit is 7 working days. REG 1 to REG 2 immediate. They either within 7 working days we need to get a notice or we need to get the certificate of registration. Suppose if you are not getting notice, okay, so within 7 working days from application you are not getting notice, at least you should be getting the certificate of registration. Okay. So therefore, what is the time limit within which we will get certificate of registration? From the date of application, again 7 working days. Okay. So within 7 working days from the date of application, either we need to get a notice or we need to get a certificate of registration. Neither notice nor certificate of registration, then the registration is deemed to have been granted. Okay. Now say we got a notice. After notice, within 7 working days we are giving the reply. After reply, again within 7 working days, either we need to get certificate of registration or we need to get rejection of application. Neither certificate nor rejection, then also deemed registration. What are the 2 deemed registrations that we have learnt here? Deemed registration number 1, if within 7 working days from the date of application, neither notice nor certificate, deemed registration. Second situation, so we have given reply to the notice within 7 working days. After reply within 7 working days, neither rejection of application nor certificate of registration, then also it will be deemed registration. What is considered as the date of application. That is very, very important. Here, date of application will be if you are applying the registration with Aadhaar authentication or without Aadhaar authentication, we need to check. What is that Aadhaar authentication? Aadhaar authentication is now mandatory for every person. It's like at the time you get the registration, you can get the Aadhaar authentication done, or you can get the Aadhaar authentication done at a later point of time. That is only the difference. Are you understanding? Every person should undergo Aadhaar authentication. But what is the option here is, at the time of registration itself, you can go for Aadhaar authentication, or at a later point of time, you can go for Aadhaar authentication. Is it clear? So now, when you make application for registration, you have an option. What is that? Aadhaar authentication selected or not selected. If you select the Aadhaar authentication, the day when you complete the Aadhaar authentication, that is the date of application for registration. Is it clear or not? Suppose you have not selected Aadhaar authentication, then the date when you make application, submit that form, that date itself is the date of application. Okay. So you have to divide it into two. You submitted application with authentication or without authentication. With authentication, what is date of application, pa? Come on. Date of completion of authentication. So it may take 2-3 days to complete the authentication. So only when you complete the authentication, that date will be taken as the date of application. Suppose you made application without authentication, the date when you submitted the application, that date itself will be taken as the date of application. Is it clear? Why is it crucial? Mainly for counting the 7 working days, this date is crucial. Okay. Now, sir, I selected Aadhaar authentication, sir. What is the time limit within which I need to complete the Aadhaar authentication? 15 days. What is the time limit within which we need to complete the Aadhaar authentication? 15 days. What if within 15 days I have not completed the Aadhaar authentication? On expiry of 15 days, it is deemed that you made the application without authentication. Understood? For example, today, so today is what? 6th October. 6th of October. 6th October, I am making application. 6th October, I am making application. Suppose 6th October, I am making application with Aadhaar authentication. Okay. I am making application by selecting Aadhaar authentication. Now, what is the time limit within which I need to complete the authentication? 15 days. What is that 15 days? 6th October, you count 15 days. 6th October also you include. Okay. So therefore, by 21st October, correct? So include 6th also. Then 20th October, na? If you include 6th also, 20th October. By 20th October, you should complete the authentication. Now, say this within 15 days, you completed the authentication on 10th of October, you completed the authentication. So what is taken as the date of application? 10th October will be taken as the date of application. Are you getting this? Now, say you did not make authentication by 20th October. You did not do that. Then what will be taken as the date of application? 20th October, on expiry of that date, will be taken as the date of application. So what will be taken as the date of application here? 20th October is taken as the date of application. It's not 6th October. So 20th October only you applied. That too you applied how? Without authentication. Like that we will take. You got it? Point number 1. You have made application with authentication, selecting authentication, and you completed authentication within 15 days. So what will be taken as the date of application? The date when you complete the authentication. You made application, selecting Aadhaar authentication, not completed authentication within 15 days. What will be taken as the date of application? On expiry of 15 days, it is like you made application without selecting authentication. Is it clear? Suppose on 6th October itself, you made application without selecting Aadhaar authentication, then without selecting Aadhaar authentication, you made application. Then what will be taken as the date of application? 6th October itself will be taken as the date of application. Got the clarity about these 3 points? Yes. Tell me, what is the meaning of date of application? Applied with authentication. The date when you completed the authentication. Applied with authentication, not completed within 15 days. On expiry of 15 days. Applied without authentication. The date when you submit the application, that date itself is taken as the date of application. Understood? Now, so therefore we need to count from the date only. So for all the purposes, that is the meaning of date of application. Now, procedure for obtaining the registration, already we have completed. So here itself we have completed that procedure. This is a little bit detailed I have given. And this procedure for registration is not applicable to few people. Who are those to whom this procedure is not applicable? Not you. Remember, not you. N for NRTP, non-resident taxable person. O for OIDR supplier located outside India. T for TDS, TCS deductor. U for UIN holder. Who is a UIN holder? In exemptions we discussed embassies, UN agencies and consulates, that is foreign diplomatic mission located in India. They are called as UIN holders. So to 4 people, this procedure for registration is not applicable, but a simplified registration procedure is there. Who are those 4 people? Not you. N for NRTP, O for OIDR supplier, T for TDS, TCS deductor, U for UIN holder. And for them, where there is a separate procedure for registration, a simplified procedure is applicable. And so we have already seen the time limits, etc. And this is the other authentication option that we have discussed. At the time when you make application, you can select other authentication or without authentication. If you select other authentication, you will get a link. So that link you need to enter the OTP. That is only called as other OTP verification. Once you complete that other OTP verification, means you completed the other authentication. The date when you completed the other authentication, that date is the date of application. So from that date, within what date you need to get the registration certificate? 7 working days. But 7 working days from when? When you completed the authentication. Why within 7 working days from the date when you complete the authentication? Because date of authentication is the date of application. Is it clear? So you need to get registration certificate within 7 working days of authentication, else deemed registration. Then, so what is the time limit within which you need to complete the other authentication, OTP verification? 15 days. Suppose if you fail to authenticate within 15 days the OTP, then automatically it is like you submitted the application without authentication, correct? That too when? On expiry of 15 days. Now, so 2 cases it is without other authentication. What are the 2 cases without other authentication? Can you tell me? You made application by selecting other authentication but not completed other authentication within 15 days. Or you made application itself without other authentication. Now third is there, that is a latest amendment. That is, you submitted with other authentication. Carefully listen, it's a latest amendment. You submitted with other authentication. You completed the other authentication also. But department is of the opinion that considering the locality where you are living in and considering the nature of business, so they will do the physical verification. You understood? Based on the risk parameters, there are a lot of risk parameters. For example, if a person is making application for registration in Gujarat or in Maharashtra, so they will definitely do physical verification. Why? Because lot of fake registrations are possible. So therefore, definitely they will do the physical verification. And even sometimes in Chennai, so there will be like Ritchie Street. In Ritchie Street you give address, they will do physical verification because it's very difficult to identify the address in that street, correct? Have you been to that street? You cannot identify the address. You will go searching for one address, but you will land in a different shop and you will buy the product and come, but that is not the shop which you went for, okay? So it happens because a lot of businesses are there. Same way going the Panakan street, if you are giving address, so like Paris Corner, so again there also, Saukarpet, definitely physical verification they will do. Why they will do physical verification? Again the same reason, lot of people are there. same address 10-20 people also will be giving. So that's the reason why they will do physical verification. Like that, considering the risk parameter basis, they may do the physical verification of business. So even if we completed the Aadhaar authentication. Sir, what is physical verification of business means? Whenever we have not opted for Aadhaar authentication, department will send their people to check whether that is the place where we are doing business or not. That is known as physical verification. Is it clear or not? So say this. So 3 cases there will be application without Aadhaar authentication and physical verification will happen. What are those 3 cases? Come on, tell me. It can be asked as a short note question. Number 1, you made application without Aadhaar authentication. Number 2, you made application with authentication but not completed authentication within 15 days. Number 3, you made application with authentication, authentication completed within 15 days, but department is of the opinion that based on risk parameters they want to carry out physical verification. In these 3 cases, it is as good as you made application without authentication and they perform the physical verification. And what is the time limit within which they need to complete the physical verification and grant the registration certificate? 30 days. What is the time limit they have to complete the physical verification and grant registration? 30 days. So this 7 working days is not applicable there. You got it? Are you understanding? So this 30 days will be taken because they need time not to come and verify. So 30 days. What if they are not completing the physical verification within 30 days and not giving registration certificate? Then deemed registration. Okay. So now the other area like where you may get a theory question is deemed registration. You can see that in page number 190. You can see that in page number 190 deemed registration. Aadhaar authentication opted. Whether you opted for Aadhaar authentication? No, you did not opt for Aadhaar authentication. So therefore, what is the time limit within which you need to get registration? You did not opt. You did not opt means as good as without Aadhaar authentication. Without Aadhaar authentication means physical verification. Physical verification means 30 days. So what is the time limit within which registration should be granted? 30 days from date of application, otherwise deemed registration. Are you understanding? You made application without Aadhaar authentication. So what is the time limit within which you need to get registration certificate? 30 days from application date, otherwise deemed registration. That is the first point in deemed registration. You may get a theory question. What are the cases where the registration of a person is deemed to have been granted? Total 5 points are there. That 5 points we are learning through a chart. Okay. So what is the first point that you will write? You made application without authentication and within 30 days from the date of application, registration is not granted. Then the registration is deemed to have been granted. Please focus. Okay. Then second, suppose you opted for Aadhaar authentication. Yes. And completed authentication within 15 days. No. Now also will they do physical verification? What pa? Just now I said pa, what are the cases they will do physical verification? What are the cases they will do physical verification pa? First you are applying without Aadhaar authentication here. Second you applied with Aadhaar authentication and not completed within 15 days here. Third case, you applied with Aadhaar authentication, completed Aadhaar authentication, but the officer wanted to do the physical verification, correct or not? How 5 minutes before we discussed you can forget, okay? So now, you made application with authentication, authentication not completed within 15 days. Will they do physical verification? What is the time limit within which they need to do physical verification? 30 days. 30 days from when? After 15 days. You got it? Not 30 days from the date when you applied. 30 days after 15 days. Why? 15 days they will wait. For what purpose they will wait? Because you may do Aadhaar authentication, so they are waiting. So when they will do physical verification? After 15 days. So after 15 days, within 30 days, if they are not doing physical verification, then the registration is. You understood or not? Only when I cry you will get. Then next, what are the 2 points? Come on. Number 1. Or not opted for Aadhaar authentication and within 30 days registration is not granted from the date of application, registration deemed to have been granted. Second, opted not completed within 15 days, thereafter within 30 days. If the registration is not granted, then also deemed registration. Next, other authentication opted, yes. Completed within 15 days, yes. Any notice you got, yes. Okay. You completed authentication, but you got a notice. Why you got a notice? I told you, there are many reasons. Address proof not properly available, or we scan it, upload. Usually when we scan it and upload, so they will say it should be less than 1 MB like that. So when we scan it and convert it into less than 1 MB, online there are a lot of like online softwares are there. You can upload the JPEG and convert it into less than 1 MB. But it will come and the photo will get pixelated. Aadhaar card and all will get pixelated, or PAN card will get pixelated, or driving license gets pixelated. When we upload, they will again say, so not properly visible, again you submit. I don't know how we need to submit. At least they should allow for some 5 MB or 10 MB like that, but they will not do that. So this is the problem. Usually that happens. Address proof we will submit, but they will say no, this address proof will not be sufficient. So EB bill we will give. In EB bill, address proof will not be properly there. So just the service number will be there and the area will be there, but door number etc. will not be there. They will say EB bill will not be accepted. You give some landline bill or gas bill, like that they will be asking. So current bill. So current bill sometimes not possible. Sometimes in some other states it will be okay, because in current bill they will be giving, electricity bill they will give address. So depends. So you got a notice. You got a notice. You completed authentication and you made application, you got a notice. What is the time limit within which you need to give reply to the notice? 7 working days. And you replied within 7 working days. Thereafter, what is the time limit within which you need to get the registration certificate? 7 working days. From notice, from date of reply to notice, date of reply to notice, you did not get registration, then also deemed registration. Okay. Now tell me third point. Authentication opted, completed within 15 days, notice issued, and thereafter within 7 days replied, and from the date of reply within 7 days, 7 working days, registration not granted, then also deemed registration. Okay, then you opted for authentication, completed the authentication, and you did not get any notice, but based on risk parameters, department wanted to do physical verification. Then physical verification, time limit 30 days. From when? Application. 30 days from application. So they need to complete the physical verification. Otherwise, deemed registration. You understood the fourth point? That is, we opted for authentication, completed the authentication within 15 days, but the officer wanted to conduct physical verification based on risk parameters. So within 30 days from application, if he has not completed physical verification, then also registration is deemed to have been granted. Next. So you have made application with authentication, completed the authentication, officer is not taking for physical verification, means normal. Then what is the time limit within which you need to get the registration certificate? No notice also. No notice also. Notice also you did not get. Officer also is not taking this for physical verification. Then within 7 working days from application, date of application, that is, what is date of application here? Date of authentication, you need to get registration. Otherwise, registration is deemed to have been granted. Can you remember this part? Mark it as very, 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 very important for theory. So you will get a short note question. So where they will be asking what are the situations where, see, not necessarily directly they need to ask deemed registration. So they may ask a question in such a manner that the answer is deemed registration. You be careful. They will be asking what are the situations where registration not granted within a time limit, so is like registration to be granted. Okay. They may not use the word deemed registration. So even then, that is they are talking about deemed registration only, these 5 situations. Worst come, at least for MCQ purpose, they will be testing this. Okay. So like this type of questions you may get. See this illustration number 5, you may get a question like this. Part B filed on 25/5/2021. Part B means like REG 1 will have 2 parts, Part A and Part B. Part A will contain the basic details, but Part B only contains address proof, ID proof, etc. and all. You submitted the Part B on 25/5/2021 without selecting Aadhaar authentication. Without selecting Aadhaar authentication. Up to what date registration may be granted, failing which deemed to be registered? Assume that all days are working days. Irrelevant. Irrelevant. Working days irrelevant. Why? Time limit is what? 30 days. 30 days. You count normally 30 days. Working days and all is irrelevant here. You count 30 days from 25/5/2021. Ayya, application without authentication, which means physical verification, correct or not? Wherever physical verification come, what is the time limit? 30 days. You please count 30 days. So from 25/5/2021, you add 30 days. How many days? 24/6/2021. Understood? So in MCQs, there will be plus 7 working days, one option, plus 30 days, one option. Okay, like that they will give. So you need to select 24/6/2021. Okay, next, illustration 6. Part B filed on 25/5/2021 by selecting Aadhaar authentication, and such authentication is completed on 3/6/2021. Up to which date registration may be granted, failing which deemed to be registered. Assume that all days are working days. So you selected authentication or not selected authentication? Completed or not completed? Completed within 15 days. So what is the date of application? Date of application, Kumutta, date of application 3/6/2021 is the date of application. Okay, from this date, what is the time limit within which we need to get registration certificate? 7 working days. Assume that all days are working days. So 10/6/2021. Understood? Why? Because no notice given. Correct. And officer is not taking it for risk parameter. So normal, 7 working days from the date of authentication. Why authentication? Because authentication date is only the date of application. Then next, 7th illustration. Part B filed on 25/5/2021 by selecting authentication but failed to complete authentication. Failed to complete authentication. Up to which date registration may be granted, failing which deemed to be registered. First 15 days. Working days not relevant here. First 15 days they will wait. First 15 days they will wait. Thereafter 30 days. So total 45 days. You count 45 days from 25/5/2021. So 25/5/2021, May 6 days. June 30 days. So there itself 36 days. And July remaining days. 45 minus 36. 9. So 9th July will be the deemed registration. You got the clarity here? Because you did not complete the authentication, but they will wait till which date? 15 days. Thereafter only they will take this application as without authentication and they do physical verification. The moment physical verification comes, what is the time limit? 30 days. Then next, illustration 8. Part B filed on 25/5/2021 by selecting Aadhaar authentication. Such authentication is completed on 4/6. Super, we completed. So what is the date of application? 4/6. But officer gave a notice in REG 3 on 8/6 and we gave a reply to notice within 7 working days. So what is the date on which we gave reply? 13/6. Now what is the time limit by which we need to get registration certificate? Assume all days are working days. 7 working days. 13th, 7 working days. Assuming all days are working days. So 26. You got it? That is which point we opted, we completed, and notice given, we gave reply. From reply within 7 working days, if registration not granted, then deemed registration. So each and every point what we have discussed here, that only converted into illustrations below. Okay, but this chart, okay, somehow you need to remember. Either take a micro Xerox, already it is like micro Xerox only, and take along with the admit card. Okay, you understood? Definitely it will come. But if you are caught, I am not responsible. Then next, illustration 9. Okay, listen pa. So I was discussing about this. Mr. A commenced business on 15/5/2021 and crossed threshold limit on 36/2021. He submitted Part B of REG 1 on 25/7/2021 by selecting Aadhaar authentication. So he selected Aadhaar authentication. Such authentication is completed on 31/7/2021. So what is the date on which authentication is completed? 31/7/2021. Can Mr. A issue revised tax invoice if registration certificate is granted on 2/8 with respect to supplies between 36/2021 and 2/8/2021? There is a concept of revised tax invoice, that is, whenever you are liable to get registered and you actually get the registration certificate, during that period you cannot issue the tax invoice and collect the GST. See this question, what is the date on which they are liable to register? When they cross the threshold limit, 36. But when are they getting the registration certificate? 2/8. So till the time they get the registration certificate, they cannot give the tax invoice because they don't know their GSTIN and they cannot recover the GST. But are they required to pay GST with effect from outward supplies on 36/2021 afterwards? Yes. So then how they can pay GST without recovering that from the customer? They can recover from the customer. How? By giving a revised tax invoice. But when that revised tax invoice to be given? After the date they get the registration certificate, they can give the revised tax invoice to recover that GST. However, one condition is there. What is that condition? They should make application for registration within 30 days from the date they are liable to get registered. So in this question, what is the date on which they are liable to get registered? 36. When they made application for registration? No, not 25/7, not 25/7. It is 31/7. Why 31/7? Because the date of authentication is the date of application. When are they liable to register? When are they liable to register? 36. When they make application for registration? 31/7. Is it within 30 days or beyond 30 days? Beyond 30 days. Means they have not submitted application within 30 days. So they cannot give revised tax invoice. Also that 18(1)(a) we discussed. 18(1)(a), availment of ITC on closing stock. A person is liable to get registered. He made application for registration within 30 days. Before the date he is liable to get registered, there is some closing stock. On that closing stock, whatever GST paid can be taken as ITC. Can he enjoy that benefit in this case? No. That benefit also he cannot enjoy. Why he cannot enjoy that benefit also? Because, here what happened is that he did not make application for registration within 30 days. Now, two problems here. He cannot give revised tax invoice. Also, he cannot avail ITC on closing stock as per 18(1)(a). So, this is about the deemed registration and the questions based on deemed registration. Now, other authentication, please come back. To whom it is not applicable? Other authentication procedure is not applicable. Again, that is also important theory question that can be asked. Page number 187. Page 187. To whom other authentication is not applicable. Now let's take a individual. So individual, HUF like that, we take person. First individual. Every individual is required to undergo authentication. Suppose if they are not a citizen of India, other authentication not applicable to them. Got it? So individual, what is the exception? Not a citizen of India. Then HUF. In HUF, only Karta is required to undergo authentication. So who are not required? Other persons, that is co-partners. Co-partners are not required to undergo authentication. So members other than Karta not required to undergo authentication. Then third, firm. In firm, only the authorized or managing partners is required, but other partners not required to undergo authentication. Then any other person. Any other person means company, body corporate, AOP, BOI, trust, etc. So there is an authorized signatory. So for every company, body corporate, one authorized signatory will be there. That authorized signatory only should undergo authentication. So remaining people not required to undergo authentication. Okay. So tell me what are the 4 points that you learned who are not required to undergo authentication? Not a citizen of India. Members other than Karta of HUF, then partners other than managing or authorized partner, then members other than authorized signatory. Then next 4 points, government and its family members. Who are government and its family members? Central government, state government, department. Then local authority, super. Statutory body. So statutory body means any body established under an act of parliament or state legislature, example ICI, ICB, etc. Okay. Then public sector undertakings, Steel Authority of India, ONGC. So these people not required to undergo authentication. Okay. So total 8 points we got. First 4. Next 4, government and its family members, CGSG department, local authority, statutory body, PSU. Last UIN holder, unique identification number holder. These are the 9 people who are not required to undergo authentication. Is it clear? Even after registration, they are not required to undergo authentication. Are you getting? Not at the time of registration. I told you long back. What is that? Not only a person at the time of application of registration, if he has not opted, it does not mean he don't have to complete the authentication at all. Not like that. At the time of application, he did not opt. They conducted a physical verification and they gave the registration. But in future, they need to undergo authentication. Means Aadhaar authentication they need to undergo at any cost. It is not at the time of registration, okay, but in future. But these 9 people, even at the time of making application for registration or at a later point of time, not required to undergo authentication. Is it clear? Now look into 2 charts in the next page. Aadhaar authentication for new applicants. For new applicants, is Aadhaar number assigned or Aadhaar number not assigned? Means they have Aadhaar number or they don't have Aadhaar number. If they don't have Aadhaar number, they can make application, yes. But what details they need to give? So they need to give the alternative viable details for the purpose of identification. That can be passport or that can be PAN card, some other identity, proof of identity. So eKYC will be done. So they need to upload some other documents. Whereas if they have the Aadhaar number, other than risk-based biometric Aadhaar authentication or risk-based biometric Aadhaar authentication. What is this risk-based biometric Aadhaar authentication? In Gujarat, right now, it's a pilot project in Gujarat. They started in Gujarat. Every person who want to undergo authentication, what they need to do? They need to go to the nearest Aadhaar enrollment center and they need to put their thumb impression and complete the verification. Okay. Whereas in other states, that is in Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and all, we don't have to do that. We'll get a OTP to our mobile and email. That OTP, if you enter sufficient, we don't have to go to any Aadhaar enrollment center. But in future, that is going to come in order to eliminate the fake registrations. Okay. So other than risk-based biometric or risk-based biometric. Risk-based biometric right now in which state? Only in Gujarat. So other states it will be normal Aadhaar authentication. Now they need to undergo Aadhaar authentication or furnish proof of possession of Aadhaar. Suppose if the risk-based biometric is done, that is a pilot project in Gujarat, they need to undergo biometric based Aadhaar authentication and give photograph along with verification of original copy of the document and which place? Notified facilitation center. Got it? Sir, what are those notified facilitation center? We have a lot of other enrollment centers. Even post offices will be called as facilitation centers. They have to go there and submit their fingerprint and complete the Aadhaar authentication. Then only registration will be granted. Otherwise, registration will not be granted to them. That's where, so what they do is that, so now they are giving licenses also to do the verification. So if you see, if you want to take a SIM and all, there will be some people who keep an umbrella and sit on the roadside. They themselves will have one biometric device. Okay, they will connect it to their mobile, and if you are buying your buying a SIM, they will ask you to put the thumb impression. Immediately they will do the verification like that. So sooner or later it will be coming. So wherein in all CA offices or all tax consultants offices and all, they will be allowing people to go and do the biometric because the population increases. So definitely we cannot go to the other enrollment centers and do na. Right now they started with Gujarat. So this point may or may not be tested for CA final exam. Sorry, CA intermediate exam. Okay. So this may not be tested because even for CA final also they have not given that much importance about this. Okay, so somewhere in 1-2 lines they have given this. So you just know about it, but don't by heart or do anything with respect to this. Just you need to know the information, that is enough. Okay, then so this chart you don't have to by heart. It's one small amendment. Okay, but the deemed registration I told you now, that's a very important point. Then Aadhaar authentication already registered. Sir, already I got registered. Should I undergo authentication? Yes. Yes. But at the time of registration itself I underwent, then not required. If at the time of registration you did not undergo authentication, now you need to complete the other authentication. Is Aadhaar number assigned or Aadhaar number not assigned? Aadhaar number assigned. Okay, give that Aadhaar number and registration allotted, so shall be valid. If you are not giving the Aadhaar number, then the registration allotted shall be deemed to be invalid. You understood? Then Aadhaar number not assigned. Then at least you have Aadhaar enrollment slip. The moment you apply for Aadhaar number, they will give an enrollment ID. At least you update that enrollment ID along with some proof. That is enough. Okay. Otherwise, the registration will not be valid. They will cancel your registration. Okay. So that is about these points. Then look into the next area, page number 192, furnishing the bank details. So what we have seen so far in section 25, procedure for registration. First we saw what is the procedure for registration, what are the forms involved and what is the time limit. Then we saw Aadhaar authentication so far, and now we are looking into furnishing the bank details. At the time when you make application for registration, you need to submit the bank details also. But if you don't have a bank account, at a later point of time also you can submit the bank details. What is the time limit? 45 days from the date of registration or due date of filing first return, whichever is earlier, is the time limit by which you need to submit the bank details after registration. Now, for example, registration is granted on 3/11/2020. So count 45 days from 3/11/2020. So November, it is 27 days, and December, so remaining days, how many days? 18 days in December. So therefore 45 days and 18 December 2020, or if you get the registration certificate on 3 November, so for November month, when you will file the return? 20th of December. GSTR 3B due date is what? 20th of December. So therefore 20th December or 18 December, which is earlier? 18 December is the time limit for furnishing the bank details. Suppose if you got the registration on 18/11/2020, 18/11/2020 you count 45 days. In the month of November it will be 12 days, and in December 31 days, 31 plus 12, and remaining 2 days in January. So 2/1/2021, or November month if you got registration, next month 20th is the due date. So 20th December, which is earlier? 2nd January or 20th December? 20th December, that is the due date by which you need to furnish the bank details. Sir, what if this bank details is not submitted after registration within this time limit? Whatever registration that has been granted will be cancelled. So that is one of the reason for cancellation of registration. Then, what is the time limit within which we need to make application for registration? Time limit for application for registration: 30 days from the date when you are liable to be registered. But in case of CTP, NRTP, two people, they have to make application for registration at least 5 days before commencement of business. This much you remember. Every person is required to make application for registration within 30 days from the date they are liable to register. But CTP, NRTP, they need to make application for registration at least 5 days before commencement of business. Then next, who is a UIN holder, unique identification number holder? I told you already, UN agencies, embassies and consulate, and they are called as unique identification number holder. Why a unique identification number is given to them? Basically, their outward supplies are exempted. They are not required to pay GST on outward supply. Already we discussed foreign diplomatic mission located in India exempted. But they will have some inward supplies. On that inward supply, they will pay price plus GST. This GST is their burden. So to get the refund of this GST, can they get refund of this GST? Yes. From government, they can get this refund of GST. To get that refund, they should have one identification number. That's why they will get a unique identification number, but it does not mean that they are registered. Okay, they don't have GSTIN, they have a UIN. So we completed 25 and 26, procedure for registration, deemed registration. 27, special provision for CTP and NRTP. So far 1 point we learned related to CTP and NRTP, 2 points actually. What are those 2 points? Number 1, are they compulsorily required to get registered? CTP and NRTP, yes, but CTP other than handicrafts. Then second point, so what is the time limit within which they need to make application for registration? At least 5 days before commencement of business. And whatever registration that is granted to them, is it a permanent registration or a temporary registration? Temporary registration. For how many days the registration will be valid? 90 days. Wrong answer. Up to 90 days is the correct answer. Not always 90 days. Number of days they apply for registration or 90 days, whichever is earlier. Okay. Suppose if they request for 30 days, 30 days. If they request for 60 days, 60 days. If they request for 120 days, 90 days. Suppose if they want to continue beyond 90 days, again they need to make application, and a further extension is possible for a period not exceeding 90 days. But thereafter again they want to continue. Can they continue? No. So what is the maximum number of days for which CTP and NRTP can continue with the registration? 180 days. Thereafter what they need to do? They need to get a permanent registration. So registration validity maximum 90 days. It can be extended for a further period of 90 days. So registration validity shall be for the period specified in the application, but maximum 90 days. On sufficient cause being shown, proper officer may extend for a further period not exceeding 90 days. And they need to deposit advance tax. Why? The CTP and NRTP don't have physical place of business. They will come, do business, and once the business is over, they may leave the state or country. Then it is difficult to collect the GST from them now. You understood or not? So that's the reason why, what they need to do is that at the time when they make application for registration itself, they need to make a advance tax deposit. Okay, and this advance tax will be based on their estimated tax liability, and based on their actual tax liability, from that advance tax it gets adjusted. Suppose if there is any shortfall, they need to pay that amount. Suppose if they have deposited excess advance tax, that they will get as a refund. Understood? So a CTP NRTP shall at the time of submission of application make advance deposit of tax. How much advance tax they need to deposit? Estimated net tax liability, means estimated gross liability minus estimated ITC. So estimated net tax liability they need to deposit. Okay, and this estimated, how they can estimate, sir? Basically last visit they would have come, and for last visit they would have made some liability, actual liability. Now this visit, that will become the base. You got it? Not that this is for the first time they are coming. Sir, what if they are coming for the first time? If they are coming for the first time, so whatever is the amount that they declare, department will agree. Some amount they will agree, 10,000, 20,000 like that. But subsequent time when they are coming, they will ask, last visit you came, how much you have liability? Sir, 8 lakhs, sir. Then this time at least 8 lakhs you deposit as advance tax. Why? Because you will definitely make a business more than that only. Are you understanding this? So that is with respect to this. Usually it happens, not necessary that the business will always go down. Business will grow, na. So therefore at least some more amount may come, and it is not at risk also. Suppose if your business is dull, you are going to get it as a refund, and make an advance deposit of tax for an amount equal to estimated tax liability, that is net liability after adjustment of estimated ITC of such person for the period for which registration is sought. Now again I am going for extension. Already 90 days over. Now I am going for extension. For that extended period, again should I pay advance tax? Yes, because initially I would have paid advance tax by taking 90 days into the picture. But again when I go for extension, furthermore time I am going to stay na. So further advance tax I need to deposit. And this advance tax will be credited to electronic cash ledger, which shall be adjusted against the final liability determined. These points are common for CTP and NRTP both, whereas we have some differentiating points. What is that? Meaning of CTP and meaning of NRTP is different. Who is a CTP? Casual taxable person. From where he is coming? Other state to this state. Is he having any physical place of business in this state? No. So he is making supply of goods or service in this state, he will be called as a CTP. Actually, instead of taking a CTP registration, sir, can I do the interstate invoice also? Can I do the interstate invoice also? Yes, we can do interstate invoice also. Example, I am registered in Tamil Nadu. I want to go to Bengaluru and start one batch there. Okay, one fast track batch I wanted to start. And when I go there and start the batch, so I need to get a CTP registration there. Instead, if I know who are all the students there, I can collect fees from them and raise interstate invoice to them. You got it? Raise IGST invoice to them. So I don't have to get a CTP registration there. So mainly CTP registration is for whom? In that state where they belong to, they are not registered. Why they are not registered? Because their turnover not exceeded threshold limit. So they go to the other state. So now they cannot raise an interstate invoice. So in the other state they need to register. That is the logic behind CTP. Are you understanding this? If they are already registered in their state, so they will easily raise an interstate invoice and they will pay GST accordingly. You got it? Then non-resident taxable person is what? A person who come from outside India to India and is not having any physical place of business in India and makes supply of goods or services. Casual taxable person should undertake the transaction in the course or furtherance of business, but NRTP no such requirement. Casual taxable person will definitely have a permanent account number because he belongs to India only. But NRTP will not have a permanent account number. Then how he will register? Using his passport. Using his passport he will register. For CTP, the application for registration is regular application REG1. But for NRTP, this regular procedure not applicable, so REG9. And CTP is required to file the regular returns GSTR1 and GSTR3B. Whereas NRTP is not required to file regular return, they need to file GSTR5. So you may also get a theory question, distinguish between CTP and NRTP, you need to write this table. So with this section 27 is also over. Now the last 3 sections. What are the 6 sections that we have seen? 22, when a person is required to get registered. 24, compulsory registration. 23, not required to get registered. 27, CTP and NRTP. 26, deemed registration. 25, procedure for registration. Okay. Then 27 over 28, amendment in registration. So what is this amendment in registration? Whenever there is a change that does not result in change in permanent account number, they need to intimate that change to the department. So what is the change that results in change in permanent account number? Change in constitution from sole proprietorship to partnership, partnership to company. So when they change the constitution or when they change the name of their business, like first name of the business, then also there will be change in permanent account number. The moment there is a change in permanent account number, they cannot continue with the old registration. Why, sir? Because already I told you, GSTIN is a 15-digit number, in that the 10 digits is what? Permanent account number. So permanent account number under income tax and GSTIN is very much linked. So due to that reason, if you change the permanent account number, GSTIN also should change. So what you need to do when there is a change in permanent account number? You need to get a new registration. You need to get a new registration and cancel the old registration. Sir, because of change in name, always will there be change in permanent account number? No, definitely not. For example, we have first name and last name. Usually, no girls, but it is up to them. When they get married, so they may change the surname or they may continue with the father's name. It's up to them. Okay. So if they want to change the surname, for that they need to make application in the Gazette and they need to give the marriage proof So marriage certificate will be there, na? That marriage certificate if they give, so surname can be changed. But change in surname will not result in change in permanent account number, because first name it will be the same, the surname only will change. So far it would have been the father's name, now it could be husband's name or some family name, etc. They will change. In that case, there is no change in permanent account number. But some people wanted to change the name itself. For what reason? Maybe they want to go into movies, and in movies, so with whatever name that they have, so they don't want to keep that name. Maybe their parents would have kept one name as Gajalakshmi, like that, one nice name, very nice name it is actually. But in movies and all, no. So Gajji, like that, they wanted to change. You understood? So why? Why? Because people don't want this name to have modern name they need. So now names are like that only, na. So therefore they want to change that name, because they will be having all the bank accounts in that name only, and even properties and all they will be purchasing, etc. in that name. That's why they want to permanently change that name itself. For changing that name, so they will have to make application in the Gazette. Now their name will change. Which name will change? First name will change. Now permanent account number also change. So they have to get a new GST registration. Is it clear or not? Now, so change in permanent account number, new registration. There is no change in permanent account number, but some changes. So example, change in surname, change in address, change in mobile number, change in email ID, change in bank details, change in goods or services that you deal with, you got it. So then in that case, we have to make amendment in registration, we need to intimate it to the department. Now these changes are divided into two, non-core fields and core fields. Core fields are three: change in name, change in address, and change in top management is the core field. So you have to mention it under core fields, and any change in the core field is subject to approval by the department. Whereas change in non-core field, can you give me example of non-core field? What are core fields? Core fields: name, address, top management. What are non-core fields then? Change in mobile number, change in email ID, change in bank details, change in goods or services that you deal with. That is non-core field. Non-core field requires any approval by the department? No. But core field require approval by the department? Yes. And so whenever you make an application for amendment in registration, whether the amendment will be prospective or retrospective, prospective means from the date when you make application, from the date only it will change in the portal. However, if you want a retrospective amendment, it is possible only with the order of commissioner. You need to make a request to the commissioner asking him to change from a back date. Okay. Then, if any change leads to change in permanent account number, this point already I told you, old registration should be cancelled and new registration should be obtained. Whether we need to cancel the old and get the new registration, or get the new registration and then cancel the old registration, which is correct? Get the new registration and then cancel the old, because only when you get the new registration, ITC can be transferred and then you can cancel the old registration. 18 subsection 3. Whenever there is a transfer of business, so ITC also can be transferred. If you cancel old registration, so 18 subsection 4, 29 subsection 5 will come, ITC will be lapsed. So get a new registration, transfer the ITC and then cancel the old registration. Obtain new registration, transfer ITC from old to new, then cancel old registration. What is the procedure for amendment in registration? First, you need to make application in REG 14. What is the time limit within which you need to intimate? What is the time limit within which you need to intimate? Within 15 days, not working days, within 15 days of change, you need to intimate to the department. What is the form? REG 14. Once you intimate to the department, if it is 3 core fields, department will check, and if they have any discrepancy, they will give a notice. What is the time limit within which they will be giving notice? Within a period of, so it is actually within a period of 15 working days. You change that to working days. Within a period of 15 working days. REG 3 within a period of 15 working days. So, when you make application 15 days, when they give notice 15 working days. Okay. Now, they gave a notice to you. Then what is the time limit within which you need to give reply? 7 working days, that is same, no change. And after you give reply, either accepting or rejection of application within 7 working days, same, that and all will be same. So, only here when you make application for amendment, you have to make application within 15 days, and if there is any discrepancy, they will communicate to you the discrepancy within 15 working days, or if they are okay with that, they will pass the order within 15 working days. Okay. Suppose if they give notice, you need to give reply to the notice within 7 working days, and thereafter again within 7 working days, they will either reject or pass the order. Okay. Then next, section 29, cancellation of registration. What are the situations that leads to cancellation of registration is a very important theory question. So, there are 2 theory questions that can be tested here. What are the situations that leads to cancellation of registration? What are the contravention of provisions that leads to cancellation of registration? First, we are discussing the situations that leads to cancellation of registration. Total, we have 8 situations. In that 8 situations, 3 situations, either registered person can make application for cancellation or department can cancel registration. You, from the point of view of registered person, tell me when you will make application for cancellation of registration. Huh? So, you are transferring the business, okay, you are transferring the business or you are discontinuing the business. Then one more case already I told you just now, change in permanent account number, that change it, that leads to change in permanent account number means change in constitution. Then no longer liable to be registered. No longer liable to be registered means what? Maybe you would have crossed the threshold limit, so you got registered. Thereafter, your turnover falls below the threshold limit. So, as your turnover falls below threshold limit, you will make application for cancellation. Okay. So, what are the 3 cases? Transfer or discontinuance of business, change in constitution of business, taxable person no longer liable to be registered. In these 3 cases, either registered person can make application for cancellation or proper officer can initiate suo motu cancellation. Okay. Then 5 cases, proper officer will make suo motu cancellation. So, we will not request, but proper officer will initiate cancellation. What are those 5 cases? Number 1, contravention of provisions. So, we have contravened certain provisions of the law. What are those provisions? We will see later, but we have contravened certain provisions. Then 2 returns related points, that is, you are under composition scheme. You need to file an annual return. What is the time limit by which you need to file annual return? 30th April, not 31st December, that is normal annual return. Under composition scheme, GSTR 4 needs to be filed by 30th April of the succeeding financial year. Suppose if you have not filed within 3 months after due date is 30th April. So, May, June, July. By July, if you are not filing return, annual return, then also, so there will be cancellation of registration. Person opting for composition scheme, not file annual return within 3 months after due date. Then next, you are under normal scheme. For continuous 6 months or 2 quarters, you did not file return. For a continuous 6 months or 2 quarters, you did not file return. Then also, your registration will be cancelled. Then registration obtained by fraud. Then obtained voluntary registration and not commence business within 6 months. So, these are the 8 situations for which your registration will be cancelled. Either 3 cases you can make and 8 cases, so department can initiate. Now, tell me what are the 8 points? Transfer or discontinuance, then change in constitution resulting in change in permanent account number, then no longer liable to be registered. Then next, contravention of provisions of the rules, act or rules, then returns. Composition scheme, which return? Annual return, not filed within 3 months after due date. Then normal scheme, continuous 6 months or 2 quarters, then Fraud, registration obtained by fraud. Then last one, not commence business within 6 months after obtaining registration. Okay, voluntary registration. These 8 cases, these 8 are called as cases or situations that leads to cancellation of registration. Now, in this, one point is there, contravention of the provisions that leads to cancellation. What are those contravention of provisions that leads to cancellation of registration? You can see there, total 6 points we have. Total 6 points we have. In that, three wrong things, that is wrong address. What is the meaning of wrong address? You are not doing business in the place where you have obtained registration. Wrong invoice. Wrong invoice means you have not given a proper invoice. Then wrong ITC. You are not supposed to take the ITC, you took the ITC wrongly. Okay. So what are the 3 wrong things, pa? Wrong address, wrong invoice, wrong ITC. Say this. Does not conduct business from the place where you have obtained registration. Wrong address. Issues invoice in violation of provisions of the rules. Wrong invoice. E point. Avail ITC in contravention of section 16. Wrong ITC. Got it? Then 3 violations. 3 violations. Violates the provisions of furnishing bank details. So you have to furnish the bank details. What is the time limit within which you need to furnish the bank details? 45 days from the date of registration certificate or due date of filing first return, whichever is earlier. Or you violate the anti-profiteering provisions. What is anti-profiteering means? That is, you are not supposed to increase your profit by not reducing the GST if there is a reduction in rate of GST for a product. For a product, previously the rate of GST was 18%. Now the rate of GST came down to 12%. Means to what extent you should have reduced your price? 6%. But without reducing the price 6%, you retained the same price and your profit increased. You understood? That 6% your profit has increased. This is known as profiteering. Now anti-profiteering authority will issue an order asking you not to enjoy the profit and pass on the benefit to your customers. If you are not doing that, then your registration will be cancelled. That is known as violation of anti-profiteering. Then third violation is violation of Rule 86B. What is Rule 86B? We have to pay 1% of our liability through cash ledger. I told you already. So every person whose monthly turnover exceeds 50 lakhs, they have to pay their gross liability minimum 1% through cash, even if they have sufficient balance in the credit ledger. If you violate that provision, then also cancellation of registration. Then last, your liability in GSTR1 is greater than 3B. What does it mean? You have reported more liability in GSTR1, but in liability in 3B you did not pay that much, you paid less amount. Or you have availed more ITC in 3B than your 2B ITC. Means 2B ITC is only matched ITC, but you took more ITC. So in these cases also cancellation of registration. So tell me, what are the 7 cases where the contravention of provisions that leads to cancellation of registration? 7 contraventions. Wrong address, wrong invoice, wrong ITC. Then violation of furnishing bank details, violation of anti-profiteering, violation of Rule 86B, payment of 1%. Then liability in GSTR1 greater than 3B or ITC in 3B greater than 2B. So these are the situations. Got it? Now they can ask any question. You be careful. If they uses the word contravention of provisions, these 7 points you need to write. If they use the word situations, you need to write those 8 points. Okay. Now there is one small amendment. Even TDS, TCS deductor also can make application for cancellation of registration. Not necessary that like TDS, TCS deductor cannot make. Any person can make application for cancellation of registration if they don't want to continue in the business. Okay. Then suspension of registration. So far what we have seen is cancellation. Now suspension. What is this suspension? Before giving order of cancellation, first the registration of a person will be suspended, and this is a temporary phase. So whenever department wants to cancel the registration, directly they will not cancel the registration. They will give a notice to you stating the reason why they want to cancel. Maybe you are, like you are no longer liable to be registered, or you contravene the provisions, or you have not filed the returns, some reason already just now studied what are the reasons. So whenever department wants to cancel the registration, the first thing that they do will be, they will be giving a notice to you. After they give notice, for some period, they will suspend your registration till the time they pass the cancellation order. Now during this suspension period, they will do the investigation. So now you may plead your guilty. So you can say there are some genuine reasons for not filing the returns. Okay. One such situation which I have come across recently is that one person came to me and he said, sir, I believed in one tax consultant, sir. He did not file my returns for 3 months and he collected tax amount from me stating that you need to pay tax. I paid to him because I did not know that much about GST and he did not file returns and all, sir. And now I got a notice asking me to file the returns, otherwise the registration will be cancelled. Now immediately, so around some 12 lakhs was the liability. What the tax consultant did, he collected the tax from the customer, his client, telling that I will pay out of my account. So therefore, he did not file 3B. Using the 12 lakhs, he is doing rotation in that business, you understood? And thereafter, when he asked, I got a notice, he did not pick the phone. The tax consultant did not pick the phone and he is not at all properly responding. So notice we need to give reply. So he came to me and I said, we can't do anything with respect to that. You have to pay that amount. So again, he paid the tax amount, returns and all filed. After filing the return, so I made a written request to the officer stating that, so there was a issue on not on the part of the taxpayer, but he believed in one consultant and that consultant did not file the returns. So department agreed and they are allowing him to continue in the registration. You understood or not? So that is a phase. So the moment they give notice, not that immediately they will cancel. There is a phase, but until that point of time, what they will do? They will suspend the registration. You got it? So this suspension of registration is as good as you are like an unregistered person, which means you cannot issue tax invoice and recover the GST on your outward supplies. On your inward supplies, you cannot take ITC. You got understood or not? And after the end of the suspension period, two things could happen. What are the two things that could happen? Either they will cancel the registration or they will allow you to continue in the registration. Understood, pa? Now, what we need to know is, what is the period for which our registration will be suspended? First, you got the clarity about suspension of registration. So, read this first paragraph. So, when you get a question on suspension of registration, you need to write this. Write a short note on suspension of registration. Once the registered person has applied for cancellation of registration or the proper officer seeks to cancel his registration, the proper officer, highlight may, not shall. May means suspension of registration is mandatory or optional? Optional. It is not mandatory. May suspend his registration during pendency of the proceedings relating to cancellation of registration. Understood? Then for suspension, whether any notice is given? No. Suspension can be without affording reasonable opportunity of being heard, means no notice. Only for cancellation already notice is given, but for suspension no notice and all. Then next, what is the period for which our registration will be suspended? Suspension of registration is only when officer initiate cancellation or even when we make application, both cases, correct? Now concentrate. When I am making application for registration, immediately department may not cancel my registration because they need to check now, investigate why I want to cancel the registration. So from the date what I selected for cancellation or from the date what I made as application, whichever is later, till the conclusion of cancellation proceedings, they will suspend my registration. So tell me, what is the period for which they will suspend my registration? Date I selected in the application or date of application, whichever is later. Why whichever is later? Example, today I make application by selecting 1st November. Okay, so from 1st November. Today I make application by selecting 1st October. Okay, how backdated they can give suspension, you understood. So from today, whichever is later, the date selected in the application or the date of application, whichever is later, till conclusion of cancellation proceedings, my registration will be suspended. See this, the registration shall be deemed to be suspended from the date of submission of application or date from which cancellation is sought, whichever is later, till the conclusion of cancellation proceedings. Then, suppose if officer initiates cancellation, he will specify the date in the notice as to from when the registration will be suspended till the conclusion of cancellation proceedings, our registration is suspended. Sir, you said there won't be any notice for suspension. Yes, no notice for suspension. For cancellation already they gave one notice na. In that itself they will specify with effect from this date your registration is suspended, like that. Again for suspension no separate notice will be given. Where the proper officer has reasons to believe that registration is liable to be cancelled, he will suspend with effect from a date to be determined by him till the conclusion of cancellation proceedings. Can you remember this? Now you may get another short note question. Write a short note on the period of suspension. You have to write these 2 points. Okay. Then next. Now what are the consequences during the period of suspension? So whenever the registration is suspended, what will happen during that period? 2. On outward supplies, we cannot raise tax invoice and recover the GST. On inward supplies, we cannot avail ITC, so we cannot file the GST or 3B return. You got it? So a registered person whose registration has been suspended shall not make any taxable supply, shall not be required to furnish any return under section 39. Then there is an amendment here, deemed revocation of suspension of registration. What is that? Right now we have seen the period of suspension. Actually the period of suspension starts from when? From the date the officer initiates the suspension till the conclusion of cancellation proceedings. This is known as period of suspension, correct? During this period of suspension, can you file the returns? Yes. Not for the suspended period, but for the period before suspension. Yeah, just now we have seen during the period of suspension we cannot file the returns. Then how we can file the returns for the suspended period? Not for the suspended period, but for the period prior to suspension, for which only they are initiating cancellation. Means up to this date we have not filed returns. So for which they initiated cancellation, those pending returns and all, if you file during this period of suspension, then they will not proceed for cancellation. Immediately they will allow you to continue in the registration. Automatic revocation of suspension. Is it clear? Previously this point was not there. Previously this point was not there. Now only they brought this, stating that during the period of suspension also a person can file the returns and a cancellation order will not be passed and the registration will be continued and the suspension will be withdrawn. You got it? Now suppose during this suspended period you did not file the returns pertaining to this period. What will happen? You will get a cancellation order. Once you get a cancellation order, again you have an option to continue a registration. Yes, that is only section 30, revocation of cancellation of registration. You got it? So actually they are giving you multiple layers of protection for you. First notice they gave, suspended period, at least this time you file returns. You are filing returns, suspension will be withdrawn, you can continue. You did not file return, no issue. After the date of cancellation order, so within 30 days you make application for revocation. You apply and file all pending returns. So then also you can continue in the registration. 30 days you missed, don't worry. Again further 30 days we are giving you, but with the approval of ACDC. Okay. So that is additional commissioner or joint commissioner. First 30 days normal. Next 30 days by additional or joint commissioner. Okay. At least at that time you file return. You can continue in registration. That also you missed. Still you have a facility of 30 days by commissioner. Even that you missed. Then go to hell. Okay. We can't do anything. So what is the time limit by which we can make application for revocation? 30 days from the date of cancellation order. It can be extended for a further period of 30 days by additional or joint commissioner. It can be extended for a further period of 30 days by commissioner, and within that time, if you are not making revocation application, then the cancellation order will be effective, means registration is cancelled. That's it. We can't do anything with respect to that. Okay. Then, and whenever you make application for revocation, ensure that you are filing all the pending returns. See, because you did not file returns, that's why they cancel your registration. Now, when you say sorry, ensure that you are rectifying your mistake. What is that mistake you are rectifying? That all returns are filed, then only revocation application can be filed. But you may get a doubt, sir, when the registration is suspended, how can I make application? How can I file the returns? Yeah, you are not filing returns for the suspended period. You are filing returns for the period before the suspension. So those returns only you are filing. Okay, that you can file. Then, so once you make application for revocation, what is the form in which application for revocation is made? REG 21. Within 30 days, if the proper officer is satisfied, they will revoke the cancellation order within 30 days from the date you make application. Suppose if the officer is not satisfied, why he will not be satisfied? You did not pay properly the late fee and interest. You filed returns, but you did not pay the late fee and interest. So proper officer will say, boss, you need to pay the interest and late fee. Like that they will give a notice. So in REG 23, within 7 working days, if you make the payment and give a reply that you have paid, thereafter within 30 days, either they will grant the registration, that is revocation of cancellation order, or they will reject the application. Okay. So what are the time limits here you need to remember? First cancellation order within 30 days plus 30 days plus 30 days, you need to make application for revocation. REG 21. Thereafter within 30 days, two things can happen. Either they will give a notice or they will revoke the cancellation order. Revocation of cancellation order in form REG 22. Suppose if they give a notice REG 23. Thereafter, after notice within 7 working days you need to give reply, and that reply is in REG 24. Thereafter again they have 30 days time either to revoke the cancellation order or to reject the application. Rejection of application is always REG 5. Okay. This is the procedure for revocation of cancellation of registration. And there is one more procedure which I have given before, Rule 21, procedure for cancellation of registration. What is the difference between this and this? Sir, this is for revocation of cancellation which will arise after cancellation. So before that cancellation order, what is the process that they follow? Now, what proper officer will do? First, you made an application for cancellation of registration. When you made application for cancellation of registration, proper officer is satisfied that registration is liable to be cancelled. So within 30 days from application, they will pass an order for cancellation in REG 20. Simple. Got it? You made application, officer satisfied that yes, cancellation to be done, means within 30 days from application, they will pass an order for cancellation of registration. Over. Now, proper officer not satisfied that the application needs to be accepted because he is of the opinion that your turnover is only 18 lakhs and the applicable threshold limit is 20. Easily you will cross 20 lakhs. So therefore, they don't want to cancel your registration. Now they will give a notice. When they give a notice, you need to furnish a reply within 7 working days. Now again, are they satisfied with the reply? Yes, they will, what they will do? They will cancel. Otherwise, they will reject the application. You understood? So this is the procedure that you need to remember, but this procedure is not important. This procedure is not important. It is there in study material, so I have given. But the next procedure is there, revocation of cancellation. That is only very important. That you mark as important. Because that is only given in section 30 and that can be tested in exam. Now, few points with this registration is completed, concentrate. As per rule 23 of CGST rules, all the pending returns to be filed before revocation of cancellation of registration if cancellation of registration is on account of non-filing of returns. Okay, I told you already. So, at the time when you make application for revocation, ensure that all the pending returns are filed. If the cancellation is revoked, all returns pertaining to the period from the date of cancellation till the date of revocation, you should file within 30 days. What is this returns? Simple pa. I have not filed returns from January to June, 6 months. So, they have given me a cancellation notice and afterwards they passed a cancellation order. The cancellation order is passed in September. So, I have not filed returns up to June. July, August, September, my registration is suspended. Okay. And September, they gave me a cancellation order with effect from which date? Cancellation order with effect from July 1st. Okay. September I got the order, but the effective date of cancellation is retrospective from when? July 1st, because I did not file returns till June. You got it? And my July 1st onwards, my registration was suspended. Okay. Now, after September, in October month, I am making an application for revocation. Which returns I should file? Jan to June, very good. Jan to June, I need to file. So, revocation application taken. Now, they passed a revocation order, means allowing me to continue in registration. Now, for 3 months, I did not file returns. Which 3 months? July, August, September. Those 3 months returns, I have to file within 30 days after I get the revocation order. You understood? So, if the cancellation is revoked, all the returns pertaining to the period from the date of order of cancellation to the date of revocation of cancellation should be filed within 30 days from the date of order of revocation. And remember one more point, application for cancellation of registration, application for revocation of cancellation should be Aadhaar authentication, which means, so definitely Aadhaar authentication is required for that reason. What some people are doing, so these article students and all who are working in CA office, so they know the client's username and password, GST login details they know. Suppose if they are not getting leave from the principal for exam and all, they will log in and they will apply for cancellation. So registration gets cancelled. Whose registration? Client's registration. Then client will call the chartered accountant and half an hour dash beep. Okay. So therefore, this kind of satisfaction article students will be getting. That's the reason why now they have brought in Aadhaar authentication. Even if you submit the application for cancellation to the registered person, mobile SMS will go. You have successfully made application for cancellation. Please enter OTP like that. No, immediately will call, hey, no, I did not apply for cancellation and all. Who applied? So therefore, that's why they have brought in this point. So cancellation of registration, application for revocation of cancellation of registration. So Aadhaar authentication is mandatory. So with this, we completed registration under GST. Okay. Then, so we have this supply under GST. Please take that segment 2. Page number 20. Page number 20. Listen, concentrate. So we are left with few small topics: supply, composite supply, mixed supply, then invoice and time of supply. Thereafter we have returns, payment process, then e-way bill and GST practitioner. All these are small topics only. We will quickly complete this. So page number 20, you can see meaning of supply. So I told you already that meaning of supply is for the purpose of deciding whether a transaction is for supply or not. If an activity is not a supply, then liability to pay GST shall not arise. So therefore, first the activity should become supply, and supply is defined under section 7. Section 7, we have 3 subsections that you need to remember. 7 subsection 1, inclusions in the meaning of supply. 7 subsection 2, exclusions from the meaning of supply. 7 subsection 1 capital A, classification of supply into goods or services. These are the 3 subsections that we have. In that, we are starting with 7 subsection 1, inclusions in the meaning of supply. In this 7 subsection 1, we have total 4 clauses, 7.1a, 7.1aa, 7.1b and 7.1c. What does 7.1a says? Any activity, that can be any activity for consideration. It should be for consideration. And whether it should be in the course or furtherance of business, yes. And from whose perspective we need to see whether it is in the course or furtherance of business, supplier point of view. And the coverage can be goods or services, then that activity will become supply under 7.1a. For example, I am taking classes. Is it an activity? Yes. Is it for consideration? No. So it is not for consideration here, where I am charging you consideration. It is not for consideration. Okay. And will it come under 7.1a? No. Sir, what is consideration? Something in return. Quid pro quo. Something in return is consideration. Any amount paid or payable. Any amount paid or payable. So like many students ask me, sir, why are you doing it for free? So you are going to get some benefit in future, that when we complete CA Inter, come into CA final, we will be purchasing your classes or we will be attending your classes. For that reason only now you are taking. Definitely not. How many uncertain events are there, you know? First, you have to complete CA Inter. Second, you have to come into CA final, and at that time I should be alive. I should be taking classes. Okay. Then at that time there may be a better faculty than me, you might be going to that better faculty. No one can stop you. So you have to see, it is your money, you are going to choose. So therefore you can definitely choose a better faculty, and no one is permanent. Definitely there could be a better faculty than me, who might have already been born. Somewhere he will be, just a matter of time. So definitely he will overtake. So you have to go with him. What's the guarantee? Is there a guarantee? Are you signing a bond, or are you giving a post-dated check? No. So consideration is not involved. You understood or not? So payable means that there should be a certainty. Payable does not mean hypothetical or remote. Payable means there should be an element of certainty. Then only it will be called as consideration that is involved in the transaction. Yes, of course, consideration need not be received, but consideration is receivable also. But for that receivable also, there should be an element of certainty, is what I am trying to convey to you. You understood or not? If there is no certainty in that, so then it will not be treated as consideration. You understood? But I am taking it freely for a different reason. So that reason is, so in one emotion, I said that I will be taking every 6 months free fast track like that. 2 years before in emotion I said. And that, so that promise I am just keeping it. Okay. It will be very difficult to keep up the promise pa. Okay. And therefore I am just keeping the promise. That's it. Nothing else. And also, you know what happened is that many people, places like where coaching centers, all those people and all, you know, they also should understand that yes, we can also do something free. Not necessary that for everything we need to charge to the student. Certain things we can do free, like fast track batch or revision batches, or giving them backup lectures. These and all they can do free. Okay. And this as an example I want to start. okay, so that others also should know that not every time we need to loot only from the students, little bit we can give back to them, okay. So therefore, that is the motive, nothing else, okay. And CA final, when you come, we will see, huh? Okay. You should come is what I pray for, and but it is up to you whether you come for my class or you go with anyone's classes, no strings attached, okay. But you all should complete CA inter and come into CA final. My prayer will always be there for you, don't worry about that. Just for word I said, okay, but I know that certain you will complete CA inter and you will come into CA final. Say this. So therefore 7.1a activity for consideration whether in the course or furtherance of business. Yes, from supplier point of view, goods or services. One more example. So there is a hotel, restaurant. That restaurant is selling the food and selling the food for consideration. Activity, sale of food. For consideration, yes. Is it in the course or furtherance of business? Yes. For the supplier you need to see, and supplier point of view, let it be goods or services. Then 7.1aa, what is the difference between 7.1a and 7.1aa? Everything is same except that 7.1a is between any person to any person, but 7.1aa is between a person other than individual and its members. Who is person other than individual? HUF and its members, firm and its partners, company and its shareholders, and BOI and its individuals, AOP and its persons. Are you getting this? So any person other than individual and its members. So between them, if there is any transaction, you may not say that it is supply because they both are one and the same. That's why they have added this 7.1a example. There is an association, there is a club which is providing facilities to its members, and from members they are collecting the membership fees. Now actually club and members are one and the same. If all the members leave, whether the club is in existence, no. Even then it should become supply. That's why they brought this point. Are you getting this? So what is 7.1aa? Any activity between a person other than individual and its members. Should it be for consideration? Yes. In the course or furtherance of business? Yes. Point of view, supplier. Coverage, goods or services. Then 7.1b. What is the difference between 7.1a and 7.1b? 7.1a is any activity, but 7.1b is only import of services. And both 7.1a and b should be for consideration. But 7.1a in the course or furtherance of business, 7.1b whether or not in the course or furtherance of business. And 7.1a should be seen from whose perspective? Supplier point of view. But 7.1b should be seen from recipient point of view. And here we have only coverage, services. Why import of goods is not given here? Only import of services is given because import of goods is a subject matter of customs, and customs is not subsumed in GST. Customs is outside the ambit of GST due to that reason. Okay. And example for this, when you subscribe for Amazon Prime or Netflix, it is not actually in the course or furtherance of your business. Am I right? But even then it will become supply. Sir, why they made this transaction as supply for payment of GST? Because there is a foreign exchange that is going outward. So even though it is a personal activity, when you import the services, foreign exchange outflow is there. In order to control the foreign exchange outflow, they brought this point 7.1b. Okay. So tell me what is 7.1a? Come on. Any activity for consideration in the course or furtherance of business. Whose point of view? Coverage. 7.1aa activity between a person other than individual and its members. Consideration. Furtherance of business. Coverage. Coverage. Point of view. 7.1b activity. Consideration. Course or furtherance of business. May or may not be. Point of view. And what is covered here? Now 7.1c, you check. In 7.1c, read with schedule 1. There are 3 schedules. In CGST Act, there are 3 schedules. Schedule 1 is for 7.1c. That is activities without consideration. there are some activities without consideration, and those activities without consideration are treated as supply. Activities without consideration, activities without consideration treated as supply, treated as supply. That is 7.1c. So whenever you are referring to 7.1c, you need to write read with schedule 1. Then schedule 2. Schedule 2 is section 7 subsection 1 capital A. What is that? Classification of supply into goods or services. So once an activity becomes supply, it will be classified into goods or services. Classification of supply into goods or services. And then schedule 3. Schedule 3 is what? Section 7 subsection 2. 7 subsection 2 is what? Exclusions from supply. Exclusions from supply. So remember, whenever you are writing 7.1c, right, read with schedule 1. Whenever you are writing 7.1a, capital A, classification, read with schedule 2. 7 subsection 2, exclusion from supply, read with schedule 3. Now 7.1c, read with schedule 1, total we have 4 activities. These 4 activities you need to remember with a keyword mnemonic DRIP, D-R-I-P. D for disposal of business asset on which ITC is availed. I have purchased a business asset. At the time of purchase of business asset, I availed the ITC, and that business asset is disposed of. Now it will come under disposal of business asset on which ITC availed. Is consideration essential here? No, because there is no consideration. Remember, only when there is no C, you will refer to 7.1c. What is that C? Consideration. When there is no C, say C7.1c. Okay. So 7.1c is applicable only when there is no consideration. So consideration will not be there. Whether this disposal of business asset should be in the course or furtherance of business may or may not be. I will give you 2 examples. I purchased the AC. On that AC purchase, GST paid, I availed as ITC. That AC I donated to an orphanage and I booked it under my CSR obligation. So every company will have a corporate social responsibility. Out of their profits, they have to spend something for the society. Under that, I booked this. So now, will it be in the course or furtherance of business? Yes. Actually, this is a part of my CSR obligation. Means this disposal of business asset is in the course or furtherance of business. I donated it to an old age home and I did not put it under my CSR. So now it is not in the course or furtherance of business. I gave it to my employee. All these cases I availed ITC and I gave it to my employee in the course or furtherance of business. Why? Employee welfare. I have given it to an outsider, no way connected to the business, not in the course or furtherance of business. So the disposal of business asset may be in the course or furtherance of business or may not be in the course or furtherance of business, but the business asset is disposed of. On that business asset, ITC is availed. That is this point. Yes or no? Then, whose point of view disposal of business asset? Supplier point of view. And the coverage is what? Only goods, because it is disposal of business asset. Business asset is what? Goods only. Then R for related party transactions, including transaction between distinct persons. And again, is consideration essential? No. And is it in the course or furtherance of business? Yes. This related party transaction or transaction between distinct persons should be in the course or furtherance of business. Again, from whose perspective we need to see? Supplier point of view. And the coverage is goods or services. And I for import of services. What is this import of service versus 7.1b import of service? 7.1c import of service is from a related person or another establishment located outside India. But 7.1b import of service is from any person. Now what is the difference between 7.1b import of service versus 7.1c import of service? 7.1b for consideration, 7.1c without consideration. Then one more difference you can see. 71B, whether or not in the course or furtherance of business, but 71C in the course or furtherance of business. And again, both should be seen from whose perspective? Recipient perspective, and the coverage is services. Now listen, I wanted to start one smartphone company, and I started that smartphone manufacturing company in India, and I made a very good smartphone, and so durable, with very good storage, processor, everything. But that software works based on that hardware works based on a software OS. Only two OS is there in earth for mobile, that is iOS and Android. iOS they will not give, Android they will give. But what Google will say, I will give you Android free, you don't have to pay me any amount, take free, but give me 60% of your equity. Give 60% of your equity, then I will give you this for free. So, okay, fine, because if I need to survive in the business, I have to get this software. You understood how, monopoly it has become? So, even though you are a hardware manufacturer, any mobile it may be, ultimately it should run with one OS. So, who makes major money? It is Android. Google company is making big money. It's not the smartphone manufacturers. So, now I am giving 60% equity to them, because at least I need to do the business in India. So, I gave 60% equity. I got the software free. Import of service for consideration or without consideration? Where consideration is there? How giving equity will become consideration? Giving equity is a investment. Okay, that is not a consideration. You understood? Moreover, these securities and all will not be treated as consideration here. So, giving equity is just investment. They have invested, like that it is. So, now in this case, so there is no consideration, but whether myself and Google are related parties? Yes. Why? Google is the holding company, I am the subsidiary company. Related parties, import of services for consideration or without consideration? Without consideration, from a related person. In the course or furtherance of my business? Yes. So, it will become supply, because there is indirectly consideration going to Google in the form of profit share. Got it? Whatever profits I make in my business, 60% will go to Google, correct or not? Which means indirectly there is a consideration in the form of share of profit. That's why they have brought this into supply. You got the clarity? So, import of services without consideration in the course or furtherance of business, and from recipient point of view. Last, principal agent transaction. Principal agent transaction, but only in the context of goods. See there, coverage is only goods. So, any transaction that takes place between principal and the agent, so involving goods, again here without consideration, because when the agent will pay to the principal, only when the product is sold, correct? Agent delivers the goods, principal delivers the goods to the agent. Agent will sell, only when agent sells to the buyer, agent will make the payment to principal, otherwise agent will not pay, correct? So, which means there is no consideration, but even then it will become supply, provided it is in the course or furtherance of business. This is about inclusions in the meaning of supply. You understood, pa? Now, whenever you see a transaction, you need to interpret as to whether it is in the course or furtherance of business, it is for consideration, etc. and all, and check as to where it will come, 71A or 71AA, 71B or 71C. We will see some examples to understand that later. Even we have a MCQ test on this. So, carefully listen, we will do the MCQ on this. Then next, 71C, read with schedule 1. These are the 4 points that I have discussed just now. Disposal of business asset. Disposal or permanent transfer of business asset. The business asset can be either fixed asset or current asset on which ITC has been availed. Then R for related party transaction, including transaction between distinct persons. Now, we need to know who are treated as related parties. Total 9 relationships we have, and they will be treated as related parties, that we will see little later. After break we will see that. And even import of service by a person from a related person or establishment outside India. The DRIP full form I have given, what is it? Then P for principal agent transaction, where agent is acting on behalf of the principal. Okay. So these are the 4 activities. Now we need to know some important definitions in this, that is meaning of goods, meaning of services, meaning of consideration, meaning of business, meaning of related, meaning of distinct persons. All these points we need to understand. Okay. Okay, see this. Look into the meaning of related person. Related person is defined under explanation to section 15, but it is not given under section 2. So total 9 points we have under related definition. First point, such persons are officers or directors of one another's business. So what does it mean? It means that in your business you are appointing me as director or officer, and in my business I am appointing you as officer or director. Now we both are treated as related. Again I am repeating. So in your business you are appointing me as officer or director, and in my business I am appointing you as officer or director, which means we have the mutual interest in our business. So we both are treated as related. That is this point. Such persons are officers or directors of one another's business. Number 2, such persons are legally recognized partners in business. Who are legally recognized partners means the partnership firm should be registered. If the partnership firm is not registered, then they are not called as legally recognized partners. Say for example, so ABC and Co, one partnership firm is there. In that 3 partners are there, A, B and C. A and B are related, B and C are related, and A and C are related. That is this, such persons are legally recognized partners of a firm. But remember, firm and partners are not related. Only partners of a firm are related, but the firm and partners are not related. Number 3, such persons are employer and employee. Employer and employee are also treated as related. So what are the 3 points you need to remember? First 3 points. Such persons are officers or directors of one another's business. They are legally recognized partners of a firm. They are employer and employee. Then 4th one, you see, any person directly or indirectly owns, controls or holds 25% or more of the outstanding voting stock or shares of both of them. What does it mean? That there are 2 companies. So X Limited and Y Limited are 2 companies, and this X Limited and Y Limited are having a common shareholder. Okay. So this X Limited and Y Limited is having a common shareholder, Mr. A. Mr. A has invested 30% in X Limited, and Mr. A has invested 25% in Y Limited. Now X Limited and Y Limited is having a common shareholder, Mr. A, who is holding 25% or more. 25% or more is a substantial interest. So therefore X Limited and Y Limited, if there is any transaction between them, any transaction between X Limited and Y Limited, that's a related party transaction. Understood? So what is that you need to remember in 4th point? 2 companies having a common shareholder holding 25% or more, then those 2 companies are treated as related. You don't have to remember exactly the way in which it is given in the law. Try to remember, because you will not get a question on write a short note on related definition. You will not get that. But they will give transactions. In that transaction, we need to apply this and arrive at the answer. So you remember it in the normal way. There are 2 companies having a common shareholder. How much that common shareholder has invested? 25% or more in both the companies. Now those 2 companies are treated as related. How X Limited will know that A has invested 25% in Y Limited? How X Limited will know that A has invested 25% in Y Limited? That A has to disclose this under Companies Act disclosure requirements, that with X Limited they have to disclose that they have 25% in Y Limited. With Y Limited they need to disclose that they have 30% in X Limited. So whenever you are investing more than or equals to 25% in any company, with the other companies you need to disclose that fact. So any transaction that takes place between these 2 companies is a related party transaction. That is point number 4. Then point number 5, 5th point, you see, one of them directly or indirectly controls the another. What is the meaning of control? Control is not defined in GST. but usually control means either investment more than 50%, investment wise more than 50%, or board of directors wise, if you see majority common board of directors, or controlling the operations. One company controls the operations of the another company. These three cases are treated as control. Holding and subsidiary companies are treated as related because of the investment control, investment more than 50%. Then there are two companies, A Limited and B Limited. These two companies are having three directors. In that three directors, two directors are common directors. Definitely these two companies are treated as related. Or one company controls the operations of the other company. For example, Oyo will not invest on a hotel. They will take already an existing hotel and operate that hotel in their name, and they will generate the money and they will give a share to the hotel owner. So therefore, here Oyo is taking the control of operations of a hotel. So that is also called as control. Investment wise, either more than 50%, or board of directors wise, majority common board of directors, or controlling the operations. All these three are treated as control. Then sixth point, both of them are directly or indirectly controlled by a third person. So what does it mean? Say for example, A Limited, X Limited and Y Limited are the three companies, and the board of directors of A Limited are A, B, C, D, E are the board of directors of A Limited, and the board of directors of X Limited is A, B, C, I, K. Then the board of directors of Y Limited is A, D, E, F, H. Now these are the board of directors. Now if you see whether A Limited and X Limited is having common board of directors. Yes. How many common board of directors? A, B, C, A, B, C. 3 out of 5 directors are common, which means majority common. So whether A Limited and X Limited are treated as related. Yes, because there is a control between them. There is a control between them. So because there is a control between them, they are treated as related. Then same way, you take A Limited and Y Limited. Between A Limited and Y Limited, who are common? A, D and E are common. Again, 3 board of directors are common between these two companies. So again, A Limited is controlling Y Limited. So because there is a control between them, so they are treated as related. But if you see X Limited and Y Limited, only one director is common. Only one director is common. 1 out of 5 will never be majority. So there is no control, correct? Between X Limited and Y Limited, is there any control? No control, pa. There is no control. Even though there is no control, but they are treated as related. How, sir, they are treated as related even if there is no control? Because they both are under the common control of a third person. You understood? They both are under the common control of a third person, A Limited. Due to that reason, X Limited and Y Limited are related. Simple part, two companies with a common parent company. Two companies with a common parent company. These two companies are treated as related. Okay. These are the next 3 points. What are the first 3 points? Come on. Such persons are officers or directors of one another's business. Number 2, legally recognized partners of a firm. Number 3, employer, employee. 3 points over. Next 3 points. That is, two companies having common shareholder. How much investment? Greater than or equals to 25%. Then second, control. One company controls the another. What is the meaning of control? Investment more than 50%, or majority common board of directors, or controlling the operations. Number 3, they both are under the common control of a third person. Okay. So then 3 more points we have. Together they directly or indirectly control a third person. Together they control a third person. What does it mean? Say there are 2 shareholders there are two shareholders, Mr. P and Mr. Q. P has invested 30% in X Limited. P has invested 30% in X Limited. Q has invested 25% in X Limited. Whether P controls X Limited? No, no control. Okay. Whether Q controls X Limited? No. But together if you see P and Q, what is their investment together? 55%. Is there a control? Yes. As together they control a third person, so P and Q are treated as related. Is it clear? Individually they are not controlling, but together they control a third person. Because of that reason because they both have the controlling stake in the company, so they both are treated as related. So then all the shareholders of a company are related? Not necessary, because we need to see only two parties. Take any two shareholders. If those two shareholders together control the company, then those two shareholders are treated as related. That is this point number 7. That is, together they control directly or indirectly a third person. Then number 8, they are members of the same family. What is the meaning of family? Family is defined as spouse and children. For example, you take me. My wife and my children are my family. Okay, related. But my brothers, my sisters, my parents, my grandparents are my family if they are wholly, mainly dependent on me. Okay, so spouse and children, always family. But others, brothers, sisters, parents, grandparents will become family only if they are wholly and mainly dependent on me. Whether my in-laws will come under my family? No. So my in-laws are not my family. Let it be brother-in-law, sister-in-law, daughter-in-law, son-in-law, father-in-law, mother-in-law. Any in-law will not be treated as family. Also one more problem is there here. For me, my grandchildren is not family for me, because only children is given, grandchildren is not given. But for my grandchildren, I am their family. How? Because from grandchildren perspective, you see, their grandfather, if dependent on them, so grandfather will become family. You understood? So what is the meaning of family here? Spouse and children, whether or not dependent. Then parents, grandparents, brothers, sisters of that person, if they are wholly and mainly dependent, they will come under family. Then 9th point, also persons who are associated in the business of one another, in that one is the sole agent or sole distributor or sole concessionaire of the other, then also they will be deemed as related. Means, remember, sole selling agent will always be treated as related. Who is a sole selling agent? There is only one agent, sole agent. Sole agent means one agent, and all the transactions happens through that agent only, means that agent will be treated as related. So these are the next 3 points. So total, what are the 9 points that you need to remember? Come on. Such persons are officers or directors of one another's business. Number 2, legally recognized partners of a firm. Number 3, employer and employee. Then 4th point, 2 companies, common shareholder, investing 25% or more. Then next, 1 company, directly or indirectly controlling the another. Then they both are under the common control of a third person. What is the meaning of control? Investment more than 50, majority common board of directors, controlling the operations. Next point, together they control a third person. Then family. Then finally, sole selling agent. Family meaning spouse and children, whether or not dependent, parents, brothers, sisters, grandparents, if they are wholly and mainly dependent. Now look into this illustration 1. Examine whether the activity of import of service in the following independent cases would amount to supply under section 7 of CGST Act. Ms. Srinidhi Kaushik received Vastu consultancy services for her residence located at Bandra, Mumbai from Mr. Rachel of Sydney, Australia. The amount paid for the said service is $5,000. What is your answer? Is it import of service for consideration or without consideration? For consideration. So don't check anything. Always it will be supply under 7(1)(b). So import of service for consideration, whether or not in the course or furtherance of business, it will become supply under 7(1)(b). Then next, second, Ms. Srinidhi Kaushik received Vastu consultancy services for her residence located Bandra, Mumbai from her son Mr. Varun residing in Sydney. Further, Ms. Srinidhi did not pay any consideration for the said service. Import of service without consideration. We need to refer to 7(1)(c). In 7(1)(c), import of service should be from a related person. Check, is it from a related person? Son, always treated as family, related. And is it for consideration? No. In the course or furtherance of business? No. It is for her house, correct? Therefore, it will not be coming under 7(1)(c). Because for 7(1)(c), import of service should be in the course or furtherance of business. Here it is not in the course or furtherance of business, so not a supply. Then next, third, Ms. Srinidhi Kaushik received Vastu consultancy services for her business premises located Bandra, Mumbai from her son Mr. Varun residing in Sydney, Australia. Further, Ms. Srinidhi did not pay any consideration for the said service. Again, is it import of service? For consideration or without consideration? Without consideration. And is it from a related person? Yes. In the course or furtherance of business? Yes. It is for her business premises. So it will become supply under 7(1)(c). Now, suppose if they ask, what is the taxability of this? Suppose if they ask, what is the taxability of this? What is it you will write first? Is it OIDR or other than OIDR? Other than OIDR. Imported by non-taxable recipient or other than non-taxable recipient? Who will be non-taxable recipient? Individual, trust, government. Here individual. So will they come under non-taxable recipient? No. They have to import it for what purpose? Personal purpose. Here it is for what purpose? Business purpose. So due to that reason, it will not be exempted. It will be taxable and they need to pay GST under RCM. You got it? Then next, come back to principal agent transactions point. See the before page, principal agent transactions. Generally, any transaction that takes place between principal and agent, if it is goods, that will become supply. When the agent is acting on behalf of principal. Now concentrate. I am an agent. You are my buyers. Okay, I am an agent. You are my buyers. And I have one principal. Okay. Now principal is sending the goods to me. Now I am raising invoice in my name to you. Then am I representing the principal? Yes. Means the principal is hidden behind me. You got it? The principal is not known. So I am acting on behalf of principal. Now any transaction between my principal to me will become a principal agent transaction treated as supply under 7(1)(c). Suppose if I am not raising invoice to you, but my principal only directly raised invoice to you, which means you know who is principal, who is agent. Means agent acting on behalf of principal? No. Then any transaction between principal and agent is not a supply. You got it? So principal agent transaction will become supply when? Only if the agent is acting on behalf of principal. When the agent is acting on behalf of principal, if the agent is raising invoice in his own name, then only agent is acting on behalf of principal. If agent is not raising invoice in his own name, then agent is not acting on behalf of principal. So any transaction between principal to agent will be supply or not a supply? Not a supply. So as per CBIC circular, an agent should represent principal in all respects. Raise invoice in their name or accept invoice in their name. When accept invoice in their name, if it is a purchase transaction, the invoice should be in the name of the agent. If it is a sale invoice, the invoice should be raised by the agent in his name. So then only agent acting on behalf of principal. Clear, Pa? Can you remember this? When principal agent transaction becomes supply? If agent is acting on behalf of principal. When agent is acting on behalf of principal? If agent raise invoice in his name or accepts invoice in his name, then agent is acting on behalf of principal. Then look into the meaning of recipient, because while discussing input tax credit, so one student asked me, sir, I have got an order from one person, but I am delivering the goods to the other person. Can I raise invoice to the other person directly rather than raising invoice to the billing address? Can I raise invoice to the shipping address? No. Why you cannot? Because there is a meaning of recipient. Who is called as recipient? If consideration is involved in the transaction, the one who is liable to pay the consideration. For example, I got an order from the holding company to deliver the goods to their subsidiary company. Who is liable to pay consideration to me? Holding company. So who is my recipient? Holding company. To whom I need to raise invoice? Holding company only I need to raise invoice. You understood or not? Even though I am delivering the goods to the subsidiary company, the one who is liable to pay the consideration is only the recipient. If consideration is not involved in the transaction, then to whom I am delivering the goods or to whom I am delivering the services, so that person will be the recipient. Just 3 words you need to remember. So who is the recipient? The one who is liable to pay consideration. If consideration is involved. Suppose if consideration is not involved, the one who is receiving the goods or receiving the services. Over. That is the meaning of recipient. So this they asked in May 18 for 5 marks. Okay. Meaning of recipient. Then now we are moving on to exclusions from the supply. So whenever we read exclusions, we need to remember it as 7 subsection 2 read with schedule 3. So this is the list of exclusions. Look into this. Yes, sovereign functions of government. So what are the sovereign functions of government? Already we discussed in exemptions. All activities of government other than 4 are excluded from supply. What are the 4 activities of government which is covered under supply? Department of Post, then transportation of goods or passengers, airport or port services, services to business entities. These 4 activities of government is only covered under supply. All other activities of government is excluded from supply. Correct? So that is the sovereign functions of government. So 4 activities are covered under supply, others are excluded. Then P, post. What are the posts which are excluded? Government post. Government post means MLAs, MPs, etc. Then constitutional post. President, governor will come under constitutional post. Nominated post. That is, there will be one board under government like CBI, director, SEBI, chairman, RBI, governor. These are called as nominated post. These people getting money is also excluded from supply. What is the first one? All activities of government other than 4 activities excluded from supply. Second, so post, government post, constitutional post, nominated post. Then A, you need to remember this with a keyword spelled slow. Yes? Okay, sovereign functions. P, post. A for actionable claims. Actionable claims other than lottery betting gambling means what? Lottery betting gambling is covered under supply. All other actionable claims are excluded from supply. Now, what is the meaning of an actionable claim? Any instrument which satisfies 4 conditions will be called as an actionable claim. You have a right to receive a benefit or recover a debt. Bill of exchange you take. When you have a bill of exchange, you have right to recover a debt and it should be transferable. Can the bill of exchange be transferred? Yes. And the holder of that right is entitled to recover the debt. So whomsoever is holding the bill, he will be recovering it. Correct? And so is it legally enforceable? Bill of exchange is enforceable? Yes. It is covered under Negotiable Instruments Act. So it is legally enforceable. If these 4 conditions are satisfied, that instrument is called as an actionable claim. What are the 4 conditions? Right to receive a benefit or recover a debt. Legally enforceable. Transferable. The holder of that right is entitled to recover the debt or receive the benefit. Is lottery ticket an actionable claim? Yes. You have a lottery ticket. Means you have right to receive the prize money. And can it be transferred to other person? Yes. Can it be legally enforced? Yes. In the states where lottery system is prevailing. Number 4, whomsoever is holding the lottery ticket, that person will receive the benefit. So lottery ticket is also an example for actionable claim. So, but not all actionable claims are covered under supply. What are the actionable claims which are covered under supply? Only lottery, betting and gambling. A lottery ticket is actionable claim, okay. What is this betting and gambling? In betting and gambling, for example, when you go to a casino, so this casino, the moment you deposit cash, they will be giving you chips to play. That red, blue color, green color chips will be there. So that chips only we will be playing, or tokens or coins, anyway you can call it as. So those are called as actionable claims, okay. Then next, legal fees collected by court or tribunal, SPALL, in that L is legal fees. So court or tribunal will be collecting some fees for the purpose of, like taking a case. So whenever you file an affidavit, we need to pay some court fees. So this court fees is not to give the judgment, but for the purpose of documentation purpose they will be collecting. This court fees is excluded from supply, but courts and tribunals will be earning some money by way of renting their property. So High Court of Madras has given their property on rent to some Xerox shops, photocopy shops, and they have given it on rent to some advocates for running their offices. Like that, court premises can be given even for telecom operators to install a telecom tower. Whether those activities also excluded from supply? No. Only legal activities, means court fees, whatever fees that they are collecting, that is only excluded from supply. Remaining activities and all are covered under supply. Then next, L for land sale. Land sale, sale of land already we discussed. Sale of land is not a supply because land is an immovable property. Even sale of building is also excluded from supply, but sale of building is excluded from supply only when entire consideration is received after obtaining completion certificate or first occupation, whichever is earlier. So see this, GST on sale of flats or buildings. Now completion certificate will be given by the competent authority. For example, Chennai, you take CMDA, Chennai Metro Development Authority. CMDA will give the completion certificate for the project. Before obtaining completion certificate, you received the consideration. Means the flat is under construction. At that time itself you got the consideration. Is it covered under supply or excluded from supply? Covered under supply. It is not excluded from supply. So whether GST payable? Yes, we need to pay GST on this. Then next, suppose after obtaining completion certificate, if entire consideration is received, means what? Ready to occupy flats. The flat is completed, thereafter they are selling it to a buyer. It is as good as sale of immovable property. So it is excluded from supply, GST not payable. Now the third situation, part consideration received before completion, remaining consideration after completion. At the time of construction itself, you will give some token advance, some 5 lakhs or 10 lakhs and book the flat. And when the flat gets completed, you will pay the remaining amount. In that case, is it covered under supply or excluded from supply? It is covered under supply. Reason being, it says only when entire consideration is received after obtaining completion certificate or first occupation, whichever is earlier, then only it will be excluded from supply. But here, whether entire consideration is received after completion certificate? No. Part received before, part received after. Therefore, it is covered under supply and chargeable to GST. Say for example, sir, the flat price is 75 lakhs and I paid 10 lakhs now, 65 lakhs later after completion. Now whether I need to pay GST on 10 lakhs or entire 75 lakhs? Entire consideration. So GST is payable on entire consideration, not the amount which is received before completion certificate. And this is covered under supply. Now what is that first occupation? Generally in some states they call it as completion certificate, majority of the states. But in Mumbai, they will not call it as completion certificate, they call it as occupation certificate. First occupation means usually for project they give the completion certificate, but for every flat we will get the occupation certificate. So in Mumbai the model is different, wherein they will not give completion certificate, but for every flat they will be giving occupation certificate. So now what does the law says? Either completion certificate or occupation certificate, whichever is earlier. Say for example, date of commencement of construction 25/3/2019, and out of this like 10 flats got booked immediately. In these 10 flats, one person occupied the flat on 15/5/2020 and thereafter 25 flats booked, and thereafter entire project got completed and we got the completion certificate on 28/9/2021. After this 28/9/2021, 5 flats got booked. Now, which will be taken as the date of completion here? Is it 15/5 or 28/9? Whichever is earlier. Which is earlier? 15/5. So, as on 15/5, how many flats got booked? So, on the 10 flats only GST payable, whereas all remaining flats GST not payable. Why not payable? Because it is after completion certificate or first occupation, whichever is earlier. Then, so that is about L and L. Then E, employee to employer in the course of employment. There is an employee who is providing services to the employer in the course of employment, for which the employer receives some salary. On that salary, employee is not required to pay any GST. So remember, salary will not be charged to GST. Okay. Then D, death related. What are death related? Funeral, burial, crematorium, mortuary, including transportation of the deceased. So all post-death activities. So these post-death activities, there is no GST, because until the time the person is alive, on everything there is GST. So at least after death, they should die happily. Okay. So there should not be any GST. That's why it is excluded from supplying. So tell me this SPALLED, SPALLED, for sovereign functions of government. What activities? All activities other than Department of Post, transportation of goods or passengers, airport or port, services to business entities. Then P, what post? Government post, constitutional post, nominated post. A, actionable claims other than lottery, betting, gambling. Then L, legal fees, fees collected by court or tribunal. Another L, land sale, including sale of building. When entire consideration is received after obtaining completion certificate or first occupation, whichever is earlier. Then E, employee to employer in the course of employment. D, death related, that is funeral, burial, crematorium, etc. Then look into the next 4 activities. S, L, O, W. S for sale on high seas. What is high seas? That is before import, when the goods are in transit. Concentrate pa. So the goods are in transit. Okay. I am the original importer. I placed an order with the foreign seller, and the foreign seller is sending the goods. Now goods are in transit. I have a document of title. What is the name of the document of title? Either airway bill or bill of lading. So this document of title I sold to you and I got some money from you. Now who is called as importer? You will be called as importer, the subsequent buyer. Now I got some money from you now. I don't have to pay GST on that. Why I don't have to pay GST on that? Because anyhow you are going to pay customs duty including GST on that. Is it clear? I am the original importer. I placed an order with the foreign seller. The goods are in transit. Now I sold the document of title to you. I received some amount for that. I am excluded from supplying. Why am I excluded from supplying? Because you are going to become the importer. You will pay the customs duty along with IGST. If I also pay GST and recover from you, you will have 2 times GST burden. That's why I am excluded from supplying. This is known as sale on high seas basis. Like this, sale of goods which are warehoused under customs. What is this? That is like the same example. So I have placed an order with the foreign seller. The goods came to India. I deposited the goods in the customs warehouse without payment of customs duty. Now I sold the document of title to you. So what is the difference between that high sea sale versus this sale? In high sea sale, I am selling you the document of title before import. But in this case, I am selling the document of title after import warehoused goods. In both the cases, who is going to pay the customs duty? The subsequent buyer. You are going to pay the customs duty including IGST. So I am relieved from the taxability. So I don't have to pay any GST. Got the clarity or none? So what are the 2 points you need to remember? Sale of goods on high seas, that is before import. Number 2, sale of warehoused goods under customs. Warehoused goods means which are deposited in the customs warehouse. Then L for liquor license by state government. State government will be granting license to sell the liquor, and for which they collect a license fee from the wine shops. So this concept is not there in Tamil Nadu, because in Tamil Nadu government itself is selling liquor, whereas in many states, so government will not sell liquor, they will be giving license to sell the liquor, so they get the license fee. So that license fee is excluded from supply, not chargeable to GST. Suppose I have got a license by investing 20 lakhs, I got a license. Now I don't want to run the shop. I am transferring this license to you for 30 lakhs. Now that 30 lakhs which I have received is covered under supply or excluded from supply? Covered under supply. Only liquor license granted by state government is excluded from supply. So liquor license by state government is only excluded from supply. Then O, outside the country movement of goods. What does it mean? That is, I am a seller located in India. You are my buyer, you are also located in India. I have a branch in Germany. You have a branch in Australia. I am sending goods from my branch in Germany to your branch in Australia. Means completely the goods are moving out of India only. Yes, but you have made the payment to me in India. Whether this payment is chargeable to GST? No, because this money is with respect to an activity which is neither import nor export nor a domestic transaction. Are you getting this? Is it import? Because goods are not coming to India. Is it export? No, because goods are not leaving India. Where goods started? Germany, outside India. Where goods terminated? Australia, outside India. So that will not be chargeable to any GST in India, even though the financial impact, the consideration for that is received in India. Then warehouse goods already we saw. So these are the exclusions from supply. Come on, tell me. Spelled slow. Yes. Sovereign functions. SP. Post. Then A. Actionable claims other than lottery, betting, gambling. Then L. Legal fees. Fee collected by court or tribunal. Another L. Land sale, including sale of building where entire consideration is received after obtaining completion certificate or first occupation, whichever is earlier. Then E. Employee to employer in the course of employment. D. Death related. Then S. Sale on high seas. Then L. Liquor license granted by state government. Then O. Outside the country movement of goods. W. Warehoused goods under customs sold. These are excluded from supply, means no GST applicable on this. Then look into this. This is the concept of sale before import, which I have discussed with you. Mr. Rajesh is the original importer. He places an order with the foreign seller for the goods worth $10,000. Now what foreign seller is doing, he delivers the goods to the shipping company. The shipping company will give airway bill or bill of lading to the foreign seller. The foreign seller send that airway bill or bill of lading to Mr. Rajesh, which means Rajesh is having the document of title to the goods because he is the original importer. Now, when the goods were in transit, so what Rajesh did, he identified another buyer, seller. So seller here is Rajesh. He identified a buyer, Satish, and he is transferring the document of title, airway bill or bill of lading, and he collected $11,000. Why $11,000? He purchased for $10,000. It is his margin $11,000, $1,000 is his margin. Now, whatever money that Rajesh has collected is excluded from supply. Now, Satish will file the bill of entry with the customs port and clear the goods from the customs by paying customs duty on what? $11,000. What is the price at which Satish has purchased? $11,000. So even though original import price is $10,000, but Satish is required to pay customs duty including GST on $11,000. So that's the reason why Rajesh is excluded from supply and Satish will get the goods released from the customs port. Got the clarity? Then GST implications on employer-employee relationship. Related to employer-employee, so we have many points. All those points are condensed into these two charts. These two charts are very, very important, and whenever you come across in exam, any transaction between employer-employee, you just refer to this chart and arrive at the answer. Okay, first, we have supply by employee to employer, whether it is goods or services, only services. Why? Employment contract is a contract of service, not contract of goods, correct? It is a contract of service. So therefore, definitely employment contract is a service. So there won't be any goods between employer and employee. So supply of services by employee to employer, divide it into two. Is it in the course of employment or not in the course of employment? If it is in the course of employment, it is excluded from supply. Got it? Why? Just now we saw services by employee to employer in the course of employment is excluded from supply, no need to pay GST. Example, there is a chartered accountant who qualified CA and joined as an employee in finance department of a company for which he got a salary of 50,000 per month. That 50,000 will be excluded from supply, no GST. Whereas, if it is not in the course of employment, so that company asked that chartered accountant to do audit of one branch which is not as per his scope of work. So means it is not in the course of employment, but he did that. So is it in the course or furtherance of his business? Yes. If it is not in the course of employment, it is not excluded from supply. So you check 7 subsection 1. In that 7 subsection 1, A, when it will become supply, activity for consideration in the course or furtherance of business. So is it related to his business? Yes. Chartered accountant doing audit is related to his business. So whatever money that he gets will become supply under 7(1)(a) for doing that audit. You understood or not? Then, sir, but he is employee na, sir? Yes, but that amount is not received in the course of employment. So therefore it will become supply under 7(1)(a). What if he did the audit but he is not getting any amount? Then no consideration. When there is no consideration, you need to refer to 7(1)(c). In that 7(1)(c), DRIP, D, disposal of business asset, no. R, related party transaction. Employer, employee are related na? Yes, they are related, but here as it is not in the course of employment, there is no employer-employee relationship. There is no employer-employee relationship. Reason being, as this is not in the course of employment, so will it come under 7(1)(c)? No. Why it will not come under 7(1)(c)? Because in order to come under 7(1)(c), only specified activities. In that related party transaction, employer-employee are related when it is as per the employment contract. But here whatever work that he is doing is not as per employment contract. So they are not employer-employee. Consequently, it is not a supply. Okay, sir. Then what if it is not in the course or furtherance of business? If it is not in the course or furtherance of business, it will neither come in 7(1)(a) nor in 7(1)(c), because both places it should be in the course or furtherance of business. Consequently, it is not a supply. You understood, pa? Now, tell me total 4 points you need to remember here. What is it? Supply of services by employee to employer. What is the first division? In the course of employment. What is your answer? Excluded from supply, not a supply. Then second, not in the course of employment, but in the course or furtherance of business for a consideration. Supply under 7(1)(a). So without consideration. What if it is not in the course or furtherance of business? Then also not a supply. Then supply by employer to employee, either goods or services. So there is an employer who is giving goods or services to the employee. Okay. Now in that case, what will happen? Check whether is it for a consideration or without consideration. Supply by employer to employee, for consideration or without consideration. Okay. So now if it is for consideration, example, sir, usually employer provide the food facility and collect some nominal amount of 10 rupees or 20 rupees. Employer provides a bus facility or cab facility and collect some nominal amount. So these are called as services or goods by employer to employee for a consideration. Definitely it will become supply under 7(1)(a). Example already I gave, canteen facility to employees where food sold at a concessional rate. Now, what if it is without consideration? Without consideration means what? Here employer provides, so anything to the employee and not charging 1 rupee from the employee. Now you divide it into two. It may be a perquisite or it may be a gift. If it is a perquisite, perquisite forms part of salary, means it will be specified in the contract of employment, then only it will be called as perquisite. So what is the difference between perquisite and gift? If anything is specified in the contract, it is called as perquisite. Not specified in the contract, it is called as gift. So if it is specified in the contract, it is perquisite, which forms part of salary. So therefore it is excluded from supply. Are you understanding this? Because while doing income from salaries, you will add perquisites and all as part of salary, na? So therefore it will be excluded from supply. What if it is a gift? Already we discussed this. Gift up to 50,000 per annum per employee, one employee, then it will be not a supply. Gift exceeding 50,000 per annum per employee, entirely treated as supply, 7(1)(c). Understood pa? So tell me this chart, supply by employer to employee. For consideration, without consideration. For consideration, what is your answer? So it is supply under 7(1)(a). Without consideration, again divide into two. Perquisite, gift. Perquisite, what is your answer? Not a supply. Gift, again divide into two. Value does not exceed 50,000 per annum per employee, not a supply. Beyond 50,000, entirely it will be treated as supply, 7(1)(c). Then next, see the definitions here. Meaning of goods. Goods are defined under section 2 clause 52. Goods means any kind of movable property. Goods includes actionable claims, growing crops, grass or things attached to or forming part of land agreed to be severed under a contract of supply. For example, so I have a teak wood plantation and in 10 acres, I am entering into contract with you that I will deliver after 3 months this teak wood plantation after cutting it. At the time when I enter into contract, it is in what nature? Movable or immovable? Immovable. But at the time of delivery, it becomes movable. So therefore, it will be treated as goods, even though it is immovable at the time of entering into contract. So goods means any kind of movable property. It includes actionable claims. Even it includes growing crops, grass or things attached to or forming part of land agreed to be severed under a contract of supply. Goods excludes two, money and securities. Money and securities are not treated as goods. Even if you see the service definition in the next page, even service definition also excludes money and securities. So money and securities are neither goods nor services. What is the meaning of money? Money can be Indian currency or foreign currency or any instrument recognized by RBI. And money does not include currency held for numismatic value like old coins, etc. Now, two transactions we need to know, will it become goods or not? Sale of cryptocurrency. Sale of cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency, example bitcoins, etc. Will it come under goods or not? Yes or no? Cryptocurrency, that is bitcoins, is it recognized by RBI? As it is not recognized by RBI, it will not come under money definition, correct? So when it is not covered under money definition, then it will come under goods. Goods excludes money, money excludes instrument not recognized by RBI. So an exclusion to the exclusion is inclusion, minus into minus plus, okay? So therefore, sale of cryptocurrency treated as goods. Sale of cryptocurrency treated as goods. Then next, we have sale of old coins. Sale of old coins. Whether sale of old coins also treated as goods? Yes, why? Money definition excludes old coins. Means, so goods excludes money, money excludes old coins, then old coins will be treated as goods. Sale of old coins treated as goods. And securities, securities means what? Shares, debentures, bonds, mutual fund units, all these things will not be coming. So tell me what is the meaning of goods per, come on, goods means any kind of movable property. So immovable property will come under goods? No. Goods includes two things: actionable claims, growing crops or things attached to a farming part of land agreed to be served under a contract of supply. Excludes two: money and securities. Okay, what is money? Again, three means Indian currency, foreign currency. Includes any currency, any instrument recognized by RBI. Excludes old coins. Now there is one situation here that bill of exchange, promissory note and bearer check. These three are actually actionable claims. Bill of exchange, promissory note and bearer check. These three are actually actionable claims. Even these three are recognized by RBI. So if you treat it as recognized by RBI, it is excluded from the meaning of goods. If you treat it as actionable claim, it is included in the meaning of goods. How the same can be included as well as excluded? So you need to understand this. Those actionable claims which are covered under money definition is neither goods nor services. But other actionable claims, others will be treated as goods. But in that also, what will come under supply? Only lottery, betting, gambling. Understood the division here? Those actionable claims which are covered under money, as money definition is excluded from goods and services, it is neither goods nor services. Remaining actionable claims are treated as goods. Those actionable claims which are treated as goods, again, only three actionable claims are covered under supply. What are they? Lottery, betting and gambling. Then actionable claim meaning already I have given here. Total 4 points I told you now. Right to receive a benefit or recover a debt, legally enforceable, can be transferred from one person to another person, whomsoever is the holder of that right, that person is entitled to receive the benefit or recover the debt. Then services meaning, already we know that services excludes both money and securities. And services means what? Anything other than goods. Any activity other than goods is service. Simple definition. Okay. Any activity other than goods is service. Sale of land, is it goods? Sale of land, is it goods? Why? Because it's an immobile property. Will it become service? Yes. Anything other than goods is service. Sale of building, is it goods? No. Why? Immobile. Will it come under service? Yes. Why? Anything other than goods is service. So sale of land and sale of building is actually service, but it is excluded from supply. So in that spelled slow, L, land sale including building. So where entire consideration is received after obtaining completion certificate or first occupation, whichever is earlier. But in exam when they ask, be careful, you have to write it as service. It's a service. Okay. Then service includes transaction in money for a separate consideration, facilitating or arranging transaction in securities. Already I told you this point that I have $100 and I go to a bank. $1 equals to 85 rupees. I give $100 and bank give me 8,500. Transaction in money without any separate consideration. So it is neither goods nor services. I approach a bank. They will give 85 into 100, 8,500 minus 200 rupees they deducted as their charges. Now they are collecting some extra consideration. This extra consideration is known as service. So transaction in money is neither goods nor services, but transaction in money for a separate consideration, that separate consideration is service. But in that, in exemptions we saw one point. What is that? If that consideration is represented by way of interest or discount, it is exempted. If it is any other consideration, then it will be taxable. Then same way, facilitating or arranging transaction in securities. I am not selling securities. Someone is selling securities. You are buying securities. I am acting as a stockbroker. Facilitating or arranging transaction in securities. I get a brokerage. That brokerage what I receive will be covered under supply of service. Okay. So tell me service definition. Come on. Service means anything other than goods, and service definition excludes money and securities. Service definition includes transaction in money for a separate consideration or facilitating or arranging transaction in securities. Okay. And money definition already we have discussed. Then the next definition that we have is consideration. So see that consideration definition. Consideration is defined under section 2 clause 31. Consideration includes, consideration excludes. Consideration can be, I told you, monetary or non-monetary, correct? Consideration can be monetary or non-monetary. Non-monetary can be in the form of goods or in the form of services. So, for example, if I am taking classes and you are giving me commodities like fruits, vegetables, rice, petrol, etc. and all, so that will be coming under non-monetary in the form of goods, or consideration in the form of services. So, I am taking classes for you and you are doing promotion for me, okay. So, amazing faculty, or he is like that, you are doing business promotion for me. So, that is also consideration, okay. So, therefore, non-monetary can be in the form of goods or services. So, consideration includes monetary, non-monetary. Monetary can be any amount received or receivable, non-monetary goods or services. Consideration excludes two things: subsidy from central government or state government. And subsidy is actually ad hoc, which means there won't be any contract between the parties. Example, LPG subsidy. Central government said long back that you pay 1000 rupees per cylinder, we will give you 200 rupees as subsidy, like that they said, okay. And they stopped subsidy. But did we question them? No, because subsidy is not a contractual obligation. It is up to them whether they can pay or not to pay. That is what subsidy is. So, subsidy from central government or state government not treated as consideration. Same way, refundable security deposits. Example, whenever we take a property on rental basis, we pay 6 months rent or 10 months rent as security deposit. Will it be refundable or non-refundable? Refundable. So, that will not be treated as consideration. What if it is a non-refundable security deposit? That will be treated as consideration. Now, this consideration should be in respect of, in response to, or for the inducement of supply of goods or services. What does it mean? That is, I have a mobile, I am selling, I am a mobile dealer, I have a mobile and the price of this mobile is 20,000. Now, that 20,000 is in respect of this supply of goods or services. You understood? Means whenever you tell at the time of sale itself that this much is the price of this product, that amount what you specify is known as in respect of. Then suppose if it is like in response to. So, nowadays lot of actors, music directors and directors are getting cars as gift, okay. So, this gift of cars will come under in response to. So, why they are getting this? Suppose, if they are not directing that movie, if they are not acting in that movie, will they get it? No. So, because they acted in that movie or they directed that movie, that is why they are getting, which means it is response to supply of goods or services. So, that is also treated as consideration, okay. Then next, for the inducement of supply of goods or services, again in movie industry only it will happen. Say there is one very old person, respectable person, and that person wanted to become hero all of a sudden. Childhood onwards, if they become hero and become old, we will accept. But suddenly when he want to become hero and do lot of plastic surgery and all, so we will not accept. But he want to become hero. And so this person wanted Tamanna as heroine. So Tamanna will say, no, no, Papa, I cannot. You are of my grandfather's age. How can I act next to you? Not possible. So for that he says, no, no, you have to act. What you need? I will give one shop. I have lot of shops. I will give one shop to you. You act next to me. Now, this shop which is given to Tamanna to make her sign the movie is known as inducement of. You understood or not? So, therefore, tomorrow Dhanush's son also will act it Tamanna. Okay. In respect of, in response to, or for the inducement of supply of goods or services. Okay. And this is known as inducement of, making a person to sign the contract by giving them something, so that even though before they supplied service you give, it will also coming under consideration. So, what is the meaning of consideration? Monetary, non-monetary, in respect of, in response to, for the inducement of, supply of goods or services. Consideration can be received from recipient or from any other person. What we need to see is presence of consideration, that is only relevant. For example, when you buy a two-wheeler and you get a free after sale service, is it really free after sale service? No. So for the dealer, money will be paid by the manufacturer. So whether manufacturer is the recipient, no, you are the recipient, but the dealer is getting consideration from some other person. So is there a presence of consideration or not in this service? Yes. So we should not see from whom the consideration is received, whether the presence of consideration is there or not is sufficient. Okay. So consideration can be received from recipient or from any other person. Then activity without consideration or consideration without activity is not a supply under 7(1)(a). What is activity without consideration? Right now what I am doing, okay. So no GST on that, really no GST on that. So that's the reason why outside we have put one board, in that big letters we have mentioned free like that, because tomorrow GST department should not come here and say this many students, from one student this much amount, this much fees this idiot is collecting, on that this much GST you need to pay, like that they cannot ask me, okay, because it is activity without consideration, it is not a supply. Same way, consideration without activity. What is the example for this consideration without activity? That is, we are getting consideration called as donations. In response to that, we don't have any obligation to do. Means what type of donations? Conditional donation or unconditional donation? Unconditional donations are not treated as considerations. Okay. Why? Because any amount received should be in response to or in respect of or for inducement of supply of goods or services. For example, say I am constructing one temple and one person gave me a donation 10 lakhs and he is asking me to display the name of that person. So God name also you don't display, but my name you display, so and so person's temple, like that. Okay. Now in that case, whether it is conditional donation or unconditional donation, conditional donation, so I have an obligation to display the name, so it will be treated as consideration and this will become supply under 7(1)(a). Understood pa? Suppose if he gives me donation and he is not asking me to display the name, I did not display the name, I don't have any obligation, then what is this type of donation? Unconditional donation. Will it be treated as consideration? No. So should I pay any GST on that? No. It is not a supply. Okay. Now third situation, first is conditional, second unconditional. Got the clarity now? Now third, that person has given me money and he did not ask me to display the name, but as a gratitude I have displayed the donor's name. Again I am repeating, I collected a donation and I don't have obligation to display the name, but as a gratitude I have displayed the donor's name. Now is it conditional or unconditional? Unconditional. Suppose if I display the business name of the donor, then I am giving a business advantage to him. So CBIC circular says you treat it as conditional donation. Example, donated by Mr. Rajnikant. Conditional or unconditional? Unconditional. Unconditional. Because we don't know which Rajnikant has given. There are a number of Rajnikants in India. Okay. Suppose donated by Rajnikant in brackets actor, if I mention, what does it mean? I am giving a business advantage to that person, so therefore it will be coming under conditional donation. Then donated by MRF Limited, business advantage, conditional donation, because the brand name of the company and the name of the company is same. Donated by FANGS Technologies Private Limited, we don't know what the company is. Actually, that company owns a brand name called as Vivo. Vivo is a brand name of a company called as FANGS Technologies Private Limited. So donated by FANGS Technologies Private Limited, no business advantage. Donated by FANGS Technologies Private Limited in brackets Vivo, brand name I am mentioning, so there is a business advantage. But sometimes the company name and brand name will be same. Sometimes the company name may be different from the brand name. Okay. In that case, I should ensure that I am not putting the brand name. So say this, display of donor name in the premises out of gratitude but not as a compulsion. If the donor name is displayed anywhere in the premises against the donation, what name displayed? Individual name displayed. So it is like unconditional donation, not treated as supply. Display of name gives business advantage to the donor, then it will become supply under 71A and it will be treated as sponsorship services. So in case of sponsorship service, who will pay GST? Already we know that. If the recipient is body, corporate or firm, he will pay GST under RCM. If the recipient is other than body, corporate or firm, the supplier will pay GST under FCM. Now look into this illustration 2 related to these donations. The temple of ancestral deity of Mr. Aman Goyal and his family is located at Beri, Haryana. The temple is run by a charitable organization registered under section 12AA of Income Tax Act 1961. The family has got unshakable faith in their ancestral deity. Mr. Aman is a big entrepreneur having flourishing business of tiles in Gurugram. Upon the birth of their first child, he donated 10 lakhs to the said temple for construction of sitting hall in the temple. So how much is the donation receipt? 10 lakhs. Now see there, on the main door of the sitting hall, a name plate was mentioned for stating donated by Aman Goyal upon birth of first child. Any business advantage? So, treated as unconditional donation. And is it consideration or not? Not treated as consideration. Consequently, it will become supply or not a supply? Not a supply. Suppose, if that is mentioned as donated by Mr. Aman Goyal, proprietor, Messrs. Goyal Enterprises, like that, then there is a business advantage because business name is mentioned. So automatically it will be treated as conditional donation, treated as consideration, and it will become supply under 71A. Then next, meaning of business. So almost all activities will come under business pa. Every activity will come under business, but under which activity it will become business, we have to write in the exam. For that reason only this will be helpful to know the definition of business. So business has two definitions here, general activities and specific activities. This is the general meaning of business. So these are the specific activities. So these specific activities, even though not covered under the general meaning of business, will always be treated as business. So what is the general meaning of business? Trade. Trade means sale of goods. Sale of goods. Commerce. Insurance, all service sector, insurance, banking, warehousing, that will come under commerce, transportation, like that. Service sector will be commerce. Manufacture, conversion of raw material into finished goods. So these are the main three sectors, correct? Any business will come into these three. Either they will be into trade, or they will be into services, or they will be into manufacture. Okay, these three. Then profession, occasion, adventure. All these three are related to skills. If I got a skill by way of qualification and I earn money by using that skill, that is known as profession. Example, advocate, chartered accountant, company secretary, cost accountant, doctor, all these are called as profession because that is by way of qualification. Whereas occasion, experience, not based on qualification, but they got that skill based on experience. Farming, agriculturist is a vocation. Then, so people who perform magic shows, occasion. Astrology, occasion. Okay, so all these are occasion wherein they are not getting the skill based on qualification, they are getting the skill based on practice. Okay, that is called as occasion. Then adventure. If a person is having a skill which is not used for his living, if it is used for living, it will be profession or occasion. If he explores that as a passion, then it will be adventure. Example, a chartered accountant acting in movie is adventure. Yes, of course it's adventure. Okay, really it's adventure. Yeah, why it is called as adventure? Simple, sir. Being a chartered accountant is profession. Now he is having some other skill by way of acting, that will come under adventure. A doctor performing magic show, again adventure. How? Being a doctor is profession, performing magic show will come under adventure. Then an actor making paintings and selling those paintings, adventure. How, sir? Being an actor is occasion. When they make some paintings and sell those paintings, that will come under adventure. Understood or not? So, trade, commerce, manufacture, profession, occasion, adventure, wager or any other similar activities. Okay. So, this is the general meaning of business. Its incidental or ancillary is also covered. What is incidental or ancillary means? So, supporting activities. For example, being a chartered accountant is profession. They authored a book on how to evade tax and that book got published, and from that royalty income is on. Where it will come? Incidental or ancillary to profession. You got it? And the chartered accountant goes and takes a seminar, and for taking seminar some amount he will receive. Where it will come? Incidental or ancillary to profession. So, for the main activity, the connecting activities is known as incidental or ancillary. Okay. Then, irrespective of the volume or frequency, for example, I started a restaurant, and this restaurant, so first day, I asked all of you to come and eat in that restaurant. You came, you purchased food and you ate. Next day, diarrhea, vomiting. You made a complaint. So, I have closed down the restaurant. When I closed down the restaurant, at least for one day I did the business now. At least for one day I did the business. So, irrespective of the volume or frequency, whether or not for a pecuniary benefit. What is the meaning of pecuniary benefit? Profit motive. So, whether profit motive is present or not. So, for example, Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam selling laddus. So, laddus, dairies, calendars, they will be selling. Is it for profit motive? No. Why it is not for profit motive? Without selling that also they have a lot of money. So, that is not for profit motive, but even then it will come under a trade. So, whether or not for a pecuniary benefit. Okay. So, tell me what is the meaning, general meaning of the business. Come on, what are the activities we have? Trade, commerce, manufacture, profession, occasion, adventure, wager or any other similar activity. Okay. Irrespective of the volume, frequency or continuity, its incidental or ancillary is also covered, and whether or not for a pecuniary benefit. Then next, there are some specified activities which are treated as business, whether it may be covered under the general meaning or not. Number one, entry tickets. Entry to any premises, entry to cinema theatre, theme park, water park, any entry ticket is treated as business. Then holding an office accepted in the course or furtherance of trade, occasion or profession. Example, a chartered accountant becoming the president of ICI. So, being a chartered accountant is the profession and he holds a position. What is the position? President ICI. For holding that position, they will get some money. That is also covered under business. Then, supply of goods or service in connection with commencement or sale of business. Commencement or closure of business. For example, I am starting a business. That business is restaurant. For that restaurant, I need ACs. So, I purchased 10 ACs. But I don't need 10, I just need 3 only. So, 3 ACs I used and 7 ACs I am selling. I purchased 10 ACs because in wholesale market I am getting a cheaper rate. So, now the sale of ACs is my business? No. But even then it is in connection with commencement of business. So, it will be covered here. Then next, provision of facilities or benefits to its members by a club, society or association. Already we saw that there is an apartment owners association. That apartment owners association provides facilities to its members and they get some money called as maintenance charges. Is it business or not? Yes, that is also business. So, any club or society or association providing facilities to its members, again some charges will come under business. Then, any activity of a race club including betting transactions, all activities of the race club will be treated as business. Like it can be sale of merchandise, sale of food and beverages, entry tickets by the race club, including the betting activities, almost all activities of race club. Then all activities of government is also treated as business. However, Few activities of government only comes under supply. Department of Post, Transportation, Airport or Port and Service to Business Entities. Remaining activities are excluded from supply. Now, you will not be asked a question to write what is the meaning of business, but they will give a situation. Like I gave you one example. There is an actor who is making sale of paintings. When he sells the paintings, he gets some money. So that money received by him, will it be covered under business or not? Yes, it will come under business. Which place it will come under business? Under adventure. Clear? Then next, meaning of person. So before that, a request to all of you, pa. So you are going and coming, lot of disturbance, pa. Okay, I gave you 15 minutes break now. In that itself, you can complete everything. Wait na for half an hour only. Or if you want me to give another break, I will give another break. Why are you going and coming? Because every time you open the door, I have to see what is happening over there. Yenake class edukkiradhu kaduppa irukku pa. Deviation இருக்கு. ஸோ இப்போ நீங்கள் எழுந்து போகிறீங்களா, ஸோ அங்கே இருக்கிறவங்களுக்கு ஒரு கன்ஃபியூஷன். எனக்கு வந்து டோர் திறந்து போகிறேன்னா டிஸ்டர்பன்ஸாக இருக்குப்பா, புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்கப்பா ப்ளீஸ். நான் இதை ஃபஸ்ட் கிளாஸ்லேயே சொல்லிட்டேன், திருப்பி சொல்கிறேன். பிரேக்கே கொடுக்கலன்னா நீங்கள் பண்ணுறதுலாம் நியாயம் இருக்குது. யூ ஆர் கெட்டிங் அப் அண்ட் கோயிங் அண்ட் ஸோ ஐ எம் சீயிங் 2-3 people ஓவர் தேர். இப்போ தான் ஒரு 10 நிமிஷம் முன்னாடி போனாங்க, திருப்பி போகிறாங்க. என்ன சுகர் ப்ராப்ளமா என்னன்னு தெரில. ஏன்பா? I requested no, so I gave break. Just now I gave break. Yeah, that toilet issue. So please pa, ellaru ore vaati pona po mudiyadante ipo poringla. Then I asked you to sit in the corner. Okay, you are sitting in this place and you are walking this far distance and going there and opening the door and go. So please, if you have the issue, sit in the corner and thereafter go and come. Okay, so please concentrate. So meaning of person. I also did not go in the break. Where I went, all the students stopped me here itself. I did not go. I am not at all going in the break time. Promise pa, I did not go. அது ஒரு டவுட் கேட்குறாங்க. சார் இது கரெக்ட் தானே சார், இது எப்படி டவுட் ஆகும் எனக்கு தெரியல, நான் சொன்னதே எனக்கு திருப்பி சொல்லிட்டு இது கரெக்ட் தானே சார். எனக்கு அப்படியே டேய் இது எப்படிடா டவுட் ஆகும், நான் சொன்னதே அவங்க சொல்லுவாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து இது கரெக்ட் தானே சார், கரெக்ட் தான்ப்பா. இல்லையா சார், ஜஸ்ட் கன்ஃபர்மேஷனுக்காக கேட்குறேன், நீ விட்டுருந்தா நான் போயிட்டு வந்திருப்பேன்ப்பா. ஓகே, ஸோ சே திஸ் மீனிங் ஆஃப் பர்சன். Person is like whatever person we have under Income Tax Act plus central government or state government is person under GST. So what is the meaning of person under Income Tax Act? Individual, HUF, AOP, BOI, then even cooperative society, company, everyone. Artificial juridical person. Same list. Extra 2 more you need to remember. Central government and state government, that will be called as person under GST. So means even government is also required to pay GST. Already we saw what are the exemptions available to them and which activities are taxable. Then meaning of various supplies, you see taxable supply, exempted supply, non-taxable supply, zero rated supply. Already you know this. What is zero rated supply? Export of goods or services, supply of goods or services to SEZ. Good. What are non-taxable supplies? Alcoholic liquor for human consumption, then petroleum products on which there is no levy, that is known as non-taxable supply. What are exempted supplies? We have a big list which we studied in input tax credit. Don't write that. That is only for input tax credit. But here for payment of GST we have studied 3 exempted supplies. What are they? Notified as exempted, nil rated and non-taxable. These 3 are actually exempted supplies for payment of GST. But sir, in input tax credit definition we have studied one big definition, 7 points, that is for ITC. So exempted supply, we have 2 meanings in GST, one for payment of GST, another for ITC purpose. What is the meaning of exempted for ITC purpose? Same 3, notified as exempted, nil rated, non-taxable. Extra we have 4 points. What is that? Supply covered under RCM, sale of land, sale of building, sale of securities, etc. So that is with respect to this exempted supply. So the balancing figure is known as taxable supply. Now, whether taxable supply includes exempted supply? No. Taxable supply do not include exempted supply. Say this, supply of goods or services divided into two. Chargeable to GST, not chargeable to GST. Chargeable to GST means what? On which GST is payable. And not chargeable to GST, GST not payable. Why GST not payable? Maybe it is not leviable to GST, non-taxable, or leviable but nil rated or notified for non-payment. All these three comes under exempted. So, as exempted includes non-taxable, taxable do not include exempted supplies. So, taxable supplies does not include exempted supplies. Then, what is the meaning of aggregate turnover? This also we discussed in registration. So, what will come in aggregate turnover? All four: taxable, exempted, non-taxable, zero rated. But two things are excluded. What are they? Taxes and inward supply under RCM. Interest, that is only for composition scheme. Then, so this we completed section 7 subsection 1 and 7 subsection 2, inclusions and exclusions. Now we will see one concept, that is composite supply and mixed supply. Then we will come back to this classification of supply into goods or services. You please take page number 36. Page number 36, composite supply versus mixed supply. So when we will apply this section 8, composite and mixed supply, whenever there are two or more supplies in a single transaction. Example, when you go to a cinema theater, you buy popcorn plus Coke as a combo. Popcorn is one supply, Coke is one supply. That case we have to apply section 8. Then you buy a AC and they do the installation. Again there you need to apply section 8. Then you buy a battery and an inverter. So again you need to apply there, section 8. So when we will apply section 8, if there is only single supply in a transaction, don't apply section 8. Section 7 itself is sufficient. When there are two or more supplies in a single transaction. So when there are two or more supplies in a single transaction, then we need to apply section 8. So section 8 we will apply when there are two or more supplies in a single transaction. And these two or more supplies, we need to check whether it is naturally bundled or not naturally bundled. Okay. What is the meaning of naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? If you cannot supply one without the another, it is known as naturally bundled. So if you can supply one without the another, then it is not naturally bundled. Example, in that popcorn and Coke example, can we supply popcorn alone separately, Coke alone separately, together also? Not naturally bundled. Okay, it is not naturally bundled. Same way, inverter and battery example, can the seller sell the inverter alone separately? Yes. Battery alone separately? Yes. Together also? Yes. Again, not naturally bundled. But in that AC and installation, the one who is selling the AC will always do the installation. So therefore, it will be coming under naturally bundled. Then coaching plus books. Books, if it is mandatory, like coaching you have to attend and they will only provide the books also along with coaching, then it will be coming under naturally bundled. Coaching with books where it is option, whether you want to buy books you buy, otherwise not required, then also you can attend coaching, then it is not naturally bundled. Then you go to a restaurant or you go to a hotel and you stay in that hotel, you get a complimentary food, complimentary breakfast or complimentary lunch. Again, it is naturally bundled. Why naturally bundled? Even if you are not eating, you have to pay that amount. So that is called as naturally bundled. So what is naturally bundled? One supply cannot be made without the another is known as naturally bundled. Not naturally bundled means one supply can be made even without the other. Why are we discussing this? Because if two or more supplies are naturally bundled in the ordinary course of business and all are taxable supplies, and if principal supply can be identified, we call it as composite supply. So composite supply has three conditions. What are the three conditions? Come on. Naturally bundled in the ordinary course of business. Number 2, all are taxable. Number 3, principal supply is identifiable. Then it will be called as composite supply. When it becomes composite supply, we need to take the rate of principal supply and apply it on the entire transaction. You got it? So in these supplies, one will be a principal supply. What is the meaning of principal supply? Predominant element is known as principal supply. Out of the given supplies, one supply will have a predominant nature. The other will be ancillary to it. That is called as principal supply. In the example of AC and installation, what is the predominant element? AC, which is a principal supply. Whatever is the rate of AC, that should be taken on the entire amount. You got it? Then, in case of coaching and books, suppose if books are mandatorily provided, now what is the predominant element? Coaching. So whatever is the rate applicable to coaching, that should be applied on the entire transaction. This is in which case, composite supply. So what is that? First you need to check. See this. See this chart in page number 38. Two or more supplies in a single transaction. If it is no, leave it. Section 8 is not applicable. Yes, there are two or more supplies in a transaction. Whether all are taxable, naturally bundled in the ordinary course of business, and principal supply is identifiable. If these three conditions are satisfied, it will be called as how the price should be, single or separate or anyway. Anyway, there is no condition for price. Only three conditions. Why are you adding one more condition? I said only three conditions. What are the three conditions? All are taxable, naturally bundled in the ordinary course of business, principal supply identifiable. It is a composite supply, price can be separate or single, and we call it as composite supply, and we need to take the rate of principal supply and apply it on the entire transaction. If any one condition is not satisfied, means all are not taxable. We have taxable as well as exempted. Example, I have a residential property. I am giving it partly for residential purpose, partly for commercial purpose, partly taxable, partly exempted, correct? Then it will never become composite supply. Why? In composite supply, all must be. Then suppose all are taxable but not naturally bundled. Popcorn 5%, Coke 28%, both are taxable, but naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Not naturally bundled, then also not a composite supply. All are taxable, naturally bundled, but you don't know what is the principal supply. For example, there is a hair care brand. That brand is always selling shampoo and hair oil together. They will never sell shampoo separately, hair oil separately, always together. Then in that case, which is the principal supply? Both are taxable, naturally bundled. Which is the principal supply? We don't know. How we can determine shampoo or hair oil as the principal supply? Both are equal there. So then in that case, again, so we will not call it as composite supply. Understood? So what are the three conditions? Come again. All are taxable, naturally bundled, ordinary course of business, and principal supply identifiable. Any one condition not satisfied, it is not a composite supply. But to become mixed supply, only one condition is there. What is that one condition? Single price. If it is for a single price, then it will become mixed supply. If it becomes mixed supply, we need to take the highest rate. Example, popcorn, Coke, combo 299 rupees. Now in this case, popcorn 5%, Coke 28%. Is it composite supply? No, because it is not naturally bundled. And is it a single price 299? Yes. So what is the highest rate? 28%. So apply 28% on entire 299. You understood? That is this highest rate for entire transaction. Suppose if it is neither composite supply nor mixed supply, when it will arise? Neither composite nor mixed. The same popcorn Coke example, you are purchasing as a combo, but I showed the price separately. Individually, if you buy popcorn and Coke, popcorn 199, Coke 199. When you sell it Like when you buy it together, popcorn will be 149, Coke will be 149. Like that I am conveying. You understood? Means I am showing the separate price. Yes. So it is neither composite. Why not composite? Because it is not naturally bundled. And even it is not mixed supply. Why not mixed supply? Because there is no single price. Then what it will be? Individual supplies. We will take respective rate for respective supply. This is a loophole here. You understood? That is, rather than showing it as a single price, the moment you split the price, then it will become individual supplies. Respective rate will be taken for respective supply. Got the clarity here? Any question, just apply this chart, you will get the answer. Now look into illustration 3. Below I have given some illustrations. Supply of laptop bag 28% along with laptop 18% to a customer of Mumbai for 55,000 exclusive of GST. What is the GST payable? Now laptop bag is 28%, laptop is 18%, okay, and 2 or more supplies, all are taxable. Naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? So usually this is the place where generally in exam we will get a confusion. Now don't see the exceptions, see from the most probable side. Generally or usually how it will be? Usually when you buy a laptop, they will give the laptop bag also. So therefore exceptions are there. There are some luxury like premium laptops, if you buy you will not get laptop bag, like gaming laptops or i7, i9 laptops and all, you will not get laptop bag. But normally when you buy a laptop, you will get the laptop bag free. So in the ordinary course of business, so it will be coming under composite supply. What is the principal supply here? Laptop. So 3 conditions satisfied. Yes, composite supply. And what is the rate to be taken? 18%, which is applicable to the laptop, and apply it on 55,000. So we get 9,900. Understood? Then second, next question. Supply of 10,000 kits at 50 rupees each, amounting to 5 lakhs exclusive of GST to Ram Fancy Store. Each kit contains 1 hair oil, 1 beauty soap and 1 hair comb. Rate of GST for hair oil is 18%, beauty soap is 28% and hair comb is 12%. Compute the GST payable in this case. Now, whether this hair oil, beauty soap and hair comb is naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? So when you go to a shop and ask for soap, will they give hair oil also? No, na. So it is not naturally bundled in the ordinary course of business. Even though all are taxable, but it is not naturally bundled, so it is not a composite supply. Like that, first you need to write. First you need to write that it is not a composite supply. And then you need to write, as there is a single price, it will become mixed supply. Single price or not? Yes. It will become mixed supply. And what is the rate to be taken? Highest rate. What is the highest rate? 28%, and apply it on the entire value. So 5 lakhs into 28%. 1,40,000. Understood? Then next. Here, if you see this Indulekha hair oil, like that one hair oil is there, where one applicator will be there. One comb kind of. You need to just fix it to the bottle and you need to apply. Okay. Many things. Okay. So ultimately, if it want to stay, it will stay. Otherwise, it will not. Okay. So beyond a point, don't think about it. It will go. Okay. That too, the moment you joined for CA course, don't worry about all those things and all. Okay. And this, you know, I mean to say out of experience only I am telling you. Otherwise, how will I know? I have used it and nothing, no result, waste. Okay. And this applicator will always come along with the bottle. Now tell me, is it composite supply or not? Yes. Why? Naturally bundled. Principal supply is what? Hair oil. So that whatever applicator they give free, so that should be having the same rate applicable to the hair oil. Then illustration 5. Mrs. Kajal has hired out 1,400 chairs and 100 coolers to Function Garden Ajmer for 3,30,000, including cost of transporting the chairs and coolers from Mrs. Kajal's godown at Jaipur to the Function Garden Ajmer. Service of renting of chairs and coolers taxable at 12%, transportation service is taxable at 5%. Now, in this if you see, what are the two activities? Renting of chairs and coolers and transportation service. these two are taxable. Naturally bundled, usually whenever you ask for renting of chairs, coolers and all, they will come, they will bring the chairs and coolers, and once the function is over, they will only take, because they need to safeguard that asset. And that's the reason why the person who is giving it on rent, they will only do the transportation. So it is naturally bundled in the ordinary course of business. But what is the principal supply here? Hiring of chairs and coolers is the principal supply. Therefore, what is the rate of principal supply? 12%. That will be applied on the entire transaction. It's a composite supply. Then next, number 6, a house is given on rent through a single rent deed. One floor is used for residence and other for printing press. So partly residential, partly commercial. So one is taxable, one is exempted. Will it come under composite supply? No. So is it for a single rent deed or separate rent deed? Single rent deed. So it will become mixed supply. What if it is a separate rent deed? It will become individual supplies. Accordingly, that rent deed which is for printing press will be taxable, and that rent deed which is for housing will be exempted. Then 7, Sagar Limited supplying a kit which contains a tie 12%, a watch 28%, a wallet 28% and a pen 12%. All are taxable. As a combo for 4,500. Tie, watch, wallet and pen are bundled as a kit, which means there itself they gave the answer. So means normally it will not be naturally bundled. They are bundling it, means they are making it like a gift pack, which means they will be selling it separately also. The kit is supplied for a single price. Determine the nature of supply and GST payable. First, it is not a composite supply because it is not naturally bundled. And even it is not for a single price or for a single price? Single price. So it will come under mixed supply. What is the highest rate? 28%, and that should be applied on 4,500. So we get 1,260. So these illustrations are for understanding this composite supply and mixed supply. If you get a theory question, distinguish between composite supply and mixed supply, you need to write this. First you need to write the meaning. What is that meaning you will write for composite supply? 2 or more supplies naturally bundled in the ordinary course of business, one of which is a principal supply. Mixed supply, not naturally bundled in the ordinary course of business. Type of supplies. In composite supply, what type of supply should be there? All supplies should be taxable supplies. But in mixed supply, taxable or exempted or non-taxable. And what is the type of price that should be in case of composite supply? Either single price or separate price. But in case of mixed supply, and principal supply should be involved or not in composite? Yes. Mixed supply? No. Rate of GST, composite supply. You take the rate of principal supply and apply it on the entire transaction. In case of mixed supply, we will take the highest rate. And these are some examples. AC plus installation, naturally bundled. Transportation plus insurance, means usually when you transport the goods, you will also take the transit insurance. If there is no transportation, the transit insurance shall not arise. So again naturally bundled. Then replacement of parts during servicing of vehicles plus labor charges, this is also naturally bundled. For example, you take a two-wheeler for authorized service center. Suppose if a part is damaged, you ask them, sir, I will buy the part in the market and I will get it to you. You replace it. They will not do. You have to buy from them only. You have to buy from them only. Why? They will not be selling the parts alone separately. They will not do the labor charges separately. So which means it is naturally bundled. So they will bill like this much is the part rate plus labor charges for replacement of part, like that they will be showing. So it will be coming under composite supply, naturally bundled. Okay. However, we have one circular part, that is in case of cars, not for other motor vehicles, not for two-wheelers, in case of cars. Even though it is a composite supply, the CBIC circular says you don't take the rate of principal supply, you take the separate rate for parts and separate rate for labor charges. You know why they gave this circular? Because rate of GST on four-wheeler parts is 12%, rate of GST on labor charges is 18%. If it becomes composite supply, principal supply is what? Part. Part will be 12, means entirely it will be taxable at 12. You understood the criminal intention here, you got it. So therefore what they are telling, even though it is composite supply, you treat it as two individual supplies, and for parts you take 12%, and for labor charges you take 18%. Okay. So this circular is given only for cars, not for two-wheelers, but at present even two-wheelers also they are using the same circular. Okay. See this, where servicing of cars involves replacement of parts, that is goods, and labor charges for replacement, supply of both goods and services, and the value of such goods and services supplied are shown separately, the goods and services would be liable to tax at the rates as applicable to such goods. Okay, which means even though it is composite supply, you tax it separately for goods and services. So this is about composite supply and mixed supply. We have completed section 8. And so how is it connected to classification of supply? Listen, just now we have seen, if it is a composite supply, we take the principal supply rate. Now listen, this is also applicable for classification. If the principal supply is goods, entirely it will be treated as goods. If the principal supply is service, entirely it is treated as service. Example, I gave you AC plus installation. AC is, installation is it a composite supply? Now what is the principal supply? AC. AC is, so entirely the transaction will be treated as supply of goods. Understood? Then next, coaching plus books. Okay, assuming that it is a composite supply. Now coaching, service, books, goods. Okay, and what is the principal supply? Coaching, and therefore entire transaction will be treated as supply of service. Understood? So see this, classification of supply into goods or services. You can see here, if it is a composite supply, if the principal supply is goods, then entire transaction is treated as supply of goods. If the principal supply is service, then entire transaction is treated as supply of service. Then I gave you that examples, AC plus installation, coaching plus study notes. Then mixed supply we will see. TV plus optional warranty. Why it is mixed supply, tell me? TV plus optional warranty means people can exercise the option or they may not exercise the option. So means not naturally bundled, correct? Am I right? Can you buy only TV? Can you buy TV plus optional warranty? So means not naturally bundled, it's a mixed supply. TV rate is 28%, okay, and optional warranty 18%. So what is highest rate? That pertains to TV, goods. So therefore entirely it will be treated as supply of goods. So if the highest rate is goods, entire activity is treated as supply of goods. Then next example you see, video lectures plus pen drive. Video lectures plus pen drive. So without pen drive also can you buy? How? Google Drive. Google Drive. Without pen drive also you can buy. Which means naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Not naturally bundled. Video lectures is 18%. Pen drive is 12%. Video lectures is what? Services. Pen drive is what? Highest rate is what? 18 for video lectures. So entire transaction will be treated as supply of service. Clear here? So composite supply, mixed supply is not only for the purpose of fixing the rate, but also for what purpose? For the purpose of classification into goods or services. So if principal supply is goods, entirely it will be treated as, if the principal supply is service, entirely it will be treated as same way. If highest rate is goods, entirely it will be treated as goods. If the highest rate is service, entirely it will be treated as service. So this is about this classification of composite supply and mixed supply, and other points we have. Okay, we'll see classification of supply into goods or services. Have a look into this. So first, we need to ensure that the activity becomes supply. Once the activity becomes supply, thereafter, the activity will be classified into supply of goods or supply of services. we need to check, is it in relation to movable property? If it is in relation to movable property, check whether there is a transfer of title or transfer of right to use. For example, I have a car. I am giving you the title of that car to you, which means it is sale of goods. If I have car and I am not giving you the title of that car, but I am giving you right to use the car, means you will be paying me some amount. So that is not coming under supply of goods, but it will come under supply of service. Whereas the transfer of title may be at present or at a future date. Example, hire purchase transactions if you take. So today the title will not be given. Today possession is given, but the title will be transferred on payment of last installment. So today I am agreeing that I will give you the title, but that is at a future date. So that is this transfer of title may be at present or at a future date, that will be coming under supply of goods. Whereas transfer of right to use, that will become supply of services. Then when it comes to immobile property, will immobile property come under supply of goods? Never, because immobile property is excluded from supply. But when it will come under supply of service, bringing into existence an immobile property. For example, construction. I am doing the construction of immobile property for you, that will become service. Or I am giving you the right to immobile property. I am not giving you the title, I am giving you the right to use immobile property, like renting of building, lease of building, that will also come under supply of services. Then intellectual property rights. What are intellectual property rights? Trademarks, patents, copyrights, etc. When it is permanently transferred, it will come under supply of goods. When it is temporarily transferred, it is supply of service. Usually certain technologies like softwares, etc. will be permanently transferred. So usually software company will develop the software. Once they develop that software, permanently they will be giving it to the customer, client. So then it is permanent transfer. It should be treated as supply of goods or supply of services. So here, first of all, for software, we have a special provision. So there are some notified activities which will always be treated as supply of service. So software we should not bring into this category. What are those three activities which will always be treated as supply of service? Works contract, information technology software, and supply of food. This will always be treated as supply of service, so that will not come. Apart from that, any other patent which is transferred permanently, that will be supply of goods. Whereas temporary transfer, a music director who composes music of a movie will be temporarily transferring that to the producer. He gets some money, that is supply of service. Then carrying out process on the goods belonging to the other person. So it is basically supply of service only. For example, you are giving me cloth and I stitch the garment and I return the garment to you. I collect some charges for that. It will be supply of service. If you ask me to buy the cloth and stitch it and give it to you, then it will be definitely supply of goods. So here, who supplied the material is important. If recipient has given the material, substantial material on which the supplier does the process, it is supply of service. If supplier only buying the substantial material required, then it will be coming under supply of goods. Okay, so that is this. So as per contract, if substantial material is supplied by supplier, it is supply of goods. But as per contract, if substantial material is given by the recipient, it is supply of service. Then whenever there is a transaction that involves both goods and services, how we need to classify? Check whether it is works contract. What is a works contract? Usually works contract is in the context of immovable property. For example, today no one is buying the material and asking the contractor to do the construction. Everyone is asking the builder only to buy whatever material required. So they will pay some lump sum amount, like 2 BHK, so 30 lakhs you take, 4 BHK, 50 lakhs you take, and you do the construction in this budget. So therefore, here builder only buy whatever cement, paint, everything required, and they only do the construction and collect a single amount. So that type of contracts are known as works contract. Whereas construction service means what? You buy all the material required, whereas I do only construction, then it will be called as construction service. Works contract will be treated as supply of service only, even though it involves goods element. Same way, information technology software. Information technology software will also be treated as supply of service. Then that is, software can be in the nature of goods or in the nature of service, but it will always be treated as service. How software will be in the nature of goods? If you see some antivirus softwares, then Microsoft Office software, these are all sold off the shelf like products. Okay, example, you take this Chroma Digital, etc., Reliance Digital or Chroma, they will be selling antivirus software like a product. Even then it will be treated as service only. And customized software developed to meet the needs of a particular person, that is also software treated as supply of service. Then supply of food. In food, what is the goods element? Ingredients used in the food is the goods element, and cooking is the service element. Even though it involves both, but it will always be treated as service. Tell me, what are the three transactions which will always be treated as service even though it involves both goods and services? Works contract, software, and supply of food. Then apart from others, apart from these three, any other transaction, if it involves both goods and services, how to classify? So we need to see whether it is composite supply or mixed supply, and accordingly we will do the classification. Apart from all these, any other activity, it will be coming under supply of service under doing an act, not doing an act, tolerating an act. For example, when I am taking classes, will it come under movable property? No. Immovable property? No. Intellectual property rights? No. Carrying out process? No. So it is not supply of goods and services. So it will become any other activity, doing an act. What is an example of not doing an act? Non-compete fees. Usually we collect some money not to start a competing business. That non-compete fees is consideration for not doing an act. Then tolerating an act. Example, breach of contract. Whenever we breach a contract, we pay to the other party damages, correct? That is collected by the other party because he is tolerating our act of breach. So that is tolerating an act. All these are supply of services. Already explained to you what is the meaning of works contract. What is job work? We discussed now carrying out process on the goods belonging to other person. The name of that activity is known as job work. Then meaning of distinct persons. Why meaning of distinct persons is required? We already discussed in the DRIP. What is R? Related party transaction, including transaction between distinct persons. Simple, remember, one registration of a person to their another registration is known as distinct person. For example, if I am having business in Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, Gujarat, I need to get 3 registrations. Any transaction between one registration to the other registration is known as transaction between distinct persons. Same way, within the state also, I can go for separate registration. When I go for separate registrations, one registration to other registration of the same person, any transaction, that's a transaction between distinct person. First of all, when a person is required to get more than one registration, suppose if they are having multiple business in different states, with respect to each state, mandatorily they need to get a separate registration. Suppose if they are doing business in the same state but in different place of business, with respect to each place they need to get separate registration or not? Optional. It is not mandatory, it is optional. What if they are doing multiple business, same state, in the same place? Can they go for separate registration? No, it is single registration only. Example, in the same building, I am also engaged in sale of garments, I am also engaged in sale of food items, and I am also running a theater. You understood? So in a same building. Now even though I do multiple businesses, but the place is same, na, I cannot go for separate registration. Now one registration of a person to the other registration is known as transaction between distinct persons. What is the impact of this? Because of this, any interstate stock transfers. Interstate stock transfer means head office will be in one state, branch or depot will be in other state, head office to branch office. If there is any transaction that will come under interstate stock transfer, it is supply under 71C. Same way, intrastate stock transfer, will it become supply? Depends whether they go for separate registration or single registration. If they go for separate registration, then supply, otherwise not a supply. Then another important point, which we already discussed. So while computing the aggregate turnover, we need to include taxable supplies and exempted supplies. Have a look into this situation. I am doing business in Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and Telangana, and I am having taxable supplies as well as exempted supplies. So what is my aggregate turnover? 10 plus 3, 13 plus 2, 15 plus 4, 19 plus 3, 22 lakhs is my aggregate turnover. So in this aggregate turnover, so what is the applicable threshold limit for me? I am doing business in 3 states. Whether one of the state is a special category state? Yes? No. Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland. It is not there. So one of the state is not a special category state. None of the states is in MMTN use stamp. No. One state is in use stamp. So applicable limit will be what? 20 lakhs. Whether my aggregate turnover exceed threshold limit? Yes. So I need to register. Where should I register? Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, but not in Telangana. Why? Because in Telangana I am not making taxable supplies, so I will not register in Telangana. Now, Tamil Nadu to Karnataka, any transaction takes place, it's a transaction between distinct persons, one registration to other registration. But if they have a establishment in another state, even though not registered, that will also be treated as distinct persons, and transactions between them is treated as transaction between distinct persons. You got it? There are 2 points in distinct persons. What is the distinct person meaning? One registration of a person to their another registration, or one registration of a person in a state to another establishment in the other state, even though not registered, will also be treated as transaction between distinct persons. Say this. So, A Limited having registration in Tamil Nadu, A Limited having registration in Karnataka, transaction between distinct persons. But A Limited registration in Karnataka to A Limited in Telangana, even though not having registration, that will also be transaction between distinct persons. You got the clarity related to this? This point might be tested in exam. Then, so with this, we completed section 7 and section 8 fully, and we have some circulars, summary of some important circulars. You have a look into it. Page number 40. That is, whenever there is a movement of conveyance, that conveyance carrying the goods or spare parts between the distinct person, on the conveyance, no need to pay GST. For example, MRF Limited is having a factory in Tamil Nadu. They are sending goods as well as spare parts to their factory in Gujarat. The value of lorry is 8 lakhs. The value of goods inside the lorry is 25 lakhs. And the value of spare parts inside the lorry is 6 lakhs. Definitely on goods, GST payable. Why? Transaction between distinct persons. Factory in Tamil Nadu and factory in Gujarat are treated as distinct persons. So transaction between distinct persons treated as supply and chargeable to GST. But on lorry and all, no need to pay GST, because that lorry will be returning. It is just carrying the goods. So on conveyance, no need to pay GST. What about the spare parts inside that lorry? So these spare parts are not for further sale by the Gujarat factory. These spare parts are for consumption in Gujarat factory, means it is not for further sale. Again, on that spare parts also GST not payable. So what is that we can remember from this? Point number 1. Any movement of conveyance between the distinct person carrying goods or people, no need to pay GST. Understood? So any movement of conveyance between distinct person carrying goods or passengers, no need to pay GST. Second point, any movement of spare parts between the distinct person, not for further sale, but for consumption in the recipient distinct person, even then GST not payable. So, above circular is extended to interstate movement of rigs, tools, spares, and except in case where movement of such goods is for further supply of the same. Then, third scenario, MRF Limited Gujarat is sending the lorry to MRF Limited workshop in Maharashtra. For what purpose they are sending the lorry? For repairs. So whether any GST payable on the lorry? No. Now third point you need to remember, any movement of conveyance between the distinct person for repairs, again on that conveyance no need to pay GST. Now tell me what are the 3 points we have seen? Movement of conveyance between distinct person carrying goods, no need to pay GST on that. Movement of conveyance between distinct person for repairs, no need to pay GST on that. Number 3, movement of spare parts between the distinct person not for further sale, GST not payable. Now, this workshop in Maharashtra is doing the repairs to the factory in Tamil Nadu. So, workshop in Maharashtra sending the lorry after repairs to the factory in Tamil Nadu. Now, on lorry no GST, but on the repair service there will be GST. Is it clear? Because there is a repair activity that is being done by one distinct person to another distinct person. On that repair activity, there will be GST. Clear here? These points you need to remember. Then just go through this chart, this diagram. In this itself, all points are covered. Understood? What are the 4 points? Number 1, movement of conveyance between distinct person, carrying goods, no GST. Then movement of spare parts between distinct person for consumption, no GST. Movement of conveyance for repairs, no GST. However, GST payable on the repair activity. Then second circular, you see activity of printing. In printing, for example, you have one book in your hand. That's a printed book. In that book, what is the goods element? What is the service element? Paper and ink is the goods element. Printing and binding is the service element. Correct? Now, in this, what is the principal supply? Paper and ink, printing and binding. Suppose if it is not binded properly, not printed properly, even then will you keep that book? No, you will return. Correct or not? So, which means what constitutes the predominant element in this? Printing. Therefore, it will be treated as supply of service. Say this. In printing, paper is goods, printing is service. If printing constitutes principal supply, it will be treated as supply of service. Example, books, magazines, brochures, flyers. In all these things, printing is only the principal supply. Whereas another example, you take tissue papers. Usually some restaurants will have their logo printed on the tissue papers. Now this is also printed. Now tissue paper is the goods and printing the logo is the service. Now here what constitutes the principal supply? Which is the predominant element? Tissue paper is the predominant element. So therefore it will be treated as supply of goods. So if paper constitutes principal supply, then it will be treated as supply of goods. That is about this clarification. Then taxability of tenancy premium. Already we know the taxability of rent. What is the taxability of rent? So renting of immobile property, if it is residential property, commercial property. Commercial property, what is your answer? Always taxable under FCM. What about residential property? Commercial purpose, taxable. Residential purpose to registered person, taxable, unregistered person is exempted. So this discussion already you know now. Now, what is tenancy premium? Whenever I take a property on rent, and that too it is a lock-in contract. Lock-in contract means for few years I will only be having the possession of the property, then it will be called as lock-in contract, which means say 3 years I am taking a property on rent. For 3 years the property will be with me only. So property owner cannot ask me to vacate. I also cannot vacate the property. Then it is known as tenancy right. I have a tenancy right. This tenancy right I can transfer to any other tenant for which I may get a amount. That amount what I am collecting is known as tenancy premium. Now look into this example. There is a property owner and this property owner has given a property on rent to tenant A with a lock-in contract for 3 years. Means 3 years tenant A cannot vacate the property. Even property owner cannot ask the tenant A to vacate the property. So therefore tenant A is having the tenancy right. Now tenant A will pay security deposit which is not treated as consideration, and rent depends upon the above chart, whether it is commercial property or residential property, that rent will be taxable. Now what happens? This tenant A don't want that property after 1 year. He wanted to transfer the tenancy right to some other tenant. He cannot give it back to the property owner because there is a lock-in contract. So tenant A transfers the tenancy right with tenant to tenant B, and tenant B will pay a tenancy premium of 80,000. Why tenant B will pay a tenancy premium of 80,000? Tenant A would have incurred some expenditure on renovation of that building in order to suit his business, correct? Usually you take a restaurant. Restaurants, when they take the building on rental basis, they do lot of interior work, everything they do. Now, when they want to give away to another restaurant, for the another restaurant, it will be like a plug and play. Easily they will come and start their business. They don't have to incur any renovation expenditure. Because of that reason, a premium will be received by tenant A. This premium received by tenant A will always be taxable in the hands of tenant A. So in the hands of tenant, tenancy premium will always be taxable. But in the hands of property owner, now property owner will say, tenant A, you got this tenancy premium because of my property, so give me some share. So therefore, tenant A transferred 32,000 rupees to property owner. What about this 32,000? Again depends. If the rent of that property is taxable, then the tenancy premium received by property owner also taxable. If the rent of the property is exempted, the tenancy premium received by the property owner also exempted. But irrespective of the nature of property, the tenancy premium received by the tenant will always be taxable. That is with respect to this. So see there, tenancy premium arises in a situation where there is a lock-in rental agreement. What is tenancy premium? Amount collected by the tenant for transfer of tenancy right or renouncement of tenancy right. And this tenancy premium received by tenant is always taxable. But the tenancy premium received by the property owner is taxable if the rent of that property is taxable. Then next, taxability of interest earned by del creditor agent. Generally, interest is having two treatments in GST. What are those two treatments? Interest on loans, advances, deposits is what? Exempted. Interest on account of delay in receipt of consideration is what? Included in the value and taxable accordingly. Now here what happens? A del creditor agent gets interest from the customer. Why? Because del creditor agent compared to a normal agent will first make payment to the principal and later on recover the money from the buyer. That's the reason why del creditor agent bear the risk of bad debts. Okay. So del creditor agent, for example, I am a del creditor agent. I will pay money to my principal and thereafter I will recover money from you. So I am giving you a credit facility. So I will collect extra interest also from you. You are my buyer. Now this interest, whatever I am collecting, my argument will be that this interest is for giving you a loan or finance facility. So this interest is exempted. But department will argue, no, this interest is on account of delay in receipt of consideration. That's why CBIC gave a clarity here. What is that? First, to the buyer, is the del creditor agent supplier or not? When del creditor agent will become supplier to the buyer? If the invoice is raised by del creditor agent in his name, then to the buyer, del creditor agent is the supplier. So the interest collected by the del creditor agent will be included in the value and chargeable to GST because it is on account of delay in receipt of consideration. Whereas if the interest which is collected by the del creditor agent is merely for financing, when invoice not raised by del creditor agent, invoice raised by the principal, means I am just giving you the finance facility. So that interest collected by me will become exempted. So 2 points we need to see. Whether invoice raised by principal to buyer, then to the buyer who is the supplier, principal. So del creditor agent is not supplier. So the interest collected by del creditor agent is exempted. If invoice is raised by del creditor agent to the buyer, then to the buyer who is the supplier, del creditor agent. So therefore the interest collected by del creditor agent will be on account of delay in receipt of consideration and it will be included in value chargeable to GST accordingly. Then this already we saw, when an agent is called as agent acting on behalf of principal, if the invoice is raised by agent in his name. Okay. For example, in case of sale transaction, if invoice is raised by agent to the buyer in his name, so invoice is raised by agent in his name, then agent is acting on behalf of principal and any supply between principal to agent will become supply under 7(1)(c). If principal is directly raising invoice to the buyer, then agent is not acting on behalf of principal. So between principal to agent, it is not a supply. This is in the context of a sale transaction. In context of purchase transaction also same. If invoice is in the agent's name, then agent sending the goods to the principal will become supply. If invoice is not in agent's name, invoice is directly in principal's name, agent sending the goods to the principal will not become supply. So already this we have seen. Look into the next point, page number 46. Whether the activity of bus body building is supply of goods or supply of services. So it depends upon, what is the principal supply. So generally, when you buy a bus, you will get only the tire, chassis and the engine. And you have to go to a bus body building shop and you need to get the body constructed. And this body will be fitted onto this and we get a bus in the requisite shape. Now, this particular body construction, bus body building, what is the goods element? The metal sheets and the pipes used is the goods element, and fabricating it and installing it is the service element. Now, what constitutes principal supply? Is it the installation and welding that constitutes principal supply, or the material, that is sheets and pipes, will become the principal supply? Definitely welding, because material can be there. Just because we have a sheet, we will not be getting it into that shape now. So they need to do a lot of process to bring it into this shape. So which means that installation and fabrication is the principal supply. Therefore, it will be treated as supply of service. Then next one, taxability of rethreading of tires. What is rethreading of tire? For a old tire, when the grip is lost, so they will be fixing a new grip to the tire so that it will be working for some more days, and this job is rethreading. Now, who will do rethreading? The tire manufacturer only will do the rethreading. Suppose if you are selling the old tire to the tire manufacturer and the tire manufacturer is selling you the rethreaded tire, it is supply of goods. If you are not selling old tire, you are giving the old tire to the manufacturer, and on that old tire, if they do rethreading and give, carrying out process on the goods belonging to other person, it will become supply of service. So that's what it is given, where the old tire belong to the supplier. Means what? Old tire I will buy and I will supply the rethreaded tire, it is supply of goods. If the old tire belong to the recipient, means you are the owner of that old tire, I am just doing the rethreading, then it will come under supply of service. Then priority sector lending certificates. What are these priority sector lending certificates? Generally, what happens is that every bank will get a license from RBI with the condition that they have to give a percentage of the public deposits as loans to the priority sector. What is priority sector? Like education loans, housing loans, MSME startup loans. So these are all examples of priority sector, even farm loans, agricultural farm loans. So there is a condition that we have to give a percentage of our deposits as loans to priority sector. Let's take an example. There is one bank, Lena Dena Bank. This Lena Dena Bank has started their operations for the financial year 2021. They got a license from RBI with the condition that 30% of their deposits they need to give as loans to priority sector. During financial year 2021, they got a deposits of 100 crores. In this 100 crores, so they have given loans of only 20 crores to priority sector. But as per condition, how much they should give? 30. But how much they gave? 20. So what is the shortfall? 10 crores. If they are not giving these loans to priority sector, the license will be cancelled. On the other hand, HDFC Bank also got the license with the same condition, and they have a public deposits 1000 crores and they gave loan to priority sector 380 crores. How much they need to give loan to priority sector? 300, but they gave 380, means they have a excess. Now that bank which is having a shortfall will transfer 10 crores to the bank which is having excess. So the bank which is having excess will be transferring the priority sector lending certificates, which means this Lena Dena Bank directly gave loan to priority sector 20 crores, and to like HDFC they transferred 10 crores na, that will be like indirect loans to the priority sector. So therefore they achieved the target. 30 crores they achieved. How? Directly 20, and by purchasing priority sector lending certificates 10, they achieved the target. Now what is the revised loan to priority sector by HDFC? 380. Now 10 crores worth of loans they transferred. So they got that 10 crores. So therefore 370. Now This sale of priority sector lending certificates is through a portal, e-Kuber portal of RBI. This is not through stock exchange. So that's the reason why these are not treated as securities. These are treated as licenses, usually license, trade license. When we transfer from one person to other person, how we will treat, the same way it will be treated. So it is treated as supply of goods and chargeable to GST. Is it clear? Then also it is deemed as interstate supply, means always chargeable to IGST, and it will be coming under RCM. Why we did not discuss, sir, this in RCM? Because it is goods. Goods related to RCM we don't have in exam, so that's why we did not discuss. This is for your reference purpose. Then next one, taxability of hire purchase transaction. Generally in hire purchase there are two types, hire purchase transaction and hire purchase financing. What we see in reality today is hire purchase financing. For example, you go to one electronic shop. For example, you want to buy one TV, refrigerator or washing machine or AC. So what they do, they will be having a tie-up with various financiers like Bajaj Finance, HDB Financial Services, like that lot of financiers will be there. Now, what those financiers will do, will make payment to the vendor and will be recovering installments from the buyer, correct? Now, how many parties are there in hire purchase financing? 3 parties. Who are those 3 parties? Seller, hire vendor, hire purchaser and financier. Now, for vendor, who will make the payment? Financier. And the financier will be recovering EMIs from the buyer. Now, in each and every EMI, there is an interest component. That interest is exempted. Why, sir? Interest on loans, advances or deposits is exempted. Due to that reason, that will become exempted. Now, in hire purchase transaction, what will happen? So there won't be 3 parties, 2 parties only. Means the vendor himself will give the finance and will recover EMIs. In every EMI there is interest, but this interest is on account of delay in receipt of consideration. So this interest will be taxable. Understood? So in hire purchase transaction, 2 parties are there, hire vendor and hire purchaser. And say the cost price of the asset is 40,000. See this, cash price of the asset 40,000, which is payable 4,000 rupees for 12 months. Means what is the hire purchase price? 4,000 into 12, 48,000, and the cash price is 40. Means what is the interest income? 8,000. So this interest income 8,000 is taxable in case of hire purchase transaction. Whereas in case of hire purchase financing, also this 8,000 interest will come, but that 8,000 interest will become exempted. And whenever interest is taxable, on what basis it will be taxable? While discussing value of supply, I told you, interest is taxable on receipt basis. Only when we are actually receiving the interest, at that time only we need to pay. For that we need to give one document also. What is that? Debit note. Debit note will be given by supplier to recipient. One more point to remember, if interest involved in EMI is exempted, so for non-payment of EMI, they will be collecting some extra charges. Those charges also exempted. If interest involved in EMI is taxable, then for non-payment of EMI, they collect some charges that will be taxable. Example, housing loan. Housing loan EMI, interest is taxable or exempted? Exempted. Because interest on loans, advances, deposits exempted. Now we did not pay one installment housing loan. Now for that they will collect some charges. That charges penal interest, we call it as penal interest. That penal interest is also exempted. Whereas EMI on credit card, interest involved in credit card is taxable. For non-payment of EMI in a credit card, they will levy some penal interest. That penal interest will be taxable because the main interest is taxable due to that reason. So this is about this point about hire purchase financing and hire purchase transaction. Then look into this, taxability of artwork sent by artist to gallery. For example, you make one artwork. How that artwork you can sell? You have to put it in an art gallery, and art gallery will not pay money to you. Only when that art gallery sells the artwork, then only they will make payment to you. Means the consideration to you depends upon sale of artwork by the art gallery, correct or not? which means when is it treated as supply in your hands? The day when you are sending it to the art gallery, or the day when art gallery sells it to the buyer. The day when art gallery sells it to the buyer, that date only it will be treated as sale in your hands also. You got it? Until that point of time, there is no certainty that you will be receiving the money. So it is only when the buyer selects a particular artwork displayed at the gallery that the actual supply takes place, and applicable GST would be payable at the time of such supply. Then this already we have seen taxability of perquisites provided by employer to employee. What is the taxability of that perquisites? Covered under supply or not a supply? Not a supply. Then last two circulars we have taxability of sale of land after leveling, laying down of drainage lines, etc. I purchase one agricultural land. Now if you see in Chennai, this is very popular. What people will do, they buy agricultural land because now the greater Chennai, they are expanding the Chennai to a greater extent wherein it goes up to, somewhere Sri Parambadur, up to that, this side somewhere Ennore. So fully they are expanding. So sooner or later, we may go to Tirupati also and say that is also Chennai like that, okay. So now what happens, people will buy the agricultural land and they put the plots, okay, 1000 square feet plot, 800 square feet plot, and they rope in some celebrities and they will be promoting like, so backside only airport will come, this side railway station is there, here police station is there, like that and all. They will be selling this land, developed land. This is known as sale of developed land. Whether sale of developed land is taxable or not covered under supply. See, sale of land, whether it is undeveloped land or developed land, it is land only, na? Correct? Sale of land is excluded from supply. Then, for development purpose, that is to lay down the drainage lines and to lay down the road, etc., that builder will be receiving services. That services will be covered under supply. See this. Such sale of land is excluded from supply. However, any service provided for development of land, like leveling, laying of drainage lines, etc., shall attract GST at the applicable rate of services. Now, what they are doing, so recently also I inquired for one land, okay. They are telling, sir, 1000 square feet is 40 lakhs, sir. 1000 square feet is 40 lakhs, okay. Somewhere near this Avadipa, okay, 40 lakhs. But you know what he is doing? In this 40 lakhs, he is dividing into two. There the guideline value is only 2500 rupees. So 25 lakhs he is telling as land and 15 lakhs he is telling as development charges. You understood? 15 lakhs is telling us development charges, because if he sell more than the guideline value, that will be difficult for him. So he is not selling beyond the guideline value. So what he is doing, 25 lakhs guideline value he is selling as land. So no GST. Whereas this 15 lakhs is collecting towards development charges. Whether it attracts GST? Yes. This will attract GST at 18%. You got the clarity, pa? That is about this. Then next CBIC circular related to no claim bonus. This already we have seen in value of supply, but there I have not given, here I have given. Whether no claim bonus is allowed as a deduction while computing the GST payable? Yes. What is it I told you as no claim bonus? First year, when you take the insurance, you are not claiming any amount. Second year, while renewing, you will be getting a discount. That discount is called as no claim bonus. For example, also I told you, 18,000 is the insurance premium, 2,000 rupees you got as a no claim bonus. Now you pay 16,000. Whether GST payable on 18,000 or 16,000? 16,000. So no claim bonus is allowed as a reduction. It will be like excluded in the value if it is shown in the invoice. Okay. So that is about supply under GST. Fully we have seen and majorly we completed, pa. So let's start with the next segment. Please take payment process, pa. One small area, but for interest computation, we will definitely get one question on this. Page number 202. Page number 202, payment process. In this payment process, we have two sections, section 49 and section 50. Section 49 talks about what are the various ledgers which are maintained by GST network on behalf of a registered person. Section 50 talks about interest computation, how the interest will be computed on account of delay in payment of tax or wrong availment and utilization of ITC, etc. Now, let's start with section 49. On behalf of every registered person, GST network will be maintaining three ledgers: electronic liability ledger, electronic credit ledger, and electronic cash ledger. So these are the three ledgers which are maintained by GST network. So these ledgers will always have a contra effect, like for example, input tax credit is asset or liability to you? Asset. As it is an asset to you, it should show a debit balance. But as they are maintaining the ledger, so electronic credit ledger shows a credit balance. Same way, liability is a credit balance for you, but it will show debit balance there. So like that, exactly opposite, just like bank passbook cash book concept. So whenever you make a deposit in the bank, in your cash book it will show a debit, but in the passbook it will show a credit. Same way. So these three ledgers are not maintained by us, maintained by GST network. How money will come into electronic credit ledger? As and when you avail ITC. How you can avail ITC? By filing 3B, or you can file ITC 1 also. What is ITC 1? Availment of ITC on closing stock, or ITC 2. That is, whenever there is a transfer of business, the transferee will file ITC 2 to transfer his ITC. Then also your electronic credit ledger gets an inflow. Or ITC 2A, that is when single registration is getting separate registrations. From that single registration, ITC will be transferred. That will also come here. So all these are inflows into the credit ledger. Whatever money that is there in the electronic credit ledger can be used only for payment of tax dues, but it cannot be used for payment of other dues of that person. What are the total dues of a registered person? Remember, TIPFO. T for tax, I for interest, P for penalty, F for fees, that is late fee for delay in filing return, O for others. But the balance in the credit ledger can be used only for payment of tax dues, but cannot be used for payment of other dues. However, how balance will come into cash ledger? Whenever we make a deposit into the cash ledger through payment 6 challan, or TDS TCS deducted by the other person, or refunds, this will come into the electronic cash ledger. So whatever that comes into the electronic cash ledger can be used for payment of tax dues as well as other dues. There is no restriction. Then whatever is the outflow of electronic credit ledger and cash ledger is the inflow into electronic liability ledger, which you can use it for payment of tax dues and other dues. Okay, so this is about these three ledgers. If at all you get a short note question, you write about this. So what are the three ledgers that are there for a registered person? Electronic liability ledger, electronic credit ledger, and electronic cash ledger. And whatever balance in credit ledger can be used for payment of only tax dues. Whatever balance that is there in cash ledger can be used for payment of both tax dues and other dues. And we have a formats here. PMT1, Form GST PMT1 is electronic liability ledger. PMT2 is electronic credit ledger. PMT5 is electronic cash ledger. And PMT6 is the deposit challan. Okay. Then, so this already we saw balance in electronic credit ledger and cash ledger after payment of interest penalty fee may be refunded. Sir, can we get refund from the credit ledger? Refund from the credit ledger generally not possible. Only in two cases it is possible. That is in case of zero rated supplies and inverted tax structure. What is zero rated supplies? Export of goods or services, supply of goods or service to SEZ. In that case, you will get refund of balance in the credit ledger. Another case, inverted tax structure. Inverted tax structure means the rate of GST on outward supply is less than the rate of GST on inward supply. For example, I am manufacturing defense and military uniform. The rate of GST on military uniform is 5%. And I am purchasing the cloth. Cloth is 18%. So therefore, the rate of GST on my outward supply is less than the rate of GST on my inward supply. So I will have a lot of accumulated ITC. I can get it as a refund. Only in these two cases, we can get the refund from the credit ledger. Whereas cash ledger is not like that. Any time you can get the refund of balance in the cash ledger. If there is any excess balance in the cash ledger, you can get it as a refund. So balance in electronic credit ledger, cash ledger, after payment of interest, penalty fee or any other amount may be refunded. Any discrepancy in ledger is communicated through PMT4. So suppose if there is some balances which are not properly visible in these ledgers, we need to make a complaint to the portal. That complaint will be in PMT4. Then special points with respect to electronic cash ledger. What are the various modes of deposit into cash ledger? Total we have 6 modes per. So we can make payment through net banking or debit card, credit card or NEFT RTGS. NEFT RTGS means we go to the bank, there is an NEFT RTGS form available, we will fill in the details. Or cash deposit over the counter. But cash deposit, how much is permitted? Up to 10,000 rupees in a tax period. Then UPI and IMPS. These are the 6 modes of deposit into cash ledger. To deposit into cash ledger, we use a challan. What is that? PMT 6 challan. Now, whenever payment is debited in the bank, in bank account, but not credited in the cash ledger, it so happens that, so in our bank account, the amount gets debited, but in the portal, it will not be reflected. Then in that case, we should make a complaint to the payment gateway through the portal itself using PMT 7. So far we have seen 7 forms. PMT 1, liability ledger. PMT 2, credit ledger. PMT 3, we have not discussed yet. PMT 4, communication of discrepancy. PMT 5, cash ledger. PMT 6, deposit challan. PMT 7, complaint to payment gateway if amount is debited but not credited into bank account. Then for transfer of balances between major heads and minor heads in electronic cash ledger, PMT 9 is notified. So what is this? Usually in cash ledger, there will be a 20 cell matrix. That is, we have 4 major heads, CGST, SGST, then SGST or UTGST, because at a time both will not be there, SGST or UTGST, IGST and compensation cess. These are the 4 major heads and 5 minor heads we have. What are those 5 minor heads? Whatever we have seen, T, I, P, F, O. So 4 by 5, 20 cell matrix. So in this 20 cell matrix, by mistake I deposited into one cell. Now I need to shift the balances. To shift the balances to the other cell, I can make using this PMT 9. Understood the purpose of PMT 9? What is the purpose of PMT 9? To shift the balance from one cell to another cell. Then not only that, even you can use PMT 9 to transfer the cash ledger balance from one distinct person to another distinct person. For example, I am having 2 registrations, one in Tamil Nadu, one in Karnataka. Now, can I transfer the balance of cash ledger which is there in Tamil Nadu registration to Karnataka registration? Yes, but remember, credit ledger balance cannot be transferred. Credit ledger balance can never be transferred. It is only the cash ledger balance that can be transferred. Balance available in cash ledger can be transferred between distinct person, again same form. Then these are the points with respect to cash ledger. Then special points with respect to electronic credit ledger. Already we have seen what are the 2 cases where we get refund from the credit ledger: 0 rated supplies and inverted tax structure. What is inverted tax structure? Tax rate on output is less than the tax rate on inputs. That is inverted. Now, there is something called as refund to the original sources ledger. What is that? That is, by mistake, I have paid some excess amount in a particular month. Now, they will be giving refund of that amount. Yes, I can claim refund. By mistake only I paid na. Like instead of entering 1 lakh, one extra 0 I entered. So therefore 10 lakhs. So instead of 1 lakh I paid 10 lakhs. So 9 lakhs I will be getting as a refund. Now this 9 lakhs when I am getting as a refund, now how it will get as a refund? From which ledger we paid? to that ledger only we get. What if we paid using both the ledgers? Because part of my liability I will pay through credit ledger, part of my liability I will pay through cash ledger. Then how it will be given? Proportionate. So in that month, how much proportion you paid through cash ledger, how much proportion you paid through credit ledger. Say for example, 2/5 I paid through cash ledger. So out of that 9 lakhs, 2/5 will be given into bank account. 3/5 I paid through credit ledger, means out of that 9 lakhs into 3/5 will be given to my electronic credit ledger. So refund to the source ledger only. Okay. Why? Because previously lot of people used to unnecessarily pay using the credit balance and they will be getting that refund into bank account. So electronic credit ledger balance they will convert into cash. So that's why they have brought this refund to the source ledger. So related to this, I think I gave one example also, which is in page number 208. You can see page number 208. For July 2021, GSTR 3B filed on 28/2021, where gross liability reported is 200 lakhs, ITC is 120 lakhs, which means out of this 200 lakhs, 120 lakhs we will pay from which ledger? Credit ledger. What is the remaining amount? 80 lakhs. 80 lakhs we will pay from cash ledger. So therefore, 80 is to 120. What is the ratio? 80 is to 120. 2 is to 3. So 2/5 will go into electronic cash ledger, electronic cash ledger and electronic credit ledger. So what is that I have made through electronic cash ledger? 80 and 120. So therefore it will be 2 is to 3. 2 is to 3 means 2/5 will go to cash ledger. 3/5 will go to credit ledger. How much is the refund? 1,50,000. So 1,50,000 into 2/5 how much? 60,000 will go to cash ledger. And 1,50,000 into 3/5 is what? That will go to credit ledger. Cash ledger anyhow we can get as a refund. Na? So either it will go to cash ledger, if you give the bank details, it will come into your bank account. Suppose if it is refund to credit ledger, it will go only into the credit ledger. Okay. So that is this. So 60,000 will go to cash ledger and 90,000 will go to the credit ledger. You got the clarity about this? So this is known as refund into the source ledger. So where a registered person has claimed refund of any amount paid as tax, wrongly paid or paid in excess, for which debit has been made from credit ledger, then the said amount, if found admissible, proportionate amount debited from credit ledger shall be recredited to the electronic credit ledger. So for recredit into the electronic credit ledger, they will pass a refund order that will be PMT3. You got it? What is PMT3? Whenever we made some payment in excess, so we will be getting that amount into the source ledger. For giving that refund into the source ledger, they will pass a order that will be PMT3. Then next, where registered person claims erroneous refund of ITC. So wrongly they will claim refund of ITC. For example, I have ITC balance of 3 lakhs and I need to get a refund of only 1 lakh, but I claimed a refund of entire 3 lakhs wrongly. Now 2 lakhs will be recovered from me. Why? Because wrongly I claimed 3 lakhs in the place of 1 lakh. 2 lakhs will be recovered from me. Whenever they recover 2 lakhs from me, will that ledger be refilled or not? Yes, because actually 3 lakhs is the balance. How much I should get as refund? 1 lakh, and 2 lakhs should be balance in the ledger. Now what I did? 3 lakhs I claimed. So now department recovered 2 lakhs from me and they will refill that ledger to what extent? 2 lakhs. Again there will be recredit into the electronic credit ledger. For that they will be using PMT3A. Say this. Where registered person claims erroneous refund of ITC, upon payment of such refund amount along with interest and penalty, proper officer shall pass an order in PMT3 for recredit of electronic credit ledger. So we have one more form, PMT3A. Except PMT8, all other forms we have. PMT1 to PMT9, except PMT8. all these forms I have given here as a summary for your reference. Page number 205, 206. Page number 205, 206, I have given the summary of those forms. Then next, balance in electronic credit ledger can be used for payment of what? Only tax, but not interest, payment of penalty, fee and others. Also remember, balance in electronic credit ledger can be used only for payment of FCM liability. RCM liability we have to pay using only cash ledger. RCM liability we cannot pay using credit ledger. Understood? So whenever you have FCM liability and RCM liability, what you need to do? For example, your FCM liability is 3,50,000 and RCM liability is 1 lakh, and you have a input tax credit 4 lakhs. How much is your net GST payable? How much is your net GST payable? You have FCM liability 3,50,000, RCM liability 1 lakh, ITC 4 lakhs. How much is the net GST payable? 1 lakh. 1 lakh, not 50,000. 1 lakh. Why here? Because first we need to take FCM liability. What is that FCM liability? 3,50,000. Now for this FCM liability minus ITC utilized. How much is the ITC that you have? 4 lakhs. So utilize 3,50,000. Now what is the balance? 0. FCM liability became 0. Add RCM liability. What is RCM liability? 1 lakh. So this will be taken as the net GST payable. You understood, pa? So what is the steps that is involved? First we need to take FCM liability minus ITC. Thereafter you add RCM liability, that will be taken as the net GST payable. Now what is the excess ITC carried forward? What is the excess ITC that is carried forward? 50,000. How 50,000? 4 lakhs you had ITC and you spent 3,50,000. Still how much ITC you have? 50,000. So that 50,000 is the excess ITC that will be carried forward. Understood? So can't we use it for RCM liability? No, because RCM liability should always be paid by cash. That is this. Also balance in credit ledger can be used only for payment of GST under FCM, but not for payment of GST under RCM. Then balance available in the credit ledger may be restricted for utilization by proper officer under 86A. Whatever balance that is there in your credit ledger already availed, that may be restricted under 86A. We have 86A and 86B, restriction of utilization of balance in credit ledger, that we will see. Then balance in credit ledger can also be used for payment of tax in pursuance of demand under 73-74. Concentrate. 4 years before I have to pay some tax. I did not pay. Now they conducted audit and they identified that I have to pay the tax. And this tax can I pay using my credit ledger? Yes. Yes. I don't have to pay only using cash ledger. I would have got some accumulated ITC in this 4 years. So that ITC I can use for payment and there is no restriction. Balance in credit ledger can be used for payment of tax in pursuance of demand. What is the meaning of in pursuance of demand? In brackets write down arrears of tax. Arrears of tax. There is some arrears of tax. That arrears of tax I can make payment now using the balance in credit ledger. Then this part we have already discussed. When I use CGST credit for payment of IGST, both belongs to the same government. So is there any settlement? I have CGST credit pa. I use for payment of IGST liability. CGST credit is with which government? IGST payable to which government? Is there any settlement required? Just the account transfer. Then I have IGST credit used for payment of CGST liability. Now which government? Both are central government. So no settlement, just the account transfer. Then I have IGST credit utilized for payment of UTGST liability. Again, so no settlement, only account transfer because both are central government. I have IGST credit. I utilize for payment of SGST liability. IGST credit is with SGST payable to? So, central government has to transfer that money to state government under IGST settlement. Then, these are the forms. Look into the next area, page number 207. Taxpayers should settle their liabilities in the following order. First, they need to pay self-assessed tax pertaining to the previous period. What is self-assessed tax? Just write down there. Tax reported in GSTR 3B but not, reported in GSTR 1 but not paid in 3B. Tax reported in GSTR 1, but not paid through 3B, but not paid through GSTR 3B is known as self-assessed tax. Means I am adding the liability in GSTR 1 but not discharging that liability. Now last month I added GSTR 1, not paid. First I need to pay that. Then current month self-assessed tax. Thereafter only arrears of tax. Okay. First priority, last month self-assessed tax. Second priority, current month self-assessed tax. Then only any arrears of tax which I have to pay for the previous years and all, that department identifies that I have to pay. These are the three priorities, three orders I need to discharge. Then, to initiate a payment, what is the challan that we will use? PMT 6 challan. And this PMT 6 challan, once generated, will be valid for a period of 15 days. What is the logic behind this 15 days? Which means you created a challan to make the payment. You don't have to pay immediately. You can pay tomorrow, day after tomorrow, like that. But what is the validity? 15 days. And once you complete the payment, you will get a challan identification number. As soon as we create a challan, we get a common portal identification number, and upon successful payment, we get a challan identification number. That is the proof that we have made the payment. Then next, over the counter deposit, we have a restriction. How much we can deposit? 10,000. But in 3 cases, that is not applicable. Suppose if government department is depositing tax, they can deposit any amount as cash. For example, Indian Railways is a government department. If they want to deposit tax by cash, can they deposit any amount? Yes. But for others, 10,000 is the limit. Then second, that is to recover outstanding dues during attachment proceedings or to recover during any enforcement activity. That is, we have not paid some amount of tax and department will attach our property, will sell our land or will sell the properties, movable assets, etc. Now they will get the cash. That cash they can deposit in the over the counter without any limit. Or so like income tax department, GST department also will conduct the raid or search, and during the search they identified some unexplained cash. Even that unexplained cash also they will take and they will put it as a deposit into the account ledger, but that can be cash deposit. So 3 cases, cash deposit without any limit is permitted. What are those 3 cases? By government department or by the proper officer who is recovering the outstanding dues from us, or proper officer who is conducting the search. Okay. Then next, refund to original source already we have seen. Now we have 2 areas, Rule 86A and 86B. These 2 talks about restriction of balance in the electronic credit ledger. Please listen, pa. You already took the ITC. Where is that ITC? In your electronic credit ledger. Now proper officer is having power to suspend that ITC for a maximum period of 1 year. When? If you are not doing business from the place where you have obtained registration. Okay. You have to do business in the place where you have obtained registration. If you do in some other place, okay, fine, correct, logically correct. Your supplier is not doing business in the place where they have obtained registration. You understood? Again started. So your supplier is not doing business from the place where they have obtained registration. How that will be in my control? Will I put a CCTV camera there and check what he is doing? So see this, ITC availed against an invoice issued by a supplier who is not in existence or not doing business from a place where they have obtained registration. Who? Supplier. Or recipient not in existence, or not doing business from the place where they have obtained registration. ITC availed without receipt of goods. Without actual receipt of goods, you took the ITC. Then ITC availed against invoice on which supplier not paid tax to government. He did not pay, but we took it. It is there in our 3B. So we have to reverse. Sorry, it is there in our electronic credit ledger. We have to reverse. Do you remember section 41 read with rule 37A? What does it says? If the supplier not paid tax by 30th September of subsequent financial year, we need to reverse. If we are not reversing, they will suspend the ITC. You understood? So ITC availed against invoice for which supplier has not paid tax to government. Invoice or debit note against which ITC availed is not in existence. So means invoice is missing. So these are the 5 cases where they will disallow the ITC for a maximum period of 1 year. Okay. So what are the 5 cases? Supplier not in existence or not doing business from the place where they have obtained registration. Recipient not in existence or not doing business from the place where they have obtained registration. Invoice missing. Okay. Or you have not received the goods but you availed the ITC. Your supplier has not paid the tax to government. In this case, for 1 year when they disallow, maximum 1 year, again will they give it back to us? Yes, provided they are able to recover the money from the supplier. Otherwise, that money you will not be getting. You understood? Provided they are able to identify the supplier, or you help them in identifying the supplier, or the supplier has paid the tax, okay. Otherwise, that ITC is Govinda, Govinda. Okay, you will not be getting. Okay. Upon expiry of 1 year from the date of restriction, the registered person shall be able to debit input tax credit so disallowed, subject to any other action that may be taken against that person. Okay. So therefore, after reading all these things, what is my advice to you? If someone asks me, sir, what is that we should do, sir? Better not to buy with bill. You understood? Because when you pay GST also, there is no guarantee that you can enjoy that ITC. Reason being, if that idiot changes address and if that idiot not informs to the department, so they will come and disallow my ITC. What is this here? So how can I control? I cannot control any person, pa. Okay. So even I cannot control my wife also. Where from I control some other person, yeah? So we cannot control anyone. And due to that reason, better is what? Go to saw carpet, buy. Okay. So without, that is only best. Then 86B, restriction, or you buy from, suppliers who are, like corporates, they will pakka follow. Don't buy from small traders. For example, you are buying some mobile, you want ITC, buy from Chroma, Reliance Digital, like this. So who are all like companies who follow the GST properly. Don't buy from normal traders, wholesalers, etc. and all, because that is hugely risky. Because these corporates, they have to comply with all the provisions of the law, and due to that reason they will comply. But these individual traders and all, easily they will miss. So that is a huge risk here. Restriction on utilization of amount available in electronic credit ledger, rule 86B. Already I told you this point also. What is that? If my monthly turnover is more than 50 lakhs. While counting turnover, so we should take total supplies minus exempt supplies minus zero rated supplies. What we have is 4 pa. Taxable, exempted, non-taxable, zero rated. They are asking us to minus zero rated. They are asking us to minus exempted. So exempted includes non-taxable. So what is left? So taxable supplies in a month exceed 50 lakhs. Okay, directly they can give that. So therefore, taxable turnover in a month greater than 50 lakhs, and then pay 1% of your gross liability through electronic cash ledger, even if there is sufficient balance in your credit ledger to make the payment of liability. For example, I have in my credit ledger 14 lakhs as balance in my credit ledger, and my liability is only 12 lakhs. I can use actually 14 lakhs, correct? But they're telling, no, don't do that. Out of this 12 lakhs, 1% is how much? 12,000. 12 lakhs. 12,000 pa. So 12,000 you have to pay using cash ledger, and remaining 11 lakh 88,000 you have to pay through credit ledger. So this 12,000 you have to pay through cash ledger because they need the cash, liquidity. Liquidity issue is there for the government. So that's the reason why they are creating this point. Okay. Then, but this is not applicable to whom? Their family members. See there, government department, PSU, local authority, statutory body. How they can collect from them only? You understood or not? Normal people they can collect because mainly they created this provision for the sake of liquidity. Then they cannot collect it from them only. Na? So therefore, it is not applicable to government department, PSU, local authority, statutory body. Also, if you have already deposited more than 1 lakh of income tax in each of the last 2 years, you are a great person. Already you paid more than 1 lakh as income tax, no need to pay 1% because already you paid something in cash in the last 2 years as income tax greater than 1 lakh. So no need to comply with this 86B. Or you are eligible for a refund of more than 1 lakh in the preceding financial year. So last year more than 1 lakh refund. We are not it given. Okay. Now, again, if I ask you to pay, then you will take stones and hit me. You understood or not? Because already money is due from the government. On the top of that, if they ask you to pay cash, you will not pay. So that's the reason why you are also not required to comply. Then, already you paid greater than 1% cumulatively up to the current month. Then for current month, you don't have to pay anything through the cash ledger. Simple pa. April to September, I have paid 1 lakh. April to September, I have paid 1 lakh through cash ledger. And my liability is 10 lakhs. My total liability from April to September is 10 lakhs. In that 10 lakhs, already 1 lakh I paid through cash ledger. Means how much I paid? 10%, not 1%, 10% I paid. So I already paid more than 1%. For September month, I don't have to pay anything. You got it? So paid greater than 1% of the total liability through cash ledger, calculated cumulatively up to the month in the current financial year. Then for that month, you don't have to pay anything through cash ledger. That is about this. Okay. So total we have 7 situations where 86B is not applicable. So when 86B is applicable, if turnover in a month exceeds 50 lakhs, that to what turnover? Taxable turnover, then 86B will be applicable and they have to pay 1% of their gross liability through cash ledger, even if they have sufficient balance in the credit ledger. Okay. Now, when 86B not applicable, 7 cases. First 4, government, central government, state government, local authority, PSU, then statutory body. Then, if you have paid income tax more than 1 lakh in each of the 2 preceding financial years, or refund more than 1 lakh in the preceding year, or if you have cumulatively already paid greater than 1% for the current financial year up to the month, then also you are not required to pay. So these are the relaxations we have. Now look into this illustration 3 to know how to calculate that cumulative 1%. April 2021, your gross liability is 13 lakhs and you have credit ledger 12 lakhs. So therefore, how much you will pay through cash ledger? 1 lakh you will pay. Okay. Then May month 14 lakhs you have gross liability and credit ledger you have 14 lakhs. Now so far how much is your liability, gross liability so far? 13 plus 14, 27. How much already you paid? 1 lakh. 1 divided by 27 is how much? 3.7. Is it more than 1%? Yes. So no need to pay in the month of May anything through cash ledger, fully use the credit ledger itself. Understood? Then again, third month you take. Third month you have 15 lakhs liability, 15 lakhs in the credit ledger. What is your cumulative liability for 3 months? 42. So far how much you paid from cash ledger? 1. 1 divided by 42 how much? 2.38. So more than 1. So therefore for June month also you don't have to pay anything through cash ledger because you have already paid more than 1%. So fully you use credit ledger balance. Then again, July 28, 27. Naturally, you have to pay 1 lakh through cash ledger because you don't have sufficient balance in credit ledger, you have to pay. Then again, August you take. August, you have 28 lakhs liability and 28 lakhs balance in credit ledger. Now, what is the cumulative liability up to August? 98. So far, how much you paid? 2. 2 divided by 98. 2.04. More than 1 na? So therefore, for August month, you don't have to pay anything through cash ledger, fully pay using credit ledger. Then September, again, 53 lakhs you have liability, 53 lakhs you have credit ledger. Now see the cumulative liability up to September, 151. So far, how much you paid? 2. 2 divided by 151, 1.32, more than 1. So therefore, for September, no need to pay through cash ledger, fully use credit ledger for making payment of gross liability. Then October, you have 50 lakhs liability, 50 lakhs balance in credit. Now what is your cumulative liability up to October? 201. How much you paid so far? 2. 2 divided by 201. Less than 1, correct? So therefore, for October, definitely you have to pay 1% of your liability through cash ledger. That is 0.5 lakhs. You got it? Why? Because cumulatively it is less than 1. So 50 lakhs into 1%, 0.5 lakhs you have to pay through cash ledger. Then how much you will pay from the credit ledger? 49.5 you will pay from the credit ledger. You got it? Now, so for November month you take. November month, 62 lakhs. 62 lakhs is your liability, 62 lakhs is your credit. What is your cumulative liability up to November? 263. How much you paid so far? 2.5. 2.5 divided by 263, 0.95, less than 1. Again, for November month also, you have to pay 1% through cash ledger. 62 into 1%, 0.62 lakhs. You have to pay through cash ledger. Why? Because the cumulative falls below. The moment you pay this 0.62, will that percentage go beyond 1? Of course, yes. 0.62 you add. 2.5 already is there. 2.5 plus 0.62, how much? 3.12 divided by cumulative 263, you will take 1.19, so more than 1%. Means you need to maintain that more than 1%. If you see every month last column, so cumulative percentage, if you see, we are maintaining 1%, 1%. That is the logic behind this. You got it? So therefore, what you need to do as a formula, first you see whatever you have already paid through cash ledger divided by what is the total liability up to this month into 100. Is it less than 1% or greater than 1%? If it is greater than 1% or equals to 1%, that month don't pay anything through cash ledger. Suppose if it is less than 1%, that month 1% of the gross liability you need to pay through cash ledger. Okay. Again, this question not tested in exam so far, so maybe they can ask this 86B, that cumulative 1%. Then next, interest on delayed payment, section 50. There are two interest computations under GST. One is on account of late payment of tax. Another is on account of wrong availment and utilization of ITC. If there is any late payment of tax, then the interest will be 18% per annum. Even on wrong availment and utilization of ITC also, the interest will be 18% per annum only. Now see this, when interest is payable, delay in payment of tax either in full or in part, or wrong availment and utilization of ITC. What is the rate of interest? 18% per annum. Computation, that is important. In case of tax, we need to compute interest from the first date after due date till the actual date of payment. Is it clear? In case of tax payment late, we need to compute interest from when? From the first date after due date till the actual date of payment. For example, July month liability, I have to pay by when? 20th of August. I paid on 31st of August. So what is the number of days delay? 11 days delay. 20th I have to, so I have not paid. So what is the first date after due date? 21st. So 21st to 31st will be 11 days. For 11 days I need to pay the interest. Are you getting? Whereas in case of ITC, wrong availment and utilization of ITC, we need to compute interest from when till when? Already we learned. From the date of utilization till the date of reversal or payment. Okay. Then Whether non-payment of interest invokes any interest. No, there is no interest on interest because GST department is not money lender to calculate interest on interest. We don't have that. Which ledger balance is used for payment of interest? Cash ledger. Super. On what amount interest is computed? We have three scenarios. Number one, you filed GSTR 3B late. You showed the liability in GSTR 3B, but that GSTR 3B filed late. Then in that case, you need to compute interest on the net liability, not on gross liability. Means you have 200 lakhs gross, 120 lakhs ITC, net liability 80. Had you filed 3B on time, how much you would have paid? 80. So now you are filing late, means how much you will pay late? 80 only. So therefore interest should be computed on net liability if there is a delay in filing 3B. You understood? Say this. Tax paid through credit ledger, tax paid through cash ledger, and interest is applicable on tax paid through cash ledger only, that is on net liability. Say this. You have GSTR 3B of July 2023, gross liability 8 lakhs, ITC 3 lakhs. What is the net liability? How to calculate net liability? Gross liability minus ITC is net liability. That net liability is 5 lakhs. Now, for July month, by when we should file 3B? 20th of August. But see here, they filed 3B on 28th December. 28th December. Now for how many days we need to compute interest? What is the due date? 20th August. So we need to count from 21st August till 28th December. So in August, 11 days. Take your calculator. In August, 11 days. And in September, 30 days. October, 31 days. And November, 30 days. In December, 28 days. Total how many days? 130? 130 exactly. So for 130 days, we need to compute the interest on what? Why not 8 lakhs? As there is a delay in filing 3B, we need to compute interest on net liability. Got it? Then next. GSTR 3B of August 2023, gross liability 4 lakhs, ITC 1 lakh. What is your net liability? 3 lakhs. For August, by when you should file? 20th of September. But when are you filing? 28th of December. How many days delay? 21st September to 28th December. In September 10 days, again October 31 days, November 30 days, December 28 days. So how many days delay? So 90 days delay, 99 days delay. For that 99 days, you need to compute interest only on 3 lakhs. You understood this question, pa? Simple here. Whenever there is a delay in filing 3B, we need to compute interest from the first date after due date till the actual date of filing return. So on what liability? Net liability. What is net liability? Gross minus ITC. If you have RCM liability, add RCM liability. Gross liability under FCM minus ITC plus RCM liability. That's how we need to calculate net liability. Correct or not? Then next, second scenario, pa. You forgot to pay tax for a particular month, but you filed 3B. You forgot to pay tax for a particular month, but you filed 3B. Now that month tax you paid in the later month. For example, April month liability I am paying in October. April month liability I am paying in October. And October I paid partly through cash ledger, partly through credit ledger. You understood or not? April month liability I am paying in October, but October fully I am not paying through cash ledger. I am paying partly through cash ledger, partly through credit ledger. Now should I compute interest on net liability? No, this is on gross liability. Why? Because it pertains to April month. You did not report in that month, you are paying now. So therefore you need to pay on the gross liability. You understood? Sir, then it is better to file GSTR 3B late na sir, because interest is payable only on net liability here, correct? But here interest is payable on gross liability. I did not understand why such a disparity. There is a disparity, concentrate. April month I already filed 3B on time, so no late fee. That's why when I am paying the tax late, pay interest on gross liability. Whereas 3B of April, if I file now, already there is a late fee for delay in filing return. So in interest, they are giving the relaxation. So interest you pay on net liability. Now you understood why they created this way. Clear here? So whenever you already filed 3B for a particular month, but you did not report the tax in that month, but that tax if you are paying now, you need to pay interest on what liability? Gross or net? Gross liability. Now see this question, you will get a clarity. Illustration 5. Illustration 5, this is a past exam question, for very important question. PQR Limited have filed their GSTR 3B return for the month of August 2022 within the due date, that is 29/2022. So August month, when they should file return? 20th September. So they filed on 20th September. Proper? Now, it was noticed in October that tax dues for the month of August have been short paid by 10,000. So this 10,000 pertains to which month? August month. But when they identified October, and the shortfall of 10,000 was paid through cash ledger and credit ledger amounting to 7,500 and 2,500 respectively, while filing GSTR 3B of October, which was filed on 20th November. Now we need to compute interest on gross liability or net liability. What is the net liability? 10,000 gross. ITC, how much they have? 2,500. So net liability will be 7,500. So whether we need to compute interest on gross or net? Gross. Why? This pertains to a month for which 3B already filed. Now we are paying. So it is on gross. Means 10,000. Correct? And from when till when? This 10,000 pertains to which month? August. For August, what is the due date? 20th of September. And when are we actually making the payment? 20th of November. From 20th September to 20th November you count. So September 10 days. Correct? September 20th is a due date pass, so you need to count from the next day. So September 10 days, October 31 days, November 20 days. How many days? For 61 days you need to compute interest. Calculate interest. 10,000 into 18% into 61 by 365. 2022 is not a leap year, na? So divided by 365. How much? 301, rounded off to nearest 1 rupee. Okay. Now see the second part in this question. What would be your answer if GSTR 3B for the month of August has been belatedly filed on 20th November? August month we have not filed September, but we filed on 20th November. Now we have to pay interest on net liability. What is the net liability? 7,500 for the same days. 7,500 into 18% into what by what? 61 divided by 365. Why? Why 7,500? Because it is 3B filed late. So there is a saving in interest. Correct? But actually, this many 61 days there is a delay in filing 3B. So on the other hand, they will put a late fee. And late fee for everyday delay is 25 rupees under CGST, 25 rupees under SGST. You add 25 plus 25, 50. 50 into 60. So that much we will pay as late fee. So that's why a small relaxation we have here. Okay. What is that small relaxation? Instead of 301, we are paying 226. You got it? Then. But in the first case, is there any late fee? Why? 3B filed on time. 3B filed on time. In the second case, 3B filed late. So there is a late fee here. Okay. So you just write down. In the second situation, late fee is payable. Late fee is payable for delay in filing GSTR 3B. In second situation, late fee is payable for delay in filing GSTR 3B. However, such late fee shall not arise in situation 1. However, such late fee shall not arise in situation 1. Then last part, wrong availment and wrong utilization of ITC. We need to compute interest on what? Wrongly availed ITC, wrongly utilized ITC. Wrongly utilized ITC. Interest applicable only on that portion of ITC which is wrongly utilized. How to know how much is the ITC that we have utilized? Simple, that month in which the availed ITC, okay, so balance falls below that is the month in which we have wrongly utilized, okay. So every month we should maintain that balance. If you are maintaining the balance, you have not utilized. Any month, if the balance in ITC falls below the wrongly availed ITC, in that month we have utilized that ITC. Let's see an example to understand this. Illustration 6. Mukund traders registered in Gujarat have opted to file returns on a monthly basis, and for all the months they file GSTR 3B on 18th of the month following every month. For the month of October, they have wrongly availed 1,50,000 and reversed the same in January 2023. Which month they wrongly availed? October. And when they reversed? January 2023. Their tax consultant is of the view that interest is not payable. You are required to compute the interest, if any, based on the following information. Now, concentrate. September month, we have the data. Opening balance plus ITC availed minus ITC utilized is the closing balance. October only they wrongly availed ITC, correct? How much is the wrongly availed ITC for October? 1,50,000. But they already have an opening balance 1 lakh plus they availed 5 lakhs. In that 5 lakhs, wrongly availed is 1,50,000 and they utilized 3 lakhs. Now what is the closing balance? 3 lakhs. Now tell me whether that 1,50,000 they utilized or not utilized. Why not utilized? Because for October there is a balance of 3 lakhs, means that 1,50,000 is in that 3 lakhs. You got it? Next, November 2022, 3 lakhs is the opening balance. Whatever is the closing balance here will become the opening balance. Plus this month they availed 2 lakhs. They utilized 4 lakhs. Okay. And they have 1 lakh as balance. Whether wrongly availed ITC utilized? To what extent? Super, 50,000 rupees they have utilized. Okay. So 50,000 rupees utilized in the month of November. Next again. So whatever is the closing balance here is the opening balance here plus avail 2,50,000 and minus 1,50,000, closing balance 2 lakhs. It increased, even then utilized is utilized. You understood? It came down and again it increased, but whatever utilized is utilized. They have 50,000, they have utilized. Okay. Then again, January opening balance 2 lakhs and plus ITC 1 lakh minus 3 lakhs. In this 3 lakhs, the wrongly availed ITC 1,50,000 also they have minus. So closing balance became 0. So they reversed it for January 2023. Understood the question? Now, you need to compute interest on 50,000, 1,50,000. 50,000, not on 1,50,000, only on 50,000, because they maintain the balance of 1 lakh every month and they reverse that, so they don't have to pay interest on that 1 lakh. But in 1 month, that balance came down to 1 lakh, means from 1,50,000 it came down to 1 lakh, so that 50,000 is utilized in that month. Okay. Now, which month is it is utilized? November month. For November month, usually when they will file 3B every month? So 18th of December. So when they would have utilized this 50? 18th of December. So we need to count interest from 19th of December till the date of reversal. What is the date of reversal? For Jan 2023, when we will reverse? So 18th of February, you can see here in the present case, interest computed from 18th December to 18th February. You understood how? Which month we utilized, darling? November. For November, when we will file 3B? 18th of December. So 18 December. And when are we reversing? January. For January, when we will file 3B? 18th of February. So 18 December to 18 February. For 62 days, we need to compute interest only on 50,000 rupees. Got it? Don't count 18 December because 18 December only we file 3B. So you count from next date. So in December, 31 minus 18 plus January, so 31 days, February 18 days. So you will get 62 days. Understood? For that 62 days, we need to compute the interest. Got the clarity? So this question also you mark as very, very important. So again, this is not tested in the past exam May 23. So this attempt I am expecting this question on wrong availment and utilization of ITC. So with this, we completed payment process. Have a look into page number 219, returns under GST, segment 11. So in this returns, what we need to basically remember is what are the various returns and who is required to file that return and what is the time limit for filing that return. That's the first aspect we should know. So GSTR1. GSTR1 is a return to be filed by every registered person. What does GSTR1 contains? GSTR1 contains only details of outward supplies. And by when GSTR1 should be filed? By 11th of the month following every month if that person is not opting for quarterly return. Suppose if the person is opting for quarterly return, they need to file it by 13th of the month following every quarter. So first GSTR1 is a return that contains the details of outward supplies. And who will opt for QRMP, that is quarterly return, if their aggregate turnover does not exceed 5 crores during the previous year, current year, they can go for quarterly return. If it is monthly return, what is the due date? 11th of the month following every month. If it is quarterly return, what is the due date? 13th of the month following every quarter. This is about GSTR1. Then GSTR2, we don't have any return. We will not file it. That will be given by the portal. Then 3B we have, that 3B also to be filed by a registered person, and that 3B is a consolidated return that contains all the details. And by when the 3B should be filed? If it is monthly return, by 20th of the month following every month. If it is quarterly return, by 22nd or 24th of the month following every month. So when 22nd and when 24th? Remember, so in case of G, M, C, A and states below that. So for example, if you see here in India map, so Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, okay, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, then Chhattisgarh and Andhra Pradesh. G, M, C, A, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Andhra Pradesh and states below that, including Maharashtra, all these union territories, Telangana, Goa, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Puducherry. So these states and union territories, 22nd. And states above that, actually in the middle they have cut G, M, C, A, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Andhra Pradesh. And states above that will be 24th. Okay. So what is it you need to remember here? G, M, C, A, that is Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, then Andhra Pradesh. So these 4 and below, what will be taken? 22nd of the month following every quarter. 22nd of the month following every quarter. And for other states, it will be 24th of the month following every quarter. Which case pa? GSTR 3B. Then GSTR 4. GSTR 4 who will file? A return to be filed by a person opting for composition scheme. What return? Annual return. By when they need to file? April 30th. And also composition scheme is required to file one return, quarterly return, that is CMP 8 by 18th of the month following every quarter. Then Next 5, GSTR 5. GSTR 5 is a return to be filed by NRTP, non-resident taxable person who come from outside India to India, and the time limit for that is 13th of the month following every month. Previously it was 20th, now it is 13th of the month following every month, or 7 days from expiry of registration, whichever is earlier or later, earlier, whichever is earlier. Then GSTR 5A also one return is there to be filed by OIDR supplier, monthly return by 20th of the month following every month. Then GSTR 6 is to be filed by input service distributor, that is by 13th of the month following every month. You have to remember 3 things here. What is the return form, who is required to file that return, and what is the time limit. Mainly for MCQs it will be tested. Then GSTR 7 is TDS deductor, whereas GSTR 8 is e-commerce operator. Both this 7 and 8 by 10th of the month following every month. Then GSTR 9. What is GSTR 9? That's an annual return. And when that annual return needs to be filed? By 31st December of the succeeding financial year. Who is required to file annual return? Whether every registered person is required to file? No. Only those people whose aggregate turnover in a year exceeds 2 crores, then only annual return is required. And there is something called as reconciliation statement, GSTR 9C. That GSTR 9C reconciliation statement is to be filed by a person whose aggregate turnover exceeds 5 crores. So in annual return, you remember there are 2 annual returns, GSTR 9 and GSTR 9C. GSTR 9 and 9C, both due date is same, 31st December of the succeeding financial year. When GSTR 9, if aggregate turnover exceeds 2 crores. When GSTR 9C, when aggregate turnover exceeds 5 crores. So then GSTR 9C is applicable. And that is about 9. Then 10. GSTR 10 is a final return. Who is required to file that final return? A person whose registration is cancelled. So that person has to file. By when it should be filed? 3 months from the date of cancellation or order of cancellation, whichever is earlier or later, whichever is later, they need to file a final return. So who will be filing this final return for GSTR 10? By a person whose registration is cancelled. What is the time limit? 3 months from the date of cancellation or order of cancellation, whichever is later. So these are the list of returns. Then GSTR 11 is there. GSTR 11 is to be filed by UIN holder, but there is no time limit for that. As and when they go for refund, I told you UIN holder usually make application for refund with respect to their inward supplies. UIN holders outward supply is exempted. On their inward supplies, whatever GST they paid, they will get as a refund. To claim that refund, they should lodge an application in GSTR 11. So GSTR 11 contains the details of their purchases. So as and when refund is made, at that time they will file this GSTR 11. So these are the various returns that we have with the time limits. Okay. So what you need to just remember is that GSTR 1 is what? 2 we don't have, 3, 3B, then 4, then 5, 5A, like that. What are the returns? Who is required to file and what is the time limit? Okay. That you need to revise 1 or 2 times, then you will remember what is the time limit for this. Then next, so this similar time limits already we have seen. So there are 5 situations where the time limit is same, 30th November of succeeding financial year or date of filing and return, whichever is earlier. What are the time limit for availment of ITC, time limit for issuance of credit note, time limit for rectification of GSTR 1, GSTR 3B and GSTR 8. And this rectification of return, previously only GSTR 1 can be rectified, but now even GSTR 3B also can be rectified. How invoices should be reported in GSTR 1? We need to enter the details of invoice in GSTR 1 invoice wise basically. So divide the transaction into 2, B2B, B2C. B2B means what? Sale to registered person. Sale to registered person, always we need to enter invoice wise. We need to enter invoice wise only in GSTR 1. But B2C, B2C means what? Sale to unregistered persons. How we need to enter? Check whether it is interstate or intrastate. If it is intrastate supplies, you do the consolidation. Means don't add invoice wise, total it and we will put it there. Whereas interstate, again divide into two. Invoice value exceed 2,50,000 per invoice. Invoice value does not exceed 2,50,000 per invoice. Invoice value exceed 2,50,000 per invoice is known as large invoices. All those invoices we need to show separately, even though unregistered, but invoice wise we need to enter. Whereas small invoices, what is that? Invoice value does not exceed 2,50,000. We will do state wise consolidation. Okay. So tell me this chart. How we need to enter the invoices in GSTR1? First we need to divide into two, B2B, B2C. B2B, always invoice wise. B2C, interstate, intrastate. Intrastate, what we should do? Consolidation. Interstate, again, invoice value exceed 2,50,000 per invoice. Invoice wise. So invoice value does not exceed 2,50,000 per invoice. State wise consolidation. Then this already we discussed, section 38, furnishing details of inward supplies. What is that I told you? Even though supplier files in GSTR1, but in 2B it will come under ITC not available, and as and when supplier rectifies his mistake, it will be coming under ITC available and we can enjoy the ITC at that time. Okay, that is this. Then we have one latest amendment, Rule 88C. What is that? If my liability in GSTR1 is greater than liability in GSTR3B by prescribed amount or prescribed percentage. Why such a difference arises? Maybe I reported an invoice for which I have not paid the liability. Then I will get an intimation in the common portal, so and even a copy of email to the registered person. Within 7 days, either I need to agree the difference and pay it along with interest. Why with interest? Because I have not paid that liability, I am paying it late, so I have to pay with interest. Or I need to explain the difference. So that is, I have added an invoice, but actually that much amount is not there, and therefore I don't have to make the payment, or already I have paid it in the earlier month as advance. Like that, some reason will be there. I need to explain the differences. Now, suppose if the explanation of the registered person is found acceptable, proceedings are concluded. If the reply of that person is not acceptable, or he did not give reply, or he did not pay the differential tax, three things. Registered person neither paid the difference nor submitted explanation, or submitted explanation is not acceptable by department. In that case, they will initiate recovery under section 79 along with penalty. If you pay the difference with interest. If they initiate recovery, even they will add penalty also. One more disadvantage here is that they will block your returns, GSTR1, till the time you pay the difference. That is this. Recovery of difference as per 79 and GSTR1 blocked for subsequent tax period until such difference tax is deposited. So this may be tested as a theory question. That is, what is the recourse done by the department in case when they identify the liability in GSTR1 greater than GSTR3B. So you need to write this procedure. Don't draw the chart, please write it in theory. Okay. Then next, late fee for delay in filing returns. Again, this late fee you have to by heart and remember, no other go, and mostly for MCQ purpose. In this late fee, we have an amendment in late fee related to GSTR9 also. First, what are the returns? GSTR1 or GSTR3B? These are the regular returns, correct? GSTR1, GSTR3B. If it is a nil return, the late fee will be, so 10 rupees per day subject to maximum 250. Whatever late fee that we learn is under CGST Act. The same amount of late fee we need to pay even under SGST Act. So if it is GSTR1 or GSTR3B, what is the late fee per? Nil return, 10 rupees per day. Other than nil return, 25 rupees per day. Okay, nil return how much? 10 rupees per day. Other than nil return, 25 rupees per day. What is the maximum amount? If it is a nil return, the maximum is 250. If it is other than nil return, the maximum depends. If your turnover during previous year exceeds 5 crores, then the maximum is 5,000. If your turnover during the previous year exceed 1.5 but does not exceed 5 crores, then the maximum is 2,500. If your aggregate turnover during the previous year does not exceed 1.5 crores, then the maximum is 1,000. Now, I'll give you one situation. You answer what is the late fee that is payable. So, GSTR 3B of Jan 2023 filed on 18th September 2023, where aggregate turnover of such person during previous year 2022-23 is 3 crores. Okay, and if it is nil return, what is the late fee? If it is other than nil return, what is the late fee? Come on. GSTR 3B of Jan 2023 filed on 18 September. What is the due date of Jan 2023? 20th of Feb. But it is filed on 18 September. So what is the delay period? What is the delay period, pa? February. So 20th means 8 days in February. March 31 days. April 30 days. Then May 31 days. June 30 days. July 31 days. August 31 days. September 18 days. So total number of days. 210 days. Now, what is the nil return? 10 rupees per day, but maximum how much? 250. So under CGST we need to pay 250, SGST we need to pay 250, that's it. Don't count into 10. If you count into 10, it will go 2,100 rupees, but maximum only 250 if it is nil return. Other than nil return, aggregate turnover during previous year how much? 3 crores. 3 crores means it exceeds 1.5, does not exceed 5. Second slab. For second slab, what is the maximum late fee? 2,500. Per day late fee how much? 25. 25 into 210. But maximum how much? So maximum 2,500, 2,500. You got it? Now, same question. Making a small change. This is not 3 crores. This is 5 crores. 6 crores. This is 6 crores. Now what will be the late fee? Not 5,000. 5,000? 250. Not 5,000, 250. 5,000. Because what is the maximum late fee? If the aggregate turnover exceeds 5 crores, per day is more than 5,000. Correct? Per day 25 into 210. 5,000 and odd. But the maximum is how much? 5,000. So 5,000 will be taken as late fee. Are you understanding this? So tell me the provision once. GSTR 1 and GSTR 3B. Nil return. What is the late fee? 10 rupees per day. Maximum 250. If it is other than nil return, per day 25 rupees per day. Maximum aggregate turnover during previous year exceeds 5 crores. 5,000. Exceed 1.5, does not exceed 5. 2,500. Does not exceed 1.5 crores, 1,000. Okay. So usually this only they will be testing. GSTR 1 and GSTR 3B only. Then we have GSTR 5, GSTR 5A and GSTR 6. GSTR 5 who will file? NRTP. GSTR 5A OIDR supplier. GSTR 6 is input service distributor. Same. Nil return 10 rupees per day. Other than nil return 25 rupees per day. Maximum always 5,000. Okay. Then next, GSTR 7, GSTR 8. GSTR 7 is TDS. GSTR 8 is e-commerce operator. Who is required to deduct TDS? Government is required to deduct TDS. And what is the late fee? 25 rupees per day, subject to maximum 1,000. Whereas GSTR 8, e-commerce operator, 100 rupees per day, subject to maximum 5,000. Why is there difference? Who is required to file GSTR 7? Government department. Government department, that's why lesser late fee. E-commerce operator, that's why higher late fee. You understood? So GSTR 7, 25 rupees per day subject to maximum 1000. GSTR 8, 100 rupees per day subject to maximum 5000. Then GSTR 4, who will file GSTR 4? Composition scheme. When a person will be under composition scheme, if their turnover during previous year does not exceed 1.5 crores. So if their turnover does not exceed 1.5 crores during previous year, then this is the result, correct? Nil return, 10 rupees per day subject to maximum. Other than nil return, subject to maximum, same, copy paste. 25 rupees per day subject to 10 rupees per day subject to maximum 250, 25 per day subject to maximum 1000. Easily can you remember? Now this is latest amendment, may be tested in exam. GSTR 9 or 9C late fee. If your aggregate turnover during previous year is up to 5 crores, then 25 rupees per day, and exceeding 5 crores 50 rupees per day, exceeding 20 crores 100 rupees per day. Okay pa? Up to 5 crores 25 rupees per day, exceeding 5 but does not exceed 20, double, add 25, 50, and again if it exceeds 20, double, 100. Okay, 25, 50, 100. Turnover 5 up to 20, beyond 20, up to 5, up to 20, beyond 20. Clear? Now subject to maximum. What is subject to maximum? 0.02%, 0.02%. First two cases 0.02, 0.02. Last case 0.25. Okay. Of what? That much percentage of turnover. Can you remember? Now GSTR 9 or 9C. Tell me what is the late fee? Up to 5 crores. 25 rupees per day. Subject to maximum 0.02% of turnover. Then exceed 5 but does not exceed 20. 50 rupees per day subject to maximum 0.02%, not 0.2%, 0.02% of turnover. Then exceeding 20 crores. 100 rupees per day subject to maximum 0.25% of the turnover. Okay. Now the equal amount is payable under SGST Act. Now in exam, when you get a MCQ, compute late fee, then do it as per CGST, do it as per SGST, add and check the option. Compute late fee under CGST Act, do only CGST Act. Okay. If you get a question, compute late fee, do both. Sum, check the answer. If they ask late fee under CGST Act, specific, now only do under CGST Act. So mainly in MCQ, we will not have time, like place to write the notes and all, that's why. So either one answer you need to select. That's why check the question properly. Then there are few returns which you can file through SMS itself. Means you don't have to log into the portal, etc. and all. Nil returns you can file through SMS. What are those nil returns that you can file through SMS? GSTR 1, GSTR 3B and CMP 8. These are the three returns that can be filed through SMS. But all the entries should be nil. For example, GSTR 3B return. I have ITC, but I don't have liability. Is it first of all a nil return? No. It is not a nil return. It will be other than nil return. So therefore, I cannot file through SMS. I need to log in into the portal and I need to file it. Okay. Then first returns means every person who is filing the return first after their registration is known as first return. They need to mention not only the details after they get the registration, but even before the date when they are liable to get registered till the date they got the registration certificate, every detail should be included in first return. Then suppose if a person is not filing returns, one notice will be given to them asking them to file the return. Just like intimation in 139 subsection 1 income tax, like that. So what is that intimation? GSTR 3A, and once they give that notice in GSTR 3A, within 15 days we need to file the return. Okay. Then the last area in this returns chapter is QRMP, quarterly return monthly payment scheme. So in this quarterly return monthly payment scheme, basically what we have is interest computation only. Apart from that, few key points you should know. already you know the time limit. So if you are under QRMP, what should have been your turnover during previous year? Aggregate turnover during previous year should not exceed 5 crores. Then only you can opt for QRMP during the current year. Current year, in any one quarter, your turnover exceed 5 crores. From the next quarter onwards, you will not go for QRMP. You have to file returns on a monthly basis. Under QRMP, returns only we will be filing on a quarterly basis, but tax will be paid on a monthly basis. QRMP. What is QRMP? Quarterly returns, monthly payment. Okay. So therefore returns only will be filed on a quarterly, but tax will be paid on a monthly basis. You understood? And therefore, what is the turnover limit during previous year for QRMP? Your aggregate turnover during the previous year should not exceed 5 crores. Or current year in any quarter, the aggregate turnover should not exceed 5 crores. Okay. And what is the time limit for GSTR1 and GSTR3B? GSTR1, 13th of the month following every quarter. GSTR3B, 22nd or 24th of the month following every quarter. Already we discussed na, GMCA and states below that 22nd. For other states it is 24th, that one. GSTR1 on a quarterly basis by 13th of the month following every quarter. GSTR3B on a quarterly basis by 22nd or 24th of the month following every quarter. Okay. Then you have to pay tax on a monthly basis. So by when you should pay? Simple pa. April to June you are under QRMP. For April month you have to pay tax by 25th of May. For May month you have to pay by 25th of June. What about June month? Anyhow for this quarter we will file by 22nd or 24th of next month the GSTR3B. In that we will pay the June month liability also. You got it? April, May, June. April month by when we should pay? 25th of May. May month by when we should pay? 25th of June. And June month, so we have to file for these 3 months, April, May, June, one GSTR3B, that is by 22nd or 24th of July. In that we will make the payment of June month plus differential amount of April month and May month. Why? Because April month and May month we will be paying tax on some computed basis. There are two methods we have, fixed sum method and self-assessment method. Fixed sum method means, so based on the GSTR3B of the previous quarter, so I will make a computation. How much? Take the previous quarter 3B into 35%. You take as this first quarter, first month liability. For example, April to June, you are under QRMP. Now, see the previous quarter. What was the previous quarter? Jan to March. For Jan to March, you have 1,50,000 as the liability. So now 1,50,000 is for 3 months. So for 1 month, how much it will be? 35%. Exactly 33.33. They are rounding off to 35. So into 35%. So 1,50,000 into 35%. You pay for April month and you pay for May month. But it is on what basis? Computed basis. But actual may change na? Actual may change. In that case, what we should do? That differential amount plus June month liability, we need to discharge by 22nd of July or 24th of July. You understood here? You can see this in page number 229. Page number 229. This is fixed sum method. This is fixed sum method. What happens here is that July to September you are under QRMP. Okay. But please concentrate. You can talk later also. Okay. Na. The last. Please na. Konju concentrate pannunga. Please. Na exam pa. Last fast track batch, not regular batch. Okay. Maybe you got a feeling that it is regular batch and all. I am happy for that. Okay. But it is a fast track batch. Please don't waste time. Because you don't have time to read again. You have to concentrate on other subjects, that's why. So July to September, of course, I am taking freely only, I did not ask fees anything, but I have minimum right to ask about concentrating in the class, na? I can ask, right? Okay. So July to September, so you are under QRMP, and April to June, you have taken the GSTR 3B. You were under QRMP for April to June also. Take the GSTR 3B liability. What was the GSTR 3B liability for April to June? 1,50,000. 1,50,000 into 35% is how much? 52,500. 52,500 and 52,500 you pay for July and August. Got it? Now, what about September month? September month actuals plus July and August month difference. What is the difference? Actually 60 and 70. 60 minus 52,500, 7,500. 70 minus 52,500, 17,500 plus this 80, full amount you pay by 22nd October, assuming that you are in South India. Okay. Because in South India, what is the due date? 22nd of the month following every quarter. You got the clarity. Yes. This is which method? Fixed sum method. Now, this 52,500 you should pay by when? July month liability we should pay by when? August 25th. This 52,500 you should pay by when? 25th September. And this actual plus this difference you have to pay by 22nd October. You got it? Now, as there is a difference here between 52,560 and 52,570, this difference amount, if you pay by 22nd October, you don't have to pay any interest. You don't have to pay any interest. If you are under which method? Fixed sum method. Same, ditto. If you are under SAM, self-assessment method, you see. Again same. July to September. Self-assessment method means what? You calculate. You calculate. You will not take the 3B. You will not take the 3B data and then compute. You see what is your actual liability and you do the calculation and you make the payment of taxes. That is self-assessment method. Okay. July to September. And July and August, you have paid a self-assessment method 52,500, 52,500. You did not take 3B. Because if you take 3B, 2 lakhs into 35%, how much? 2 lakhs into 35%, how much? Huh? But how much you are paying? Means you did not take this as the base, correct? So you are paying on your own computation. You paid 52,500, 52,500. Again, actually 60 and 70. So there is a difference 7,500 and 17,500 which you are paying by 22nd October, but you have to pay interest. Why sir I should pay interest? Because you are under SAM, self-assessment method. On this 7,500, you tell me from when to when interest is computed. August 26th to October 22nd. Very good. Then on the 17,500, from when? 26th September to 22nd October. 25th you have to pay. You did not pay. So from 26th you have to calculate till 22nd October. Regular interest computation what we saw, 18% per annum. Understood pa? So in question, when you get self-assessment method, definitely there will be interest computation. If it is fixed sum method, you have to just pay the differential amount, that is sufficient. Are you getting this? Now, see how you will get a question. Illustration 1, page number 231. A registered person who has opted for the scheme has paid a total amount of 1 lakh in cash as tax liability in the previous quarter, October to December. So how much he paid for the previous quarter? 1 lakh. He opts to pay tax under fixed sum method. He therefore pays 35,000 each on 25th February and 25th March for discharging tax liability for the first 2 months of the quarter, January and February. In his return for the quarter, it was found that the liability for January was 40 and liability for February was 42. Any interest payable or not payable? Because which method? So interest is not payable provided the difference amount they have to pay by which quarter? October to December. October to December due date is what? 22nd of January. So, provided they file it by 22nd January, the difference amount, interest will not arise. Suppose if they file it beyond that, interest they need to pay. Then illustration 2, a registered person has opted for the scheme, has paid an amount of 1 lakh in cash as tax liability in the previous quarter of October to December. He opts to pay tax under fixed sum method. He therefore pays 35,000 each on 25th February and 25th March for discharging the tax liability for first 2 months of the quarter, January and February. In his return, it was found that total liability was 1,25,000, but files written on 30th April. Previous illustration, the differential amount is paying by due date, so no interest. Here you see, what is the differential amount? How much is the differential amount? Concentrate, please look into the question. You can talk later, you can do anything later, please check the question. So 1,25,000 is the total amount, and how much is the amount already paid? 35,000 each for 2 months, means 70,000. 1,25,000 minus 70, how much? 55,000. This 55,000 rupees should be paid by when? Which quarter it is? Which quarter it is? October to December. For October to December, what is the due date? 22nd January. But when are they? Sorry. February and March. Okay, sorry. So therefore, it is for Jan to March. Jan to March. For Jan to March, what is the due date? 22nd April. But when are they paying? 30th April. So what is the delay? 8 days. For 8 days, we need to compute interest on what? Difference. What is that? 55,000. So 55,000 into 18% into 8 by 365, 217. Understood? Then illustration 3. A registered person who has opted for the scheme has paid a total amount of 1 lakh in cash as tax liability in the previous quarter of October to December. He opts to pay tax under self-assessment method. He therefore pays 40,000 each on 25th February and 25th March for discharging tax liability for first 2 months of the quarter. So which method? How much he paid? 40,000 each. But what is the actual liability? For the month of January, 40. But for the month of February, 46. So there is a differential amount. On this 6,000, we need to compute interest from when? For February, what is the due date? 25th of March. So we need to count from 26th March till the actual date of payment, 22nd April. So 26th March to 22nd April. In March, 6 days, and in April, 22 days. So 28 days, we need to compute interest on 6,000. Got it? Why? Because this is under which method? So you will get any of these 3 questions. Either you will get a question without having any interest, or you will get a question under FSM with interest because they are filing 3B late, or you will get a question under self-assessment method. Okay. Now fixed sum method, you need to take how much as the liability for first month and second month of the quarter. 35% of the previous quarter 3B liability. What if you have filed monthly liability for the previous quarter, monthly you filed return, then how much should be taken under FSM? 100%. Okay, as it was 3 months liability, we took 35%, but when it is monthly liability, that 100% we will be taking. See that. Come back. So we will take fixed sum method. You can see that in page number 227, fixed sum method, quarterly filing of 3B, then take 35% of the tax liability in cash paid in the preceding quarter. Monthly filer of 3B, take 100% of the tax liability in cash paid in the last month of the preceding quarter. Then, sir, monthly can I opt for QRMP? Yes, monthly I can decide to opt for QRMP. But what is the time frame? This is the time frame for opting into QRMP. But remember, A for after, B for before. Usually A will be first alphabet, B will be second alphabet. Remember C as commencement of quarter, A as within 1 month after commencement of quarter, within 2 months before commencement of quarter. A for after, B for before. 1 month after, 2 months before. Okay. Now April to June, when it commenced? April. When it commenced? April. 1 month after means 30th April. 2 months before. 2 months before means what is 2 months before April? February. So 1st February to 30th April is the time frame to opt in. Okay. Easier. Then July to September. When July to September quarter started? July. 1 month after. 1 month after is what? 31st July. 2 months before. What is 2 months before July? May. So 1st May to 31st July is the time frame to opt in. Okay. Remember A for after, B for before, C for commencement of the quarter. 1 month after commencement of quarter, 2 months before commencement of quarter, that is the time frame to opt in into QRMP. Okay. Then, so that is about QRMP scheme. We have completed returns also. And there are two areas which I am not discussing, that is this miscellaneous topics and e-way bill. In this miscellaneous topics we have two things, GST practitioner and e-way bill, and invoice and time of supply. Okay. So those are purely theory only, and that there is no much changes in this, no amendments, nothing. So from the last batch video I will just upload it in the YouTube, so you can watch that. Now we will spend time on discussing the RTP of November 23. So November 23 ICA has already released the RTP. Let's see that RTP, even the MTPs, already series 1. Series 2 came? I think not yet. Okay. So series 1 MTP also we will discuss. So now that we completed the overall learning except for these two chapters, let's see how the questions will be, and that to this consolidated question. Question number 1, how to handle all those aspects we will see now. Okay. So let me take the RTP of November 23. I think it came. Yes. Yes. See this. So first they have given some MCQs. Usually this is how the integrated MCQs will be. Like they will give a paragraph, and based on this paragraph they will coin some questions. Okay. So what is the strategy for this? See the questions first. Only when you see the questions first, you know what is that they are asking. So while reading the paragraph also, accordingly our mind will identify those informations which are relevant. Otherwise, you will read the paragraph and you will not know whether those points are useful or not for arriving at the answer. So that's why first read the question, that is MCQs you read first. Determine the aggregate turnover. So there is one question here related to aggregate turnover. So whenever you are reading the question, all the numbers you need to keep in mind, whether it will be forming part of aggregate turnover or not, you need to take, so that you will get the answer for this MCQ. Then Bali Bells want to avail ITC on GST paid on heavy steel machinery purchased in September. So they want to take some ITC related question. One question is there, whether Bali Bells can avail ITC on the free sample of goods distributed in the month of October. This question is also related to ITC. So these two are related to input tax credit, blocked credits, and ITC available on capital goods or not. Bali Bells can claim ITC on inputs received in July of preceding financial year up to, so time limit for availment of ITC. Compute the value of supply. So there is one question related to value of supply. So those aspects also we need to keep in mind. Mainly the questions are on value of supply, input tax credit, and aggregate turnover. Now we will read the question. Bali Bells Limited, hereinafter referred as Bali Bells, a private limited company, registered in Chennai, Tamil Nadu, provides the following outward supplies in the month of September. So they have taxable outward supplies and exempted outward supplies, intra-state and interstate. So usually for counting aggregate turnover, we need to take everything. But for payment of GST, we need to take only taxable. But we don't have any question on computation of GST, only value of supply is there. Bali Bells Limited sold land for 2 crores excluding GST in the month of September. Why on land there is GST? Bali Bells purchased one heavy machinery in the month of September for 1 lakh excluding GST at 18%. Bali Bells capitalized the value of the machinery along with GST paid on the same and claimed depreciation on full value. They cannot take ITC on this machinery. Why they cannot take ITC on this machinery? As per section 16 subsection 3, they capitalized the entire value including the GST component. So we got one MCQ answer. So what is one MCQ? Bali Bells want to avail ITC on GST paid on heavy machinery purchased in September. Which of the following statement is true in this regard? ITC on machinery cannot be availed since depreciation has been claimed on GST paid on machinery. That itself is the answer. You don't have to read others. Okay. If you want to read, ITC on machinery shall be allowed to the extent of 50%. No. ITC on machinery shall be allowed in the current financial year only to the extent of depreciation. No. Full ITC can be availed. No. As they capitalize the GST component, they cannot take ITC. One MCQ over, then again come back. Apart from this, Bali Bells has a tax invoice dated 25th July of last financial year with respect to an inward supply of 50,000. The company has not availed ITC on the said invoice yet. 25th July of last year. What is the time limit for availment of ITC? 30th November of the next financial year, means current year, or date of filing annual return, whichever is earlier. We don't have any information here about annual return. Say this, Bali Bells has not furnished its annual return for the preceding financial year till the end of November. So therefore, November only they are going to file the return and will furnish it in the month of December. Okay. So November 30th or December, whichever is earlier. Which is earlier? So what is the time limit for availment of ITC? 30th November. Second MCQ also we got. Bali Bells can claim ITC on inputs received in July or preceding financial year up to 30th November of the current financial year. Okay. Then next. Bali Bells distributed some free samples of goods in the month of October to its customers to promote its sales. Distribution of free sample of goods to its customer to promote the sales. And it is actually blocked ITC. Why? Purchased goods distributed as gifts or free samples is a blocked credit. However, if that gifts or free samples become supply, they can take ITC. But we don't have any information about that. Which means, can they take ITC with respect to this? No, see this. With third MCQ, whether Bali Bells can take ITC on the free samples of goods distributed in the month of October? No. Why? Because it is blocked under section 17 subsection 5 of CGST Act. That is the answer. Okay. Then next. Bali Bells made a supply during November, details of which are as follows. Basic price of the product before TCS under Income Tax Act is 45,000. So price is 45,000. So we'll take 45,000. Okay. Then tax collected at source under income tax. We learnt whether TCS under income tax to be included or not to be included. Not to be included. In the given price it is before TCS, means so good. It received a subsidy of 3,500 from Bharat Foundation Private Limited for usage of green energy, and the subsidy was linked to the units of the energy saved and not for our aforesaid product. Okay, means for usage of green energy and was linked to the units of energy saved and not related to the aforesaid product. Means what? Not directly linked to the price. Whether we consider it as or we ignore it. ignore it, and nothing. So therefore, what will be taken as the value of supply here? 40. So 45,000, option A is the answer. Compute the value of supply under section 15 for the month of November, 45,000. Understood here? Now only one question left. What is that one question? Aggregate turnover. While counting aggregate turnover, what and all will be taken? 40 we will take, 30, 15, 10, total 90, 2 crores. Sale of land is what? Not a supply. When the activity is not a supply, will it come in aggregate turnover? What will come in aggregate turnover? Taxable supply, exempted supply, non-taxable supply, zero rated supply. When the activity is not a supply, it should not come in aggregate turnover, correct or not? But sir, it will come in exempted. For what? ITC purpose. Did they give the question like that? Compute the aggregate turnover for ITC purpose like that? No. Normal aggregate turnover. So how much will be taken? 95 lakhs. It's not 2 crore 95 lakhs, 95 lakhs. Again, whether purchases will come in aggregate turnover. Why purchase will come here? Turnover means sales here. Why purchase will come? So that's why we have not taken purchases here. That's it. All the MCQs of the first question over. Easy? Comfortable? You did the question already, you read this before? No. Okay. This is the standard. This is the standard in which you will get. Now, question number 6, which is related to a practical question, descriptive on value of supply. Say this. Chal Limited, Delhi, a registered supplier manufacturing machineries, has made a taxable supply of machinery during the month of March. It furnished the following details for each such machinery supplied. List price of the machinery exclusive of taxes, means that is the base transaction value. Subsidy received from central government for supply of machinery to government school. Okay. And this is from central government for supply of machinery. So subsidy from central government to be included or to be excluded? To be excluded. Exclusively related to supply of machinery included at serial number 1. But we don't know whether this subsidy, whether the price is after considering subsidy or before considering subsidy. We have a paragraph in the last. The list price of the machinery is after considering the 2 subsidies. Means what? While arriving at this 10 lakhs, they reduced to 2 lakh 10,000. So what is your answer? Subsidy from CG or SG to be excluded. In the given price, it is already excluded. So, good. We have to ignore it. Then, subsidy received from a NGO for supply of machinery to an old age home and exclusively related to supply of goods including serial number 1, means it is directly linked to price from other than CGSG. As per provision, it is to be included, and in the given price after considering subsidy means they have excluded. So add. Good. Then tax levied by municipal authority as per provision to be included or to be excluded? To be included. Why? Any tax, duties and cess by whatever name called other than GST. In the given price it is not included. So packing charges to be included or to be excluded? To be included, because packing charges is incidental, and in the given price we don't know whether it is included or not, but we have a information. However, the other charges, taxes, fee are charged to the customer over and above the list price. Means this packing charges is in addition to list price. So it is not included in the given price. So add. Further, the company has provided the following information pertaining to purchase made. So this is only the sales. Now from this, you tell me what is the value of supply. What is taken as the value of supply? 15,75,000. 10 plus 2 plus 2,50,000 plus 1,25,000. 15,75,000. This is the outward supply data they have given. Now, Further, the company has provided the following information pertaining to purchases made or services availed by it in respect of supply of said machinery during the month of March. So, all these are what? Inward supply. On inward supply, we will get now raw material to be received in the month of April. Right now, we are doing this for which month? We are doing it for, can we take ITC now? Why? One of the conditions says only on receipt of goods or services we can take ITC. So, can we take this ITC? No. Membership of a club availed for employees working in the factory, not obligatory to be provided under any law. Block credit. Membership of a club, health and fitness center is a block credit. So, we cannot take ITC with respect to this. Inputs to be received in 6 lots, out of which first lot was received during the month. Only on last lot. So, can we take this ITC? Trucks used for transportation of raw material. Trucks. Other motor vehicles. So, can we take ITC? Capital goods, out of 3 items, invoice for 2 items is missing and GST paid on those 2 items is 2,82,000. We cannot take, because a person who is availing ITC should be in possession of tax paid documents. So, 3,50,000 minus 2,82,000. 68,000 can be taken. So, how much is the total ITC that can be taken? 2,18,000. And what is this 15,75,000? What is the rate of GST given in the question? 18%. So, 15,75,000 into 18%. How much? 83,500. 2,83,500 minus 2,18,000. What is the net GST payable? 65,500. Okay. Now see the answer. 2,18,000 total ITC. 15,75,000 and net GST payable 65,500. Done. Then next question. Question number 7. Eden Limited, registered under GST and dealing in educational toys, has an aggregate turnover of 18 crores in the preceding financial year. The tax consultant of Eden Limited advised it to issue e-invoice mandatorily in the current financial year. To whom e-invoice is applicable mandatorily? What is the turnover limit? Remember, if aggregate turnover during any previous year from 2017-18 to 2022-23 exceeds 10 crores. Right now the limit is what? 10 crores. Then they are required to give e-invoice. Here what is the turnover? Whether it exceeds 10 crores. Whether they need to give e-invoice. Yes. However, Eden Limited is of the view that since its aggregate turnover is less than the threshold limit applicable for e-invoicing, it is not required to issue e-invoice. You are required to comment upon the validity. So, what is the answer that you need to write? Are they required to give e-invoice? Yes. You have to write the provision this way. So, e-invoicing is mandatory for a registered person whose aggregate turnover in any previous year, from 17-18 onwards exceeds 10 crores. That too, e-invoice is for which supplies? B2B or B2C? B2B supplies, then they need to give e-invoice. So, in the present case, their turnover is exceeding 10 crores. Are they required to give e-invoice or not? Yes. Then next question. 7B, a government department is registered under GST. Its aggregate turnover in the preceding financial year is 22 crores. You are required to comment with the help of relevant provisions whether the said department is required to give e-invoice. Listen, there are some people who are not required to give e-invoice even if their aggregate turnover exceeds 10 crores in any previous year. Who are they? remember biggest. They are big people, okay. BIGGEST. These people are not required to give e-invoice. What is B? It's there in the book. It's there in the book. Tax invoice. Tax invoice and time of supply, it's there, okay. So you just listen, first listen. B for banking company. I for insurance company. G for garment department. Another G for GTA, Goods Transport Agency. E for exhibition of film in multiplex theatre, PVR cinemas, etc. Then S for SEZ unit. T for transportation of passengers by any mode. These are the people who are not required to give e-invoice. Can you tell me again? B for banking company. I, insurance company. G, garment department or local authority. Then another G, GTA. Next E, exhibition of film in multiplex theatre. Yes, SEZ unit. T, transportation of passengers by any mode. Now see the question. Who is that person? Garment department. Can they give whether they are required to give invoice? No. So you have to write the following persons are not required to give invoice. That biggest. Ayya, don't write mnemonic. You remember what it is and write points like this. Okay. Banking company. Can you see that? Insurance company. Then BIGG. So garment department, local authority. GTA. Then exhibition of film in multiplex theatre. SEZ unit. And transportation of passenger service. You understood? And in this case, it is a garment department. Even though they exceeded 10 crores, they are not required to give e-invoice. Okay. Then next. Question number 8. Batra Limited, a normal taxpayer, is winding up its business in Rajkot. The tax consultant of Batra Limited has suggested that Batra Limited will have to file either the annual return or the final return at the time of voluntary cancellation of registration in the state of Rajkot. Do you agree with the stand taken by tax consultant of Batra Limited? Offer your comments. Ignore aggregate turnover of Batra Limited. Are they cancelling their registration? Yes or no? So they need to file one final return. What is the time limit by which they need to file that final return? 3 months from the date of cancellation or order of cancellation, whichever is later. And during that year, are they doing some business? Yes or no? Or beginning of the year itself they shut down. They did some business. Means they need to file even annual return. By when the annual return needs to be filed? 31st December of the succeeding financial year. Here what they are telling, either annual return or the final return. So you see this, annual return is required to be filed if they are making any turnover. In this case, are they making turnover? So they need to file annual return. And final return they need to file at the time of cancellation of registration. In this case, there is a cancellation of registration. So they need to file both annual return as well as final return. You understood? Then 9. And that too, they asked us to ignore aggregate turnover. You know why? Because annual return is required to be filed only if aggregate turnover exceeds 2 crores. 2 crores. That's why they asked us to ignore the aggregate turnover of Batra Limited. So means we assume that their turnover exceeds 2 crores and they are required to file annual return. Mr. Shyamnath, a registered person, has caused movement of goods of consignment value exceeding 50,000 in relation to supply and thus generated e-way bill. What is the e-way bill limit, pa? When e-way bill is required? 50,000. Whenever value of invoice exceed 50,000, e-way bill is required. But there are 2 cases, e-way bill is always required even if the value does not exceed 50,000. What are those 2 cases? Handicrafts and supply of goods on job work. Remember, e-way bill is a document that is required to be filed in case of movement of goods. So whenever there is a movement of goods, we need to file the e-way bill. and that e-waybill is required only when the invoice value exceeds 50,000 rupees. While counting this 50,000 rupees, we need to include GST. Generally, value excludes GST, but in e-waybill, while counting 50,000, we need to include GST. Moreover, in two cases, even if the value does not exceed 50,000, e-waybill is always required. What are those two cases? Handicrafts and goods sent on job work. Here, the value exceeds 50,000. However, after generation of e-waybill, he found a mistake in e-waybill and wants to edit it. You are required to advise Mr. Shamnath whether he can do so with the help of relevant provision. Editing of e-waybill is not possible once we generate it, but we have a provision of cancellation of e-waybill. What is the time limit within which we need to cancel the e-waybill? 24 hours. Within 24 hours of its generation, e-waybill can be cancelled. So we need to cancel the e-waybill and again generate a fresh e-waybill. Okay. So see the answer for this. If there is a mistake, incorrect or wrong entry in e-waybill, then it cannot be edited. Only option is cancellation of e-waybill within 24 hours of generation and generate a new one with correct details. So that is what he need to do in this case. Then next, examine the implication of GST on payment of honorarium to guest anchors. We discussed this. What is that? Big Boss and all. Guest anchors who host a particular TV show, whatever money that they receive will be coming under services provided by them and they are required to pay GST. We don't have any exemption with respect to that. However, if their aggregate turnover exceeds 20 lakhs, they need to register and pay GST. That is what we need to write, that circular. But you don't have to write the circular number and all. You can write as per CBIC circular. Okay. So they have to pay GST on that. And in this case, they are required to register if their aggregate turnover exceed 20 lakhs and then they need to pay GST. If their aggregate turnover does not exceed 20 lakhs, they are not required to register and pay GST. Okay. So this information, you understood these questions here? Then we will see MTP also released, na? Okay, so this is the part B. Say this. So first MCQ, this is I think series 1, na? Series 1. Miss Chanchala is a doctor, registered person under GST as a monthly return filer having inpatient facility in her hospital. So we have MCQs. Which of the following is correct statement as per the provisions of CGST Act? Okay, that we have to read and answer only. And next, compute the taxable value of supply of canteen service. By which date Ms. Chanchala should have applied for revocation of cancellation of registration certificate? So there is one question related to that revocation application. Maximum time limit permissible for rectification of error committed in monthly return of June. Determine which of the following service provided by her and her hospital is exempt from GST. Okay. So mainly it is related to some healthcare services and cancellation of registration. See this. Ms. Chanchala is a doctor, registered person under GST as a monthly filer having inpatient facility in her hospital. She availed interior decoration service from her spouse without any consideration being paid. That's supply. Why? Spouse, whether or not dependent, will always be treated as family, related. She also availed IT related service from her sister-in-law without consideration, not a supply. In-law. In-laws are not treated as related. Both services were for the purpose of her profession. Okay. Ms. Chanchala provided treatment of various diseases in her hospital, and apart from that, she also provided the following service in her hospital. Plastic surgery to enhance the beauty of face, taxable. Why? Normal plastic surgery, taxable. Ambulance service for transportation of patient. Renting of space to run medical store, taxable. She is also consultant in other hospital and received 40 lakhs as consultancy fee. Further, she also provides canteen facility and received 15,000 from inpatients, 35,000 from patients who are not admitted, and 25,000 from visitors for the same facility, taxable. She filed GSTR 3B for the month of June with some errors. She filed the annual return for the said financial year on 31st October of the next financial year, whereas the due date for the said annual return is 31st December of the next financial year. So we have an MCQ. What is the time limit for rectification? Usually, what is the time limit for rectification? 30th November of succeeding financial year or date of filing annual return, whichever is 30th November, or what is the date on which they file annual return? Whichever is earlier. So 31st October, already we have got one MCQ answer. So maximum permissible time is 31st October. By that time, the rectification of return should be done. Then, proper officer of the department has cancelled the registration certificate. However, that is suo motu on 31st July. Order for cancellation was served on 5th August. However, she applied for revocation of the same and got her registration restored back. What is the time limit within which she need to make application for revocation? Within 30 days from 31st July or 5th August? 31st July or 5th August? 5th August, when they get the order. When they get the order. Okay. So 5th August, 30 days. You count 30 days from 5th August. 4th of, in case no extension is granted, means 30 days. So 5th August plus 30 days. So that will be 4th September. That is the time limit. Then next. All the amounts given above are exclusive of taxes. Fine. Which of the following statement is correct? Service availed from her spouse is a deemed supply. Yes. True. Service availed from sister-in-law is a deemed supply. False. Service availed from spouse is not a deemed supply. False. Service availed from sister-in-law is not a deemed supply. True. So which is the correct statement? 1 and 4. Option A. Compute the taxable value of supply of canteen service provided by Chanchala. Only canteen, not all. Canteen. Canteen, what are taxable? 35,000 plus 25,000. 35 plus 25. So that is the taxable value, 60,000. Third one, fourth one over. Determine which of the following service is exempt. Plastic surgery, ambulance service to inpatient patients, renting of space, consultancy service. So 2 and option C is the answer. Very easy, no? Okay. We prepared that way. Okay, we prepared that way. Then, no, but this is the standard. I tell you now, the moment you see the question paper, automatically you will feel like, "Arey, super, I will clear tax paper." Okay, because every attempt, the tax paper, that too indirect taxes, will be easy. Reason being, I will only make it complicate in terms of preparation. I will tell a lot of things. Everything there in study material I wanted to tell to the students. That is my objective. Okay. So, therefore, when you learn that much, so in exam, when everything is direct and all, you will feel like the paper is easy. When going gets tough, tough gets going. That's why. Then, an exempt supply includes, see this, supply of goods or service or both which attracts nil rate of tax, non-taxable supply, supply of goods or service or both which are wholly exempt from tax. All these three are included in exempted supply. That's the exempted supply definition. Notified as exempted, nil rated, non-taxable. So, all 1, 2 and 3. Okay, that is one MCQ. Okay. Dash provides that no tax shall be levied or collected except by authority of law. So, 2. So, this actually, article 245, okay, and that is related to the introduction chapters. Now see this question. XT Private Limited, a supplier of goods, pays GST under regular scheme. It has made the following outward supplies. So someone asked me, sir, how to handle this 8 marks question? Okay, you will get a question like this, but actually MTP they made it easy. But in exam you will not get like this. They will not directly give intrastate, interstate. They will give situations. They will give situations, and based on that you need to arrive whether it is intrastate or interstate and what is the liability. That's what May 23 paper was. Okay. So here you need to just prepare 3 statements. Actually 4 statements. Statement number 1. So if you want, you write down the template as to how you need to present this first question. Statement number 1 is GST payable under FCM. GST payable under FCM. So in that you will take particulars, then value, note, thereafter 3 columns, CGST, SGST and IGST. So whatever is your outward supplies, that you need to mention here. And thereafter statement number 2, that statement number 2 is GST payable under RCM. And statement 3 is input tax credit. Now remember, whatever GST you need to pay under RCM, you need to keep under 2 statements. Statement number 2, and that you will take as ITC also. When you pay GST under RCM on some inward supplies, you have to keep it under statement 2. That is your liability. Plus at the same time, you can also take ITC on that. Okay. So input tax credit availed. Then statement 4 is computation of net GST payable. Computation of net GST payable. So that will be statement 4. Now, in every statement the same, particulars, value, note, CGST, SGST, IGST. Now, whenever you read each and every transaction, accordingly you will know in which statement you need to keep. And note finally you write. So for that explanation, you need to write the notes finally. CGST, SGST, IGST. Now, but for net GST computation, we don't need all those things. We need only particulars, 3 GSTs and total. Particulars, CGST, SGST, IGST and total. You know why we need to write total? Because there are multiple answers possible in case of utilization of ITC. When you use ITC for payment of liability, IGST credit can be utilized for payment of CGST, SGST in any manner, any proportion. So multiple answers will come. So the total column they will see, and if that matches with suggested answer, they will give the marks. That's why we need to put the total. Now, so first we will start with transaction 1, intrastate supply of goods 8 lakhs. Intrastate supply of goods 8 lakhs means, so that is their outward supplies. So CGST, SGST, correct? So FCM liability or RCM liability, we don't have anything. So naturally FCM liability only. So 8 lakhs you need to keep under. So 8 lakhs value and CGST, SGST. What is the rate of CGST? So GST is 9%, SGST is 9%. So 9% and 9%, 72,000 and 72,000. Okay. And next, second transaction. That second transaction is interstate supply of goods, IGST 3 lakhs. So 3 lakhs interstate, so in IGST, so how much is 18% of 3 lakhs? 54,000. Now this is about sales data. Now purchase data. We have a opening balance of ITC. So therefore it should go to which statement? Third statement, ITC statement. Opening balance 57, 0 and 70. So go to ITC and there you write opening balance. Opening balance. How much is the opening balance of CGST? 57,000, 0 and IGST is 70,000. Then interstate purchases, intrastate purchases, like that we have intrastate purchases 2 lakhs. So therefore intrastate purchases 2 lakhs means 2 lakhs into 9%. 18,000 CGST, 18,000 SGST. Then interstate purchases 50,000. So therefore 50,000 into 18%, that is 9,000. Now is there any other purchases that we have here? Nothing. And all conditions are satisfied. Compute the minimum GST payable over PA. So if you do the total of this, you will get what is the ITC. So 57 plus 18, 75,000, 18,000, 79,000. And here the liability also, 72,000, 72,000 and 54,000. Now net GST payable 72, 72. First gross 72, 72, 54. How much is the total liability? 198 gross liability. Now ITC, if you see, so how much is the IGST credit? First, which credit you need to exhaust? IGST credit you will use for payment of IGST liability. IGST credit. How much is the IGST credit that you have? 79. You use first for payment of IGST 54. Still how much you have? 25. You will use for what? CGST, SGST. Yeah. See the CGST credit, SGST credit. You have more of CGST credit and less of. So therefore IGST credit you should use for what liability? Yes, GST liability. You understood here? 25,000, correct? Minus CGST and SGST credit. So CGST credit we will use 72,000. We have 75,000. We will use 72. But SGST 18,000. Now excess CGST credit can be used for SGST? No. So now what is the net GST payable? Net GST payable 0 here 29,000 0 and total 29,000. Okay, here actually multiple answers are not there, only one answer is there. So because the excess credit of IGST we should use for SGST liability because we have lot of CGST credit. For that reason we are using for payment of SGST liability. So 29,000 is the answer for this. You can see answer is not there. Okay, 29,000 is the answer. Then second one, Shri Krishna Private Limited, a registered supplier, furnishes the following information relating to goods sold by it to Shri Balram Private Limited. Price of the goods excluding taxes and other charges mentioned at serial number 3, 5 and 6. Serial number 3 inspection charges, 5 is late fees and 6 is weighman charges. Okay. And 1 lakh you will take as the base transaction value. Municipal tax, what is your answer? First provision, to be included or to be excluded? And in the given price it is excluded. So we need to add 15 to A, correct? As per 15 to A, an amount is to be included. In the given price, it is not included. So we need to add. Inspection charges. Inspection charges to be included or to be excluded? Why? Incidental. 15 to C. Incidental charges or other charges to be included. But in the given price, it is excluded. So we need to subsidy received from Sri Ram Trust. Subsidy is directly linked to price, but we don't know the given price is after considering subsidy or without considering subsidy. See the note. Price of the goods is net of subsidy received. Means what? After considering subsidy. Means while arriving at 1 lakh, we would have reduced 50,000. Now, 50,000 to be included or to be excluded as per provision? To be included as per 15 to E. In the given price, it is. So we need to add. Then late fee for delayed payment inclusive of GST. Late fees, interest, penalty, late fee for delay in receipt of consideration to be included. In the given price, it is not included. So we need to add. Correct. But how much we need to add? How much we need to add? Excluding GST. But they have given one special point. Shri Balram Private Limited paid the late fees. However, these charges were ultimately waived by Shri Krishna Private Limited and amount was refunded in the same month. Means they did not collect at all. Correct. Interest, late fee or penalty is taxable only on what basis? Receipt basis. Here they have not received it, so no need to include. Weighment charges. Such charges were paid by Balram Private Limited to Radhe Private Limited on behalf of Shri Krishna Private Limited. So, any amount that the supplier is liable to pay but which is paid by the recipient to a third person should be included in the value as per 15 to B. And in the given price, it is not included. So, we need to add. So, how much it comes to? 1 lakh plus 2,000 plus 15,000 plus 50,000 plus 2,000. 1 lakh? 1,69,000. Actually, it is there in our practice manual. Same question. Same question is there in our practice manual because it was an RTP question past and they just kept it in MTP. It's not something new. Then, determine whether the suppliers in the following cases are eligible for composition levy under 10(1) and 10(2) of CGST Act, provided their turnover in the preceding year does not exceed 1.5 crores. Mohan Enterprises engaged only in trading of pan masala in Rajasthan and is registered in the same state. Trading. Yes, they can opt for composition scheme, only manufacturer of pan masala. Sugam Manufacturers has registered office in Punjab and Haryana, sells goods in the neighboring states. A person who is making interstate supplies cannot opt for composition scheme. Same question we discussed. Okay. Then, Uday Singh, a registered supplier, has received advance payment with respect to services to be supplied to Sujamal. His accountant asked him to issue a receipt voucher with respect to such service to be supplied. Yes. As and when we collect the advance, we need to give the receipt voucher. Okay. However, he is apprehensive as to what would happen in case a receipt voucher is issued, but subsequently no service are supplied. We collected advance, we will give a receipt voucher. Subsequently, service is not supplied. We will cancel and return the advance, for which we need to give a refund voucher. There is one document called as refund voucher. You are required to advise Uday Singh regarding the same. I don't know why for 6 marks they gave this question. Okay. So, there are only 2 documents you need to explain about. First, you need to write about receipt voucher. When a receipt voucher will be given by supplier to recipient, whenever advance is collected with respect to the supply, then supplier should issue a receipt voucher to the recipient. Thereafter, if the supply is not made and invoice is not issued, then the supplier has to give a refund voucher to the recipient. However, if invoice is already prepared, then in that case, the supplier has to give one document. What is that? Credit note. Invoice given pa, now you are cancelling the supply. What is the name of the document? Credit note. That's what you need to write here. Mr. X, a registered person, has caused movement of goods of consignment value exceeding 50,000 in relation to supply and thus generated e-way bill. However, after generation of e-way bill, he found a mistake in the e-way bill and wants to edit it. This is given in RTP itself. Okay, copy paste. GST is payable on advance receipt for supply of goods and service taxable under forward charge. Do you agree with the statement? No. Only in case of services, GST is payable on advances. But in case of goods, GST is not payable on advances. GST is payable as and when we give the invoice. Okay. So this is related to time of supply. If a return has been filed, how can it be revised if some changes are required to be made? So rectification of return. What is the time limit? 30th November of succeeding financial year or date of filing and return, whichever is earlier. In every return, there will be amendment related to the previous returns that we can make. Okay, that information we need to write. But actually, don't see this MTP and decide this is how the question paper will be. No, yaar, definitely not. This many theory questions and all they will not ask. Only one theory question, that too at the end. So this fourth question is there na. That fourth question only will be theory. Remaining and all they will be giving situation based question, practical questions only. So for sample, I am just showing you May 23 question paper. That's what many students said, sir, it was difficult and all. Your Ittupona website by there. Full promotion only. Okay, see this question. So this is the way in which they will be asking. Question number 6, 5, yes, 5. So you can see here, so there are a lot of aspects here. This is how literally the questions are coming nowadays. Multiple transactions are there. For these multiple transactions, now I told you now the template. First statement FCM liability, second statement RCM liability, third statement ITC, fourth statement net GST payable, like that. Okay. See there, Gino Enterprises, a partnership firm, is a regular taxable person registered in Guwahati, Assam, and is engaged in supply of air conditioner and its accessories as well as air condition repairing services. Details of their various activities for the month of October are as follows. Intrastate supply of air conditioner to customers in Assam. Freight is separately charged in invoice for delivery of goods at customer's doorstep. So value of goods is 4 lakhs and value of freight charges charged separately in above invoices 1 lakh. Whether that freight is to be included or not. Freight is to be included because see the wording. Freight is separately charged in invoices for delivery of goods at customer's doorstep, means before delivery of goods. So therefore this freight is to be included. So 4 lakhs plus 1 lakh, 5 lakhs will be taken as the value of these goods. And where is this Gino Enterprises located? Assam. To whom they are making sale? To their customers in Assam. Therefore what type of liability it will be? Intrastate. So CGST, SGST will be the liability. You understood? Then next, second transaction, intrastate supply of repair services, wherein apart from charging service charges, cost of parts or spares provided to customers is also charged and consideration for the same is separately mentioned in the invoices. So 3 lakhs plus 50,000, 3 lakh 50,000 will be taken as a value. Mainly here, what should be taken as the rate of GST? So value of service component 3 lakhs, parts or spares component in the invoices. So we have different rates, air conditioner, parts and accessories, services. So 12% is there, again 18% is there. So in the previous case, no issue, because goods, what is the goods they are selling? Air conditioner. Air conditioner and freight, so it will be like naturally bundled, and therefore principal supply is air conditioner, and we are taking air conditioner rate 6%, and we applied it on the transaction. Whereas we have this particular value of service of component of invoices and part or service component in the invoices. So this, wherein apart from charging service charges, cost of parts or spares provided to customers is also charged, and consideration for the same is separately mentioned in the invoices. We don't have information as to whether it is naturally bundled or not naturally bundled, but we have one CBIC circular. So what does it say? Whenever the parts and service charges is shown separately, so we need to show that separately. So 3 lakhs will be taxable at 18%, whereas 50,000 will be taxable at 12%. You got it? So like this only they are asking. And next, in order to enhance their sales and to clear the stock of old models of air conditioner, Jio Enterprises made combo offers to customers, wherein if a customer purchases an air conditioner along with stabilizer, the same is offered at a combo price of 20,000 as against the original price of 30,000. If these are purchased separately, during October, Jio Enterprise has made interstate supply of 10 numbers of such combo. It is not naturally bundled. Okay. Then is it for a single price? Yes. It will come under mixed supply. AC and stabilizer, what is the rate? AC 12%, stabilizer 18%. So highest rate is what? So that should be applied. Understood, pa? That too it is interstate. So actually this is a question related to composite supply, mixed supply and computation of liability. And next, purchased business class air tickets for intrastate travel from Guwahati Airport, Assam to Assam for its executive employees relating to business of the concern. Basic airfare was 40,000 and airline charges CGST 2.5, SGST 2.5 each on basic freight in case the same is applicable. Actually this is invert supply. Invert supply, flight tickets. Is there any blocked credit? Flight ticket, any blocked credit. Travel benefits extended to employees on vacation is only blocked credit. This is a business expenditure. Can they take ITC with respect to this? Yes. So they can take ITC with respect to this, and even they have some opening balances of ITC. So computation of the net GST payable. Literally like this. Not necessarily you will get this question, but I just gave you this to understand, like they will give transaction wise. Not like MTP directly they will give how much is interstate supply, how much is intrastate supply. Based on each and every transaction, you need to put it into the table and arrive at the net GST payable. Remaining questions are correct. Like how MTP, RTP has the same type of questions only. And this is about, the type of paper that you will have. Done? Got the confidence? Now only two topics that I have not discussed. One is invoice and time of supply. That invoice and time of supply, we don't have any change. Whatever was there in the past, the same thing. Even e-way bill and GST practitioner, one question also they have not asked so far. So that e-way bill alone. These two, just whenever you are finding time, hardly it will be some 3 to 4 hours. You spend time, you complete it. With that, GST portion is fully over. Okay. And beyond this, what is the preparation that you need to do? So you need to just solve the questions. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to sit and read and all. You need to put it for practice. How to put it for practice? You take any questions like study material questions, or you have practice manual. You take practice manual questions. Start practicing those questions. Even MCQs I gave you in my website, it is there. So you try those MCQs. So you need to now not learn, but put it into practice. So that is what you need to do. Okay. and this practice manual discussion, and at the end of the practice manual there are some integrated MCQs. That discussion also I will be posting in my YouTube channel. Whenever you have a doubt while solving, you can cross check with respect to that. Okay? So with this I am concluding this batch, and all the very best for your exams. Do well, and we will meet in CA final. Yes? And so you prepare properly the other subjects enough, because I just gave you the sample of RTP, MTP. You are able to answer, which means that the confidence, this is the confidence we need. And you please prepare all the subjects in the same manner, and I want each and every one of you to be successful in this November 23 exam, come what may. Put extra effort, little bit extra effort, and don't waste your time. My personal suggestion to all of you, so uninstall Instagram, WhatsApp, okay, and Telegram group you keep, like, because Telegram you need to clarify doubts, because lot of teachers will be clarifying their students' doubts in Telegram only, and important notes and all will be there in Telegram. You keep that, and notifications you disable in your mobile, so that if you get any message also you will not be able to see. And keep a screen time for you. What is that screen time? Like in a day, some 1 hour, any 1 hour. So that much only, not more than that, because actually mobile screen time will eat away. So your valuable time, most valuable time, you feel like 1 hour you are preparing, okay, just we will see mobile for 5 minutes, but it will not end with 5 minutes. It will go for half an hour, 1 hour. That is unproductive time for you at this moment. So just exams are hardly near. So that's why don't waste your time, prepare well, and already I told you one point, keep that in mind. Don't follow too many books, follow only one book. And GST, so I will be uploading 1 day before the exam a marathon. In 6 to 7 hours, I will complete the entire GST. And on marathon basis, all important areas, I will do it from the That's It book, the pocket book which I have given to students, many students I have already given, and from that only I will be doing the marathon. So just 6 hours, you don't have to spend more than 6 hours 1 day before the exam for GST. So those 6 hours, you just watch the rocket revision in YouTube, and that will be sufficient. That too you can watch it in 1.5x speed, so that is enough. And even I will upload mighty 50 questions, the top 50 questions probable which could be asked in exam. So that 50 questions also I will upload. This alone you read 1 day before the exam. So the 6 hours rocket revision, if you keep it in 1.5x speed, in 4 hours you can complete. Then 2 hours or 3 hours for mighty 50 questions. So 6 to 9 hours, not more than that. So you need to spend for GST, remaining time you spend for income tax. So this will be definitely giving you whatever success that you need. Okay. Once again, all the very best. Take care.